8 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the Kickoff Hour. Good time gang here in studio live, ready to go, and we thank you for being with us. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us in an hour from now for the main show. But until then, we'll get things going and sit back and enjoy each other's company as we start this day together. Don't forget, our website is rickandbubba.com. If you go there now and click on contest, you have the opportunity to register for a VIP package courtesy of Rock the South 2024. Their lineup has been announced, and we got a pretty cool VIP package that you could win if you're chosen. But you can register. You need to do that first. And we've partnered with our flagship station, WZZK, and Rock the South, and have provided some really cool passes for you and all that kind of good stuff. But go to rickandbubba.com, click on contest to learn all about it. All right, let's bring everybody in. Over on my left is Greg Burgess. To my right is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Yep.
What's happening?
It's cold out there today.
It's a little chilly where we live.
I'm moving slow.
Definitely the coldest day of the year for us.
Well,
not year. For
I can deal with cold,
Yeah.
but the wind hurts your feelings. That's, it'll rip through you a little bit. And I know some of you are laughing that are experiencing true cold weather.
Yeah.
But it is in its 30s. I mean, high 30s.
Yeah.
But still.
It's chilly.
It's chilly to those of us that where it's been 85, 90, upper 70s, and all of a sudden, oh, hey, here's 30-something.
I move slow when it's cold.
Do you really?
Oh,
yeah, you came in with your little hoodie.
Yeah, I had my hoodie on. Had something weird happen yesterday I got to ask y'all about.
Okay, and I have to ask you a question, too.
Is it about the hoodie?
No, it's about something else that you've been talking about. I just want an update
Oh, okay.
on this soap or something.
Yesterday, it
Changing
hadn't
hair.
come. Well, it hadn't come in yet.
Oh, okay.
There's a chance it was delivered last night and put in our mailbox, but
Okay.
I haven't checked it yet.
Okay.
So, yeah, it should have come in already. I don't
Maybe a
know what the deal
trick-or-treater
is.
got it out of your mailbox, and they're using it.
Yesterday when I left here,
You ain't got no hair left. Color.
I pull out, take a left, go up here to nearly to the red light, and my truck just goes dead, like completely dead. And it
That ain't
started
good.
giving me a message, put in park, and so I put my flashers on and stopped.
You're in
because
the middle of that intersection out there, or at the red
I
light.
haven't got on 280 yet, but I'm close. Like
Okay.
I've made the turn coming
Okay.
up on the red light,
All right.
and it just goes dead. And so I turned my flashers on and put it in park and tried to hit the accelerator to see if I could get, and it really wouldn't do anything. And so I cut it off, cut it back on, put it in drive, and it took off and acted like nothing ever happened the rest of the day. It was the strangest
I don't
thing.
know
What
that
in
was.
the world?
And I was nervous going to Jacksonville because I thought, well, is this going to be one of those things
Oh,
where
yeah.
it does it at some point on 77 or wherever?
Right.
And it never had an issue the entire rest of the day. But it went
Interesting.
I don't know what that
completely dead.
Just boom.
Everything shut off, and it said, and I was coasting, and it had a thing put in park, and I don't really know what the message said, but I do remember say put gear shift in park or whatever, or shift to park. I don't know.
Did you Google it?
No, I didn't. I just went on about my day, but
That's weird.
all I could think
Wow.
about was, is this going to happen again at some
Did you
point?
hit your little
Might have been a
switch
ghost.
on accident?
I didn't hit anything. That was the thing.
You might have been a ghost since it was
Yeah.
Halloween.
Could have been.
That's actually pretty good.
Ooh, the old man could have been in
That
there with
has
him.
to be on the
Reached
list.
over there and hit the little button. And said, how about that?
Never know.
I'm going to hit that button.
I don't know. It was strange. It scared me to death. I thought, goodness gracious, here we go.
Oh, I
Got
know.
a
Right
big
in the
day.
middle of that
Got a
busy
big
mess.
day, busy mess here. How am I going to,
Were you going to call one of us?
And I'll-
Be honest.
probably.
Because you probably started thinking, all right,
Yeah.
what do I do? What do I do?
I was on the phone with Amanda, and I was like, hey, I need to call you back. I don't know what's going on with the truck. She said, what do you mean? And I said, it just cut off.
Just cut off.
Just cut off.
So you were driving, you took a left, you're going up to the intersection, and all of a sudden it says, hey, I'm cut off,
I'm done.
and this is what you need to do. So you did that, and then cranked it back up, and it was fine.
Yeah.
That is
No,
weirdo.
It's just strange. Never had that.
How was your
before.
tire this morning? That keeps going flat.
They were so dang it, I wish you wouldn't have brought this up.
Yeah. Well, I'm on you about this. This is ridiculous.
I all of them were a little low this morning because it was cold, but they were all for the first time on the same level. They were all at 35.
Okay. Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
You have that leaker still?
Yeah, I still got the leaker. But and the only reason it was at 35 is because I stopped yesterday on the way home and put a little in it.
That was smart.
Yeah, because I knew it'd be real chilly. Good. And I'd get a little leakage out of it.
Yeah.
So,
well, there it is.
Yeah, sure.
Speaking of cold and wind, my next door neighbor, I love him to death. The sweetest man. He and his wife, they're retired.
This the one with the inflatables?
Yes, and every now and then he'll just text me and go, "Hey man, just want to let you know we're just going to travel. We're gone or whatever. Hey, if you see anything, that's just we're not here, so just let me know, that kind of thing." He gives me a little heads up. Well, the inflatables that you talk about, and these folks that they get into the inflatables. You just pick the holiday season or the theme, and buddy, they got them.
They like it.
Yeah, he's actually got a lift in his garage that he puts all of his storage stuff in, and it lifts it up to the garage level. Because, the Rubbermaid, y'all, I don't know how he organizes it all. I have no idea. But he's got to have sections like, this is the Halloween section. Oh, yeah. Here's my Thanksgiving section. Here's my Christmas section.
Won't you start doing that?
The wind where we live, it's been kicking up a little bit around here. And inflatables and wind, they're going to test how you got them tied down and everything. And they're going to sway and, float around. And one of his has already gone kaput. It blew. He said something about it couldn't keep up with. He was as tall as his house. Okay.
Yeah.
And it ended up. We got a replacement, and it's not quite as big.
Yeah.
But this thing, if it could talk, it has been getting thrown around like you wouldn't believe. It's like it's dancing over there, okay, because the wind's blowing it everywhere. And if he's got one, it's 15 to 20 inflatables, and they're all flying all over the place. But he tied them down really good, but they're about to fly away. And I wanted to stop because, when we leave, it's pretty early. There's nobody, there's no other cars, there's nothing going on. So if I get out and I'm trying to go, hey, this one's about to fly away, let me push down the tie down. I'm on his camera at 4 o'clock in the morning. So I did. I was
Mind your own business.
I did. I did. I didn't stop. Matter of fact, I thought you were in the passenger seat with me, telling me just go on.
I almost wish one would have cut loose and wrapped you up.
Yeah,
wrapped all around you.
If y'all got to understand, I got to take a picture of this. It killed you not to do it. It did because I didn't want
because your heart's a giant.
Well, this one over here was in the truck with me. Hey, what are you doing? Just go on. What are you doing?
He might think it's
mind your own business. If he's going to put them out, it's his damn fault. Stuff like that.
That's a good point.
That's what you're going to do.
Well. You don't need to be stomping in people's yards this time of year.
Well, and that's
what
I
got you stomping now.
Yeah, now for some reason I'm probably going to be on the knocking on the door before it's over. But I did stop myself, Greg.
Well, speaking of the decorations, on my way to work, there's this one yard that had so many Halloween blow-ups, and they're ghoulish looking ones.
Ew.
But not far across the street, and that one of two things: either these people are trying to counter it, or they're just getting ahead of Christmas. They put the manger scene out and a cross, and it's lit up.
Are you kidding?
About just up from this big macabre yard. I don't know if they're trying to throw something back, or they just maybe the earliest Christmas decorator I've ever seen.
ever.
But it's right there beside each other. The manger scene and the cross on one side, and then you got hell on the other side.
Good gracious.
They got the scary stuff.
Yeah, see, this is not. This is just,
this weird stuff.
His little blow-ups are just fun little goofy things, not scary stuff. But I didn't stop.
Well,
and I didn't text him either because I didn't want to wake him up.
Oh, yeah, that's what he needs to know. I'd have woke him up.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Why not take care of your holiday shopping now before the crowds and packed calendars make shopping a total nightmare, especially when Raycon is currently offering 20% off everything on their site with select products up to 50%. So beat the crowds and save now because you don't want to miss out on Raycon's early Black Friday sale. Hurry now to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 20 to 50% off site-wide. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. buyraycon.com/Bubba. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. A crazy schedule can make it easy to fall back into your old recipe rut, or you could keep mealtime exciting with HelloFresh. Over 40 recipes to choose from each week. There's always something delicious to discover and love. Save on flavorful fall dishes, crowd-pleasing eats, and more when you sign up for America's #1 meal kit. Take 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, the code Bubba. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Okay, I'm not here to nag you about all your diets because I don't always eat healthier either. But I will share this. The Mayo Clinic says if you want to prevent heart disease, lower blood pressure, and cholesterol, eat 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day. Folks, I don't do that, and you probably don't either. So I use Field of Greens, and I really like it. If you don't always eat right and exercise, join me and take Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com, the promo code Bubba.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
This fall, as you settle back into a busier routine, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. Simply Safe's revolutionary home monitoring innovation, 24/7 live guard protection, helps stop crime in real time. If an intruder breaks in, monitoring agents can see, speak, and deter them. Get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or you can visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another
22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the Kickoff Hour, and the Good Time Gang in here live now. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us after top of the hour for the main show. And we thank you for being with us. Don't forget, the Bible study is today live central at noon Central on our YouTube channel. And then shortly after that, we'll hit the podcast and all that. So make sure you're tuning in for that if that's part of your week. And I know it is for a lot of you. As we move along, we discussed a number of things. First segment, if you didn't know, I got a notification last night that the college football playoff show was on as they revealed the first rankings of the year for college football. And this means that the AP poll is now meaningless, and we won't mention it ever again. But I didn't tune over because we were watching something and eating and kind of hanging out, but I just got the notification that it was on, and then the top four, and it landed with Ohio State at 1, Georgia 2, Michigan 3, and Florida State 4. It was a little different than what the AP had. And Washington is 5. That rounds out the undefeateds in the Power Fives, but there are a couple of others here. Air Force is 25 at 8-0, and there was one more, I think James Madison, but I don't see them in the top 25. I know they're undefeated though. But anyway, Ohio State, Georgia, Michigan, and Florida State. Yeah. There's your top four, and Washington right there on the outside looking in, 8-0 in the Pac-12. Oregon at 6, Texas 7, Alabama 8, Oklahoma 9, and Ole Miss at 10. That's your top 10 according to the college football playoff rankings that are out now. So any surprises there, or does it look pretty – I know it's so early that it's all going to work itself out anyway, but Ohio State jumping Georgia and taking that number 1 slot, they have beaten Notre Dame and Penn State. That Notre Dame game, they probably should have lost it, but they didn't. They found a way to win. And I guess they just had more of a stronger strength of schedule. I didn't see the show on how they got there, but I guess that makes sense.
I'm a little surprised that USC is all the way down to 20. I know they've got 2 losses, but it's to Utah and Oregon. So I was like,
Well, and I guess the fact that they almost lost to Cal.
That may have had something to do with it.
You have this committee as they take all kinds of.
Yeah.
But as far as the top.
And they don't play defense.
Top of the heap, no. It's a pretty, you said it, it's going to work itself out. And, you could flip several of the teams in a position, and I wouldn't have had any problem with it this morning either.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, you're right.
I think the top 4, the top 4.
Yeah.
No matter how you shake it up.
Yeah.
Alabama should be in there.
Yeah. Well, it's going to work itself out. Saturday night they'll host LSU, and then they take care of themselves, and they'll find themselves in Atlanta. And so, they will kind of
against the Dogs
control their own destiny. Notre Dame, the first 2, actually LSU's the first 2-loss team in the college football playoff rankings. They're at number 14 at 6-2. They did say that the Buckeyes have just played a much stronger schedule to date than Georgia. They've had 2 top 15 wins, Penn State and Notre Dame. And Georgia has 0 top 25 wins and a strength of schedule ranking of about 100. So as of right now, they're saying, Ohio State just clearly.
Yeah.
Michigan has played an even weaker schedule than Georgia. So to them, it was a no-brainer to put Ohio State at 1.
Michigan's about to jump into theirs.
Lord, this spy thing is still going on. Do you see now they're claiming that they dressed up as a staff member of Central Michigan or somebody because they were playing Michigan State, and they think he has. There's pictures they think are him. They're not sure.
Yeah. Man,
crazy.
As far as Florida State and Washington, the Huskies have the better wins over Oregon, who was 6 or is 6 at the time. But at the time, I don't know what their number was, but they've struggled over the past 2 weeks against losing teams. And so it looks like Ohio State had a much stronger schedule, and it was a no-brainer for the committee. So there's your college football playoff rankings. Top 5: Ohio State, Georgia, Michigan, Florida State, Washington.
I like Michigan. When you get to the Big Ten, I like Michigan better than Ohio State and Penn State.
Okay, yeah.
I've always liked them.
I agree with that.
But I'm going to say this: I hope they lose, and here's why. Because I don't want to hear it.
Oh yeah.
I don't want to hear
Cheating,
everybody talking about them
yeah.
cheating and all this,
Right.
and whether and look, does it make a difference? Possibly, yes. Who knows? I don't really care, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear if they win it or if they make it to the playoff that they cheated. It'll be the Tom Brady inflatable ball thing all over again.
Yeah, you're right.
And I just don't want to hear
will.
it because people can't handle these things.
Like I say, first of all, if it's all true, they thought it was a big deal to go to all that trouble to do it. Because I mean, they really were. I've never seen, or
what
maybe
a plan.
there is. We just nobody knew it.
Yeah.
So if it's true, they thought it was a big deal.
Yeah.
But Dion made a statement the other day. They asked him about it. He made a good point. He goes, "Yeah, but in football, you still got to stop me.
Yeah.
Even though you know what I'm going to do. Now it does give you, but you got to stop me." He goes, "Now, like in baseball, if I know a curve's coming, that's different."
Yeah.
Yeah.
He said it's a whole nother game. He
True.
said, but football, even if you know where I'm coming and I physically beat you, it really doesn't matter.
Yeah. It doesn't. Honestly, it doesn't bother me as much as it probably should. But I just don't. I don't want them to make it, win it, and then all of a sudden, for years, we talk about how it should be taken away, or the next group of athletes that come in get the punishment for it.
We don't want that.
I just don't want any of that.
Yeah.
And I hate Harbaugh's got to deny he knows anything about another thing.
I know.
He's already done served once.
Right.
I'll tell you, he don't know nothing about it.
He don't know. He's walking around clueless.
Yeah.
Why do you give him a pass and not Urban Meyer?
They're getting close. Well, no, it's just the way Urban Meyer, the whole thing. I mean, Harbaugh's just quirky, you know.
Did the Swamp Kings, whatever, did that documentary, did that help you any or hurt?
No, in fact, there were a lot of people were actually being critical because they said they took it easy on him, that they left out all the negative stuff. They were saying that Netflix pretty much.
It looked like
sucked
a
up.
PR campaign from Urban Meyer.
That's what he said, and there were a lot of people going, "That's bull." No, I just think Urban Meyer, he's just. Again, that whole deal at Ohio State, he give me health, nothing. He was getting out of there because of that guy slapping his wife, and he knew it.
Here we go.
We just didn't know how you felt about him. We were just asking.
He's a bad person.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's never too early to start your holiday shopping, and why not take care of it now before the crowds and packed calendars make shopping a total nightmare, especially when you can shop Raycon products and save up to 50% off because their early Black Friday sale is going on now. Raycon first made a name for themselves in the audio space, and this past year they've expanded their entire business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon Power Tech. Raycon is known for delivering high quality and thoughtful features at half the price of the other premium tech brands. It's no wonder their products have racked up tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Raycon is currently offering 20% off everything on their site with select products up to 50%. So beat the crowds now and save. Because trust us, you don't want to miss out on Raycon's early Black Friday sale. Hurry now to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 20% off site-wide. buyraycon.com/Bubba. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands.
That's true, and auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year.
If an unexpected breakdown happened today, would you be ready?
If you had carshield.com/Bubba, you would be.
If your car is just over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. We all know our daily drives are more than just getting from point A A to point B, traveling by car is a way of life.
When you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up.
That means for as long as you own the vehicle and the mileage increases or how many claims you file.
They offer plans starting at just $100 a month with no long-term contracts and options to fit every budget.
Now, we appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, choosing the mechanic that we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Get coverage today and save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. All right, so, every now and then, Helmsy, Greg has his story of the day.
Boy, it's a good one.
And this one here, good night. He won't stop talking about it in the break. So let's just go ahead and get it out there.
Well, I mean, my goodness.
Go take it, buddy. It's
a man in Utah.
Okay, follow along.
We're in Utah, guys. Reportedly received a cup of urine.
Okay.
When he had a Grubhub food delivery.
Okay, so.
Okay.
He's getting a cup. Okay, got it.
Okay.
Grubhub delivery.
Yeah.
He has ordered something.
He discovered the cup delivered to him from Grubhub. From their driver was a warm cup of urine. Listen, here's the worst part. After taking a sip from what he expected to be let me ask you this, though. He thought it was a milkshake. I'm holding it. He said warm, right? That's a sign that it ain't a milkshake. And plus the consistency is it's not thick. So I'm a little bit worried about the story here. But the driver pretty much fessed up.
Oh, really?
And so the delivery, it was last week, it said he received the cup of urine after the delivery driver, mixed up the cup that the driver used to urinate in while working with the milkshake cup. That's the explanation that the driver gave him. Okay, and he says because he works so many long days. Well, here's my deal. First of all, so I don't know if somebody's making something doesn't sound right. Because one, A, like I just said, you should be able to tell the difference.
Right.
B, if you did have a urine cup, and we've all done that you're using in the car, you won't ride around with it full. You'll dump it out.
Well, maybe he was
open
about
the door
to.
And dump it out.
Well, it seems it's on two people here. First of all, it's on the guy that was peeing in the cup and then delivered it. First of all, that should feel different than a milkshake just for you carrying it. You should have noticed. And then you got the guy that ordered it, and he didn't notice it and just took a pop off of it.
Yeah. Yeah, claimed you.
Good gracious.
At one point, I went, that ain't a milkshake. And then now, here's the good news. Grubhub did reimburse him for the actual cost of the food.
But isn't that kind of them?
But not the delivery fee or the tip.
What? Come on. All right, so you're
night.
delivered urine, and you take a pop off of it. What do you do?
Yeah, well,
I mean,
I'm not happy about it. But again,
is there a lawsuit involved? Is he going after him?
That or a butt whooping or something.
I would be
something
chasing
has
the
to
vehicle.
be done.
I would be chasing the vehicle.
But then again, how do you not? When he hands you the cup, you go, "This ain't a milkshake." A, it's warm. B, it's sloshing around in there. And it's got a foam on it. But now I'm just saying. They act like it's a story. I don't know if it's true or not.
Was it in the same type of cup?
Yeah.
Okay,
he was using a Chick-fil-A cup.
Good night. Yeah, this is something that sounds right.
So my urine cup happened to be the cup of the. That's something. I think this guy's making it up. Because he said the driver.
Something is not right
here.
He
claimed the driver told him that. So maybe he may be one of these cash grab people. I'm gonna sue somebody. Because I don't know. He said that's the explanation the driver gave him. Well, that's not a good explanation as far as I'm concerned. And he did say that. Listen, he did.
That's why I'm not saying anything.
He did take a pop off of it.
I know.
Do y'all remember when was it?
And it's referred to as a warm cup of urine.
Ooh.
Hey, remember when what's his name did it at hunting at Bubba's? Didn't he?
I don't remember that.
Thought it was a Drake.
But was it
urine?
Kevin?
It was something.
Kevin did that?
Yeah, I thought
he
so.
thought he had drank urine.
Kevin, you need to text us.
There was a story.
There was something to do with urine and in a Gatorade bottle or Powerade bottle and at Bubba's.
And then come
Are
to
you
find out
serious?
It
Yeah.
It was something.
So have y'all ever done that? Hey,
no,
Big Papa.
I will be honest. No, I think
you have not.
Thankfully, so I've never drank.
Have you ever had it on like a dare? You and your buddy, I dare you
to drink urine?
Your own or anything?
No,
like
I'm
that?
not going.
Well, buddy, don't frown at me because you've done so many. I just didn't know if you and Kate's and Little Lee Hubbard sitting around the fire.
I'm sure it came up, but I haven't done it.
Hey, Greg, I bet you would.
Oh, well, yeah, I'm sure we've discussed it many times.
But you haven't done it.
No, I have not.
Yeah.
But and won't.
No.
Even though Bear Grylls on the Survival Show drank his urine to survive.
We think.
Well, he acted like he did.
Right.
You're right. Good point. But again, I'm something about this story.
Yeah,
is
this
a little
is
off.
not.
There's too
if
many
it's in the
things
same
falling into
type.
play. First of all, the fact that he doesn't. He just says, "I talked to the driver, and that's what the driver said." Well, I think me and the driver would be talking to his superiors or whatever.
Right. Yeah. Because if I'm the driver, I've admitted that I've given you the wrong cup, but I've probably said wasn't on purpose. But the fact it was in the same cup that the delivery was. You know what I'm saying? It's not like he just had his own little cup, but the fact it was from the restaurant that he was ordered from, and it looked exactly like the milkshake in the same kind of cup, that just something is different. Something's weird here. I don't know what, but it just doesn't seem right.
No.
But that's Greg's story of the day.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty interesting. I mean, that don't happen a lot. You hope anyway.
Golly.
At least I gave him back the actual cost of the food.
How about that first sip?
Oh boy,
it is spit all over the place here.
Oh yeah, my goodness. So anyway, I put it this way, I believe that guy got a bad review on his delivery. Don't you rank them? Say, I ain't never done all that. Will they bring you food?
Yeah, well, no, they're getting. I think you can give. You have to give at least a 1-star, right?
You're not going to get a high score. For delivering.
No. Your delivery days are probly over. To be honest with you.
And again, in my mind, that's impossible to do. This is something ain't right.
Something ain't right.
You can't do that. That's stupid.
No.
Oh, I didn't know it was a milkshake, even though it was warm and had steam coming
Greg
off
is shaking it up
because it's in Utah. It's probably cold.
Yeah, it is.
So steam was coming off of it.
Yeah.
But he did confirm he did take a pop.
Okay.
All right.
You feel better now that you've.
Yeah, because I had to work it out. I'm not convinced. I think there's more to the story.
Yeah. Oh, there's definitely more to the story. I mean, you for you in the I mean, right out of the gate, you said that even when you were talking off air about it.
And well, I'm gonna I was supposed to ask you.
Have y'all ever had something when it's speaking of deliveries? Have y'all ever found anything in your? Have y'all ever had a crazy type of delivery?
Those type of things bother me. So I try to avoid them.
Right.
And if I'm sure I've eat something or drank something and didn't know it.
Yeah.
And I hope it stays that way.
The worst thing, and I hope I don't want to gross anybody out, and that's not my intention here. But the really as bad as it's gotten for me up to this point was a hair.
Yeah, that's happened several times.
Yeah, and I'm talking about. Please don't think little. I'm talking about one you just kept on pulling.
Oh yeah,
yeah. After a bite into the sandwich.
Used to it wouldn't
and that
bother me as much as it
made me
does
throw
now.
up in my mouth a little bit.
That would bother now. Depends on what kind of hair it is.
Greg.
Gosh,
No. Like I said, it was a long piece of hair.
I mean, that's gross.
Yeah, a little
But
gray.
you can move past it.
Mm-hmm.
The other, a little curly, that'd be tough to move past. Just saying.
Buddy, why did you go there?
Because that's
Where
happened.
did you think he was
You
going to
don't
go?
think that's
I knew.
happened?
I was waiting on it. It's
You
like
don't
3,
think that's
2,
happened?
1.
Well,
yeah, Greg, happens
I
all the time.
don't know. I was just talking
sure.
about what happened to me.
Well, I wouldn't admit it either.
Well, no, I mean, but that's not what it
You
was.
changed the story a little bit.
Me? You're the one making up
I'm
stuff.
just telling you.
So you found one? Is that why
No,
you brought
I
it up?
didn't. I'm
See,
just
look, it's
telling
back
you.
on you now.
I may have. I don't remember. I probably blocked
Can we
it from
go
my
on?
mind.
Can I ask y'all like a question from the audience
now,
or something?
I've heard somebody drinking their tobacco.
Oh, well,
I did that. when I
Taylor
was a
did
kid.
that when he was little.
Yeah, I did it too. It
I
was
got
awful.
in bad trouble about it.
Bad day.
You got in bad trouble?
Oh, yeah. Once I finally admitted it about 5 years after it happened.
Well, I got sick. It was bad.
Really?
Thought it was a Pepsi.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It was a bottled Pepsi.
Yeah.
And I thought, Dad's in the shower. He'll never know that I got a sip of his Pepsi.
Yeah. Taylor was too young
Oh,
to talk, so he couldn't tell me. But we heard him go, ah! We looked, he set the cup down. I said, oh, no.
And so how long did it take for you to admit it?
About 5 years.
Sorry, son.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. You can choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you speaking right away. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks. Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
And now, try Babbel free at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
What do you mean he's not coming in? This is our busiest time.
The mixologist at Claude's Bar is moving to Manhattan.
I'm already down 2 bar backs. No one's manning front of me.
Now he needs an equally cosmopolitan replacement.
How am I going to find a new bartender before New Year's Eve?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed? Because only the Sleep Number Climate 360 smart bed lets you each sleep up to 13 degrees cooler or warmer on either side, while you both sleep at your ideal level of firmness, comfort, and support, your Sleep Number setting. And now our all-new next-gen smart beds have temperature benefits, so you sleep better night after night. And now the new Queen Sleep Number C2 smart bed is only $8.99. Ends Monday. To learn more, go to sleepnumber.com.
You're a man with a plan.
I know.
You'll propose to her on that family trip in front of everyone. Brilliant.
I know.
You know the trip is only a month away.
But I don't have a ring.
Luckily, there's Gage Diamonds with engagement rings in every style for every budget with certified natural diamonds, lab-grown diamonds, and moissanite.
Can I finance it?
Gage lets you buy the ring today and pay for it over time with our no credit needed financing.
Brilliant.
Yes, we are. GageDiamonds.com. We're engagement's middle name.
Visit GageDiamonds.com for restrictions.
Imagine having all the money you need for retirement, all the income, every month, guaranteed. That's Secure Future Investor, an indexed annuity tied to growth in the stock market, but without any risk of loss ever. It's guaranteed money for life income, no matter how long you live. Call 888-509-2228. 888-509-2228. Sponsored by GP Agency, Inc., Raleigh, North Carolina. Licensed in all states. Performance may vary. Consult with your financial professional before making an investment decision.
From pumpkin spice to apple pie, fall is hands down the most delicious time of the year. But it's also the busiest. So this time around, get HelloFresh and treat yourself to the best of the season's flavors without the stress. It's simple. HelloFresh does the shopping and the planning for you so you can relax. Not only do their chefs create fall-perfect recipes to enjoy, all the ingredients arrive fresh and pre-portioned, so whipping up a home-cooked meal is easy. And make sure and check out all the fall flavors. A new limited-time lineup of easy autumn-inspired eats from HelloFresh Market, fresh on desserts like apple cider cake with caramel sauce, or please a crowd with appetizers like the barbecue pulled pork nachos. And just as always, everything you need to get cooking quick is delivered right to the door. How easy is that? Join America's #1 meal kit today and get 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. It's never too early to start your holiday shopping, and why not take care of it now before the crowds and packed calendars make shopping a total nightmare, especially when you can shop Raycon products and save up to 50% off because their early Black Friday sale is going on now. Raycon first made a name for themselves in the audio space, and this past year they've expanded their entire business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon Power Tech. Raycon is known for delivering high quality and thoughtful features at half the price of the other premium tech brands. It's no wonder their products have racked up tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Raycon is currently offering 20% off everything on their site with select products up to 50%. So beat the crowds now and save. Because trust us, you don't want to miss out on Raycon's early Black Friday sale. Hurry now to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 20% off site-wide. Buyraycon.com/Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber.
It is 10 minutes until top of the hour, and this portion of the show is brought to you by carshield.com/Bubba. We all know that Halloween was yesterday, but something none of us want is to come up with something a little frightening like a warning light. And Helmsy almost experienced that yesterday when he saw that happening to his truck. But thank goodness he
tore it up.
He just, you know what he did? He turned it off, turned it back on, and acted like it didn't happen. So he got lucky. But some of you might not be as lucky. Auto repair costs are up about 20% from last year. Which is about 4 times the rate of inflation. If an unexpected breakdown happened today and you had carshield.com/Bubba contracts and options to fit every budget, providing repair coverages for up to 5,000 parts from alternators to big-ticket items like your transmission. Even if your car is just over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive repairs, so don't get caught up in that. Make sure you go to carshield.com today. That's carshield.com today. We appreciate their administrators. They handle the paperwork, repairs. You choose your own ASC-certified mechanic. Plus, when your car breaks down and you're stuck on the side of the road, you get 24/7 roadside assistance, coast-to-coast roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and a rental car, too. So don't wait. Get that price locked in and see what you can save. Right now, I know you can save 20% on your plan by going to carshield.com/Bubba, and you'll always be prepared for the unexpected. You can also go to rickandbubba.com and look under the sponsors button. That's always a good default for you. That's carshield.com/Bubba. Save 20% and get that plan today so you're protected. All right, so there's a lot of stories out, some just smaller stories, kind of meaningless. I thought this was interesting. We brought up the Raiders yesterday. and how bad they've gotten.
Raiders.
And I see where they have fired Coach Josh McDaniels and GM Dave Ziegler, I should say.
Cleaning house.
They're gone.
Oh, haircut got him.
Yep.
Sure did.
What if he walked in? What when you're being fired by him and you got that bowl haircut? Do you go, well, I know you fired me, but at least I don't have that hair.
Yeah.
That's the worst haircut I've ever seen.
If you're the CEO, president, owner of the Raiders, and you got to make that decision, Dad, who you going after?
Buddy, let me tell you something.
And it doesn't matter. Don't think about contracts. Don't think about anything like that. Who are you going after?
I knew you were going to say that.
I was waiting on that too. I didn't know that you would say it.
I'm just kidding.
That's so good.
I don't even know who's out there. I don't know who half the coaches are. I really don't. They all look. I know the coach in Miami looks like he's 15 years old.
He does. He's done a good job too.
And he has done a good job. I kind of like him.
Yeah.
He's kind of done things different.
I don't.
So you're just not going to answer my question. That's fine.
I don't know him.
Yeah, I don't know
honest
enough.
to God, don't know who's Bill Belichick because he's tired of what's
he
going on.
may be done
He's
here
tired of what's
soon.
happening.
Hearing rumblings. We talked about that.
I heard Jim Harbaugh was going to the Patriots.
Now, his name always pops
I
up
know.
in the NFL, especially with all that crap going on.
You heard it first here. Heard it first here.
I wish y'all cared more about the Raiders.
Let me ask you this. I thought, and I haven't kept up, but wouldn't you think, remember when Chase Young came out of Ohio State and he was the second overall pick of the draft, wouldn't you think that they would get more than they gave a third-round pick for him? That's all. When the Commanders traded him, all they got was a third-round pick from the 49ers. I mean,
you would think so, yeah.
I mean, I haven't kept up with his career. I know he was considered really good.
You don't hear his name mentioned much.
No,
I
you
don't.
don't.
Of course,
You
him and Bosa back together. So
Yeah.
That's.
And I saw where.
But I'm just saying, I would have thut they would have had to give more than a third-round pick.
Yeah, and I saw on the other side of the defensive end line is Sweat out of Mississippi State, and I see where he got traded to the Bears, and I thought they got a second round.
Commanders are just cleaning house. Sounds like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
don't know. I just I haven't kept up with it. I know Chase Young was considered a big deal. I thought because it hadn't been 4 years maybe.
Yeah, about that. You know what's tough because it's a business at the end of the day. So you just got to look at it like that. But if you're on the staff and you're on the roster for the Commanders, do you look around and go, so what, are y'all just giving up on
this year? We're done.
Are we done? I mean, I still got to go out and earn my paycheck, but so we're done.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? You know,
I know. So we got 6 or 7 more games.
Yeah.
We're out. We're done. See you later.
Sorry, buddy. We're done. We're kind of unloading here, and we're going to see what we can get for everybody. Okay, great. That's awesome. That's just wonderful. Looking here at the let's see here. Looking at the NFC East, they're 3-5, a distant third here. We've got Philadelphia at 7-1 and Dallas at 5-2. That's going to take care of itself. They play this coming Sunday, and then Washington 3-5 and the Giants at 2-6. So I guess they're just saying it's over, guys. Sorry.
Yeah.
And San Francisco's a contender in the NFC West, so at least he's going to a contender. But the Bears for Sweat, they're 2-6. They're a distant fourth in the NFC North.
Yeah,
so
that's bad.
That's not good. That's not good at all. Helmsy, let's rapid fire with some questions here to wrap up the hour.
Do you remember the first book that you ever read?
No.
You mean children's book or like a legit book?
Let's go legit book.
Where the red fern grows.
Yeah. It's a good answer.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember. Didn't
either.
read much as a kid. Don't read much now. I listen to a lot of books, but I don't read. I mean, I guess you consider that reading, but I couldn't tell you.
Little Ann and Old Dan. That was the dog's name. Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
Book you're reading now or listening to?
I can't think of the name of it. Crap. Let me think.
When y'all do audiobooks, does it frustrate you when the author
I don't do audiobooks.
like,
Maybe I need to.
Like right now, I'm listening to Tom Brady's book that he had a couple years ago, and I like it better because he's voicing it. Do you like it when somebody, the actual person it's about, is voicing it?
I do.
Oh, too.
Yeah,
I'm disappointed a lot of times when it's not their voice.
Yeah,
it depends. It depends. Are they a good? Do they deliver well? In other words, does it sound like they're struggling?
How about this? Let me tell you, this was a bit to me. There was a book on Roger Federer that come out a few years ago, and I was listening to it. And any time there was a quote from him, the author would try to read it and impersonating
sound like
it.
him.
Yeah,
See, now I really
and it was a huge belt to me.
nothing to do
could
with
not,
that.
Could
No,
not
I don't
do
want
it.
that.
I don't want to hear that.
Nope.
And like Jay Billis, the basketball
Yeah.
analyst and player, and he's an attorney too. That book Toughness, he voices it, and it made it so much better
Yeah,
for me.
it does.
So.
I definitely don't want somebody trying to sound like him. Wait a minute, I do remember the book I just finished, Speedy. The one about Ramato or whatever, the soldier that you brought.
Yeah.
I finished that.
Okay.
That was a good one.
Okay.
Can't remember the name of it, but anyway.
I always wondered if
But
we're
you
the
just
only.
finished it?
Yeah.
I always wondered if we're the only ones. Okay. Does all of your silverware at home match?
No.
No, it does
Ours
not.
does not either.
No.
Does not.
And I always think
I got
we
about
probably
3 different styles.
We do too.
We do
Okay,
too.
Mason, Amanda, I hope you're listening.
And you know what? That's okay.
And
I
I
think
have
so,
Okay.
too.
That's okay. We're
Let
the
me
ones.
ask you
We're the
this.
ones using it. It's in our
I know.
mouth.
Now, I'm not talking about above. That's good. I consider spoons 2 sizes that you eat with.
Uh-huh.
Out of those 2, now, don't give me anything, but there's one that's small and one that's a little bit bigger.
Right.
Which one do you go
Bigger.
Bigger
with?
every
I go
time.
with the small.
Do you?
If
Yeah.
What do
I'm
you?
doing, here's what's funny. If
So
I'm
you
doing
like working harder?
I something about it. I don't like the giant scoop.
if I'm doing soup, I do the smaller one.
That's me.
Anything else, I do the bigger one.
Yeah.
Like bowl of cereal, I do the bigger
yeah.
one.
I do
yeah.
too.
For some reason, we got this long, skinny spoon that makes 0 sense.
Yeah,
No,
Terry
I've
has
got
It kind
that
of gets in
too.
the way.
I got a few rogue spoons that I'm not sure
Yeah.
about.
I'd like to
I don't know
toss
what
them.
your purpose is.
Yeah, but it's
Then I
weird.
got some little tiny spoon.
Yeah,
that
That's
I use
interesting
to-
that you go
to
small.
Stir up my vitamin C.
Mm.
I don't know, something about that big giant one. I'm just
Were you scared of it?
a little bit.
Good night.
like if I'm eating, let's say yogurt, ice cream, cereal, whatever, it's always the big spoon. But when I go soup, it's small.
Yeah,
It's strange.
Interesting.
That is weird.
I'm
that's
quirky.
very, very
I'm like
weird.
Harbaugh.
Yeah.
No, we'll hold them.
No, well, I mean, okay. If you're scared, well, you're scared of that. He's scared of big spoons. Good night.
Yeah.
I would consider you. So you like working harder and taking.
He doesn't like that you
I
use a
just
small
like-
spoon.
I think I enjoy my
That
food.
really bothered
It
me. Yeah,
lasts
I can
longer.
tell.
Well, what
Yeah.
would you use it for? You got to use it for something.
I don't know.
I just don't like the giant one.
Wow.
There it is.
I'm just gonna go to a break.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, Bubba, once again, it appears that Bernie Sanders, with all of his ideas about hourly wages, that somebody actually handed him a calculator.
Rick, incredible story. And again, showing the lack of vision, lack of knowledge, and I think lack of calculator ownership dealing with Bernie Sanders. Okay, so he's out giving his stump speeches about we should have $15 minimum wage. But people started looking in his campaign workers, and they go, we're not getting $15. So he is being mocked online now and by certain radio shows after admitting he plans to cut the hours of campaign staffers who are not getting the $15 minimum wage he campaigned for. Field organizers working on the Sanders campaign put in an average of about 60 hours a week, which makes their equivalent pay $13 an hour. The staffers who are unionized have asked the campaign manager to boost their salaries to meet the level of pay that the senator advocates for, $15 an hour. Following the news, Sanders told one of the local newspapers there in Iowa that his campaign will now limit the number of hours staffers work to 42 or 43 each week, the equivalent of $15 an hour. Now, Rick, what they don't even figure into that, you're supposed to pay time and a half for over 40. I don't even see that addressed in this. But the point is, he's out there campaigning for people to give $15 an hour. That's a living wage. I mean, that's Rick. That's what you.
How would you say it?
You owe them $15 an hour. That's a living wage. But he wasn't doing it himself.
Right.
And now that he's been called on the carpet about it, he can't give them the hours they were making before, so they're actually going to lose money in this thing.
Hey, Bern, if you take the number 15 and just do less 15s, then you haven't. I mean, you're telling them that you can't pay them $15 an hour because the hours they're working it costs too much. Well, how about that?
Yeah.
So what he
And
says
there's
is,
your answer.
I'll pay 15s. I'll just pay less 15s. You talking about exactly what every single business will have to do?
Now, Donald Trump Jr.'s
It's all
girlfriend.
going to be the same number.
Donald Trump Jr.'s girlfriend and former Fox News host Kimberly Guilfoyle tweeted out, "The rules of economics exist even within a campaign of a socialist."
Yeah,
and they do. And one of the Republicans had made the point: setting the beginning wage for a worker really is not even a government issue. He don't even think they ought to be in setting minimum wage.
Well, they
that ought to
shouldn't be. They shouldn't be.
negotiated between a job and a worker.
Yeah, and if you're going out there and you say, "Man, you're a hoss, we want you. What do y'all pay?" Well, this is what we pay. Nah, I'm not working for that. And then if a business can't fill the needs, they will go, "We pay people too little. We can't survive. So we got to pay a little more, but we can't pay so much that we can't survive how much our overhead is either." And the free market works that out.
Yeah.
When the government gets involved, all they do,
and too, Rick,
it's a term we have.
The quote unquote,
it's a term my dad used to say when I had something messed up.
The quote unquote minimum wage, it was supposed to be, the very minimum for an introductory type job. That's not supposed to be how you try to feed your family. That's how you're supposed to get in the system, even the way it's set up now, and then do good and move up. It was not supposed to guarantee that you're going to live the life of Riley.
Right.
It never was.
Mm-hmm. And then the business has to, if they can't make it work, then they have to start cutting people's hours. So they haven't made any more money.
No, they haven't. That's the point. If there was more money, they could already be making that. Right. Or you're going to have a situation where you're going to go somewhere else to make more money.
Right.
That's the only way you get more money where you are now.
Right.
It's the way it works. Everybody knows that.
Look, everybody knows that.
Come on, that's basic economics. That's 100 stuff.
I mean, guys, I don't know. Can somebody tell Bernie that if you pay somebody for 20 hours at $5 an hour, or you pay them $10 an hour for 10 hours, it's the same amount of money?
Here's the thing. That is one of the geniuses right now that vote on our budgets. As a senator, by the way, keep in mind.
Right.
Okay. He's not an intern on Capitol Hill. That's a sitting senator.
Well, he's also
he wants to be president, and doesn't understand that. So, do you think he can work a trade deal out with China? I doubt it. Not one that he didn't get taken advantage of. Hey, you can do it, Bubba. Get off my back. I'll tell you this.
Well, I think it's even deeper than this. I go as far as to say.
Tell him, Rick.
I'll go as far as to think. I think some of these people are just flim flam artists. I think they're totally fake.
Yeah,
I think they say things. They think they say my best chance to win. I'm not going to grab the people that feel the way about America that Trump supporters feel. So I got to go out and get these people that think that I'm really a socialist, but I don't live as a socialist. Nor do I think socialism works, because it can't. Because once again, this is the classic far left attitude. We want people to live a certain way, but we're not going to live that way.
Yeah.
Rick, here's the thing.
And that's what ruling class and socialism, they all have that attitude.
One of the funniest things, online columnist Stephen Miller commented, for the first time in his life, socialist Bernie Sanders practiced economics, and, buddy, the results are hilarious.
Yeah.
Wow. He added, why won't millionaire Bernie Sanders, who owns 3 homes, instead of cutting hours, pay his staff a living wage?
Six minutes now past the hour. Another hour beginning in Rick and Bubba history. We sure are glad that you're here. This hour starts with our national anthem. Come on with it. Here we go, 7.5 minutes past the hour. The old Rick and Bubba show, she rolls on. She rolls on. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy have already given you a kickoff hour on all the Rick and Bubba platforms, whether that be live or archived, and they're available for you. Live options, America's boldest radio stations. Thank you for carrying the Rick and Bubba show on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. Another option for live is our YouTube experience. Eddie Van Adler joins us. He's got that. Watching us on YouTube, hello tubers. And you can also catch us on our TuneIn app. That's a live streaming app. Get that from TuneIn, which is a free download. Just search the Rick and Bubba channel. You get the live show. Your archive options are YouTube. You can watch the video archive, or our podcast channel, catch the audio archives. Or if you have our TuneIn app, when the live show is over, you get archives of full shows as well. So live and archive, there's all the options. You can find them at rickandbubba.com. However you are here, we're just glad you're here, either while it's happening or on your own time. We'll take you any way we can get you. We're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with the golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, come on in.
Somebody say driver's seat, baby.
I can't remember the last time I had a ding dong.
Hey. Bubba, how are you?
I am good. How are you?
Well, you know what? We're ready to go. Did you watch the World Series last night?
I did not.
Apparently, neither is anyone else.
Right.
Lowest rated World Series in a long time. So anyway,
I thought it was ever.
Is it ever?
I don't know.
So
I've heard various reports. I don't know.
Yeah. So anyway, no, I didn't watch it either. I was kidding around. I heard that the ratings were low on it, but I don't even know who won or
Texas
what's going
has
on.
a 3-1 lead.
All right, Texas.
Seager hit another home run.
Yep.
It was. I think Speedy said it was 10-0 at one point. Ended up being 11-7.
Wow.
I believe.
Yeah,
so
okay.
Diamondbacks made a run, but a little too late.
Yeah, they'll take a day off and be back in Texas on Wednesday night. And if the Rangers win, they'll win it all.
For the first time ever.
Oh, really?
Ever. Yeah.
So that story didn't fire anybody up?
No, Rick, it doesn't because it's the Diamondbacks and the Rangers.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And another thing,
because we were staring at a Houston Philly.
Yeah.
With a loaded full of stars.
Yeah.
And now no one can name but maybe 2 or 3 people on each of these teams.
Yeah, I got you.
That's it.
You know, and I know we've talked about this ad nauseum, and it's like taking that dead horse and just rearing back and just kicking the fool out of it. But if I could take over baseball, and I would be more than willing to do it, we can't be playing baseball in November. Okay, we have got to get baseball finished before. We're not just competing with football and now basketball. We're 9 games, 10 games into football. Okay, so that is ridiculous. I mean, baseball needs to be done. I would end the World Series in August. I'd be done with it, and because I think it's more hype. Everybody's into it. The other stuff hadn't started yet. You compete with football for 10 weeks. And then you also start competing now with basketball as well, and you just kind of get lost unless you've got something like a Houston and the Phillies. You know, if you had an Arizona and you had a Texas World Series that was happening in August, you probably can still garner some interest. But there's so many other things people can do. There's so
holding a coffee cup and holding court. It really brings it.
So I'm here to take over baseball. And by the way, I mean, maybe baseball could tell me to cram it, clown, because they may say we make all the money we want. We couldn't care less if you like our World Series.
And I think that's probably what they would
according to the
say.
salaries they pay.
And I don't think they could pay the players.
I guess I'll just cram it.
The things that they do money-wise if they didn't have 162 games. I think that's the first problem is we play too many baseball games.
Way too many.
162.
I'd cut that thing down to about maybe 60 games. I'd cut it by 100 games. And,
okay.
And then
I would take it down to 100.
Yeah,
I think 100 is a good
make it
number.
100 if you win the World Series.
75
in Game 7.
games.
Yeah.
We'll do 75 games, and we're going to have the World Series done at the end of August. You're going to come out of Labor Day with your World Series garb on, if that was your team.
Now, tickets are going to be double the price.
That's fine.
And I don't know how that would work with the fan base, but...
Well, apparently with sports fans, because again that word fanatic,
they seem not to care.
Apparently, if their team is their world, they'll pay anything, anytime, anywhere, and they'll find money for that. Now, if you need money for things that seem to be more important, everybody gets a little bit tight.
Yeah.
But money. Hey, my budget for my sports team, baby, it's nobody can touch that. So
got my traveling budget. Here we go.
That's right. That's untouchable.
Yeah, it is.
What kind of email you returned over there? Nothing
behind the curve.
I was about to say nothing's happening. Is it nothing we need to know?
I hope not.
Okay.
I hope not.
15 minutes past the hour. We'll come back. We'll jump in. We got stories today. We got your phone calls. Wednesday Bible study back today. We're almost done with the Revelation. We go Revelation 22 today, verses 6 through 12. If we believe that Christ is returning, how should we be living now? We'll talk about that today. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
People are starving.
Bubba, why won't Bernie pay a living wage?
Why won't Bernie pay a living? I wish everybody that sees Bernie Sanders will ask him why he didn't pay a living wage.
I've moved him to $15 an hour. Yeah, but you cut the hours back, so they ain't making any more money.
No.
You're not paying them anymore.
And see, here's the thing. Look at the optics of this. Now he can say, I'm paying them $15 an hour.
Oh, that's exactly what he's doing.
But he's cut their hours back. So they're not making any more money.
No.
They're making more per hour.
He's just playing a shell game.
Did we not do a story a couple years ago? Wasn't it Oregon that started the 15-hour first?
Yes. Well, there was 10 first, and then they went to 15.
Well, some of them, the people who were benefiting from it, actually it kicked them up into a bracket where they couldn't get public assistance, so they asked them to cut their hours.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? They went to their boss and said, we need to work less because I make too much money.
And now you've messed up my public assistance requirements.
And you see in the basic open market, we've got a messed up deal here.
Oh, we do.
Because of that. You got people going, I'm making too much, cut my hours, I want public assistance, I don't want to work. Blah, 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 blah. You've got just a big mess. And that's because the government intervened with an artificial barrier that shouldn't have been there. Look, I understand. I've worked for minimum wage. I got it. You want more. There's a way to do it. I mean, that's where you're being unionized comes in. That's where working as a group comes in. Or you be so good at what you're doing, they don't want to lose you.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that's crazy.
Right.
That's just crazy. Isn't
Bubba, you know what you're talking about, don't you?
Crazy.
You're talking about merit-based income. God almighty.
What?
What the holy?
And look, I want everybody to be able
free market.
to have a living wage and hopefully get a home one day, rent to begin with, buy later, be a consumer. That's what our economy's about.
Mm-hmm. I've tried to teach little Frenchie that capitalism has produced the highest standard of living in the history of the world.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's even the communist countries have a version.
Well, you know what I said?
Because they have to.
I pointed when we went to Tupelo. I went to Elvis's little house, And I said, only in America can you start right here, and now
King of rock and roll,
and make the kind of money he made out of Tupelo, Mississippi, and a little shotgun shack.
Yeah.
Yeah, good luck trying
right
that.
to the Ed Sullivan show.
You know what socialism would have said to you? Socialism would have said, this little hill you on, this is your whole world the rest of your life.
Yeah, that's what you do.
Mm-hmm. That's your thing.
You know, and you have to wonder with Bernie Sanders, does he believe the stuff he's showing?
No, I say no.
So he's a scam artist.
You know why
he's
I say
just
no?
saying all that crap, try to buy votes.
You know why I say no, Bubba? I look at the way he lives his life. That's the truth. The truth.
Millionaire.
The truth is what you
Bernie
do.
Sanders.
It's not what you say. It's what
You
you
talking
do.
about millionaire Bernie Sanders?
Yes. 3 houses. Why does he need 3 houses? I say he should have as many as he wants.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bizarre. Let's go wacky world here. And a lot of. Bubba, first of all, if you are a male and you are watching us on YouTube, I suggest that you listen and do not look at the screen because this next story will take the breath of every man. It's one thing to be hit in a sensitive area. It's another thing to be hit in a sensitive area while wearing one of those teeny little bikini male swimsuits. What are those things called? Speedos. And then kicked in your Speedo by a horse. You see there? I'm watching the men in the golden ticket season. They just said, Rick, tell us it didn't happen. I got news for you. This guy gets hit, and I'm talking about direct hit. I'm talking about a horse.
This would never happen to me, Rick. You know why? I will never be in a Speedo. Never, not one time.
No, I'll never be in a Speedo.
I wish that was Greg so badly.
Oh, gosh. My goodness.
I hate to say anybody deserves it. I'm wearing those shorts while petting the horse.
Oh, my God.
Well, first
You're
off,
asking for it.
We obviously have a case that this guy's got bad judgment. Okay, one, in what he's wearing. Two, why are you petting the horse from behind?
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Look at that. Look, hey, I'm sharp.
Yeah, bam.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Did y'all know this beach?
Y'all, that is a...
Yeah, I mean, that's a direct hit right there. My goodness. Oh, my gosh.
Why are the horses on the beach?
You can see it move.
They're wild.
I mean, you talking about a guy hit. It was.
I
don't know.
Is there any more footage of him rolling on the beach?
Do we have a report on how he's doing?
He gets right back up. You can tell.
A cup wouldn't have saved that.
No.
Y'all, so he thought that looked good.
Can I, guys? What gets me?
That's the thing, Greg. A lot of people think they look good in that.
It has wild horses.
Yeah. You guys, let me even set
this wild horse. Wham!
Let me set this up, guys. There's also some interest, guys, that there's a beach in Maryland that wild horses run around.
I didn't know.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me
Here we
to
go.
my
20 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. So apparently, showing you how much we're following the World Series. It's actually tonight. So another game tonight. So if Texas wins tonight for their first World Series ever, and so we'll see what happens.
That's kind of shocking. I thought the Rangers had one, didn't you?
No, I didn't know. Because it's one of those teams. The franchise changed the way it's. Or is it the Nationals? One of them has a very confusing history.
No, the Rangers have been the same bunch.
Yeah. They just hadn't won.
It was the Nationals.
I think they made it to one.
Trying to figure out the Nationals background. Boy, that was a wild ride. I heard the Kickoff Hour break that down the other day.
You know what I think? I think the fact that who's the pitcher? I can't even think of his name this morning. I told Rick in the break. I said I'm in low gear this morning. I got to get it together.
Can you?
I could see his face, and I can't think of his name.
I'm sorry.
The pitcher that played for the Rangers, the fastball.
He's about Nolan Ryan.
Nolan Ryan. Oh, thank you. I guess the fact that he played for that he played there. You assume with the success he had that they'd probably won one.
Right. Yeah. It's.
Can you name the only team that has never been to a World Series?
Never even been to one.
Never been to one. Now.
Do they have to currently still be a team?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there is currently a team out there right now that has never been to a World Series.
San Diego Padres.
No. Now, to your defense, they've been to one but hadn't won it.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh. They went pretty recently, didn't they, the Padres?
No, I don't know about that.
I don't
Now
remember.
you're stepping out.
I have
You're
no
getting
idea.
crazy
It
with
would have been the
Angels.
Cubs till
No.
a few years ago.
Angels have actually won it.
Have they?
Yeah.
That shows you.
No,
how
the
much I
Marlins
care.
have won
Yeah,
a
that's
couple.
right, they have.
Yeah,
It's not the Marlins.
The Marlins, by the way, they've won World Series, but it's like it never really happened.
Y'all are gonna be mad.
It's a straight, and they actually have had some really good teams, but it's like nobody cares.
Yeah.
You know,
And
it's
they'll win it, then they sell everybody
Yeah,
they got.
then they sell
on-
everybody. Is it a pretty well-known team?
Yeah. I mean, they've been around a while.
Been around.
They've had some
White Sox.
franchise guys.
No, the White Sox.
Think out west.
All right, we're going out west. Would it be Colorado Rockies?
Mariners? No.
The Rockies have been, but never won.
Okay.
Mariners. You just said it. I'm
Yeah,
sorry. I was
There it
looking
is.
at
It's,
that.
Mariners.
Seattle.
Okay.
The Rockies have been.
Yeah. They've never won.
High pitch.
The
By the way, I
teams,
didn't know that. I don't remember that at all.
At all.
Padres, Rockies, Rangers, Rays, and Brewers have all played but never won it.
Okay.
And the Mariners have just never been.
Okay. Well, how about that?
There you go.
There's your fact for the day, America.
There you go. Chew on that, America. All
The
right.
Mariners are minus.
Okay, so last night, for the first time in a sport that we all care about, college football, or at least here in our culture. I know some of you go, who told you we cared about that? But we do. Our culture does, and a lot of people do. So last night, the playoffs, if we were to play, we got to look at it last night. Now, I consider this year to be a throwaway year because I'm ready for the 12-team playoff.
Yeah.
So this year doesn't. I'm barely even watching it.
I feel like finally, after all these years,
Right.
we're going to have a decent playoff.
Yeah, the rearranging of the SEC conference and the fact that we're going to do the best 12 teams in the country all in a playoff. It's like this year, I'm just like, can we get past this year?
Yeah.
So anyway, but right now, Bubba, the team that everybody says is the best in the land. Or
The
at least
Buckeyes.
The Buckeyes. Ohio State.
Ohio State University.
And I have no issue with how they do the rankings, how they came to that conclusion in their position and the things they use to determine that, like strength of schedule and all that. Got no problem with Ohio State being number one right now. But I will say this, if my house was riding on it or my next month's check and Ohio State was playing Georgia, if you think I'd bet on Ohio State, you'd be crazy.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
Yeah.
I wouldn't take them. Although I didn't realize that Georgia had played such a weak schedule. Said the real matchup here, the Buckeyes have played a much stronger schedule to date than Georgia. They have 2 top 10 victories over Penn State at number 11 and Notre Dame at number 15. Georgia has 0 top 25 victories and a strength of schedule that ranks 100 according to ESPN. The Bulldogs have only beaten 2 FBS teams with winning records.
Yep.
So they've had a weak run so far. Michigan has even a weaker schedule than Georgia. They're ranked at 111.
Which is why I never believe in Michigan when they get to the playoff.
Now, they say the metrics of this will change dramatically in the coming weeks as both teams will hit the hardest part of their respective schedules. Georgia has games against number 12 Missouri, number 10 Ole Miss, and number 17 Tennessee in the next 3 weeks. Michigan has number 11 Penn State and number 1 Ohio State left.
I think that the biggest story of last night is Florida State. So that they would be in. And I mean, some of you, it's kind of like the way that we forget sometimes that we're older. Is Florida State not being in the top 5 is weird to us. But Florida State has been on a run that some of you, all you know is Florida State not being good. But let me tell you something. They were a dominant program under Bobby Bowden and even on into Jimbo Fisher. But then it kind of faded away. But boy, they seem to be back.
Yeah, well, they won a national championship, so they've been very good. Looking in, number 5 Washington, number 6 Oregon, number 7 Texas, number 8 Alabama, number 9 Oklahoma, and number 10 Ole Miss. So Lane Kiffin has got the Rebs in striking distance.
We're all looking forward to the 12-team playoff, and this morning I couldn't help but look to see who would be left out if it was today, and it would be Louisville at 13.
Who's second in the ACC?
My human nature took me to number 13 this morning just to see who would
just
be left
to see
out.
what it would look like.
But I mean,
a different world.
But how exciting is it to see? If you were sitting here right now and we were heading into a 12-team playoff
with Ohio State, Georgia, Michigan, Florida State, Washington, Oregon, Texas, Alabama, Oklahoma, Ole Miss, Penn State, and Missouri. How about Missouri being there at 12?
Yeah.
We're gonna see what they got this week.
Yeah, well, you're gonna see Missouri, Ole Miss, some of those are gonna work themselves out. Alabama with the remaining part of the SEC schedule. So.
Yeah, but just remember, it's not just like the top 12. It's conference champions and who lines up where.
Well, Speedy, this is all we got to work with right now.
I know, but
right
I'm just
now,
saying if it was the first round and it existed today, the first round would be number 24, Tulane, which would be the 12th seed, playing Michigan, who's number 3. Then it would be Oklahoma and Alabama in the first round, and then it would be Penn State, Oregon, and Ole Miss and Texas. The byes would be Washington, Ohio State, Florida State, and Georgia in the quarterfinals. So Tulane and Michigan, the winner would play Washington. Oklahoma, Alabama, the winner would play Ohio State.
That is what I'm talking
Penn
about.
State, Oregon, the winner would play Florida State. And Ole Miss, Texas, the winner would play Georgia.
Let's go.
Speedy, help me. You said Tulane. What are they?
They're at number 24 right now.
But why would they be in the the conference champion?
They would be the conference champion right now.
What conference are they in?
The AAC.
They would be the highest ranked
they're in
non-power
American.
5, right?
Yeah.
That person gets automatic.
I want y'all
Greg
to
weighing in with a confident voice.
I'm just telling you. Let me tell you who loved all this yesterday is Kirby Smart. Nobody thinks we can do it. Nobody respects you. We won 2 in a row.
He got the bulletin board material he needed to win 3 in a row.
On a platter.
Yep.
On a platter.
So this year, are we looking at a possibility that Alabama will not be in the playoffs for the first time?
Well, they control their own destiny, right? If they beat LSU and went out, they go to Atlanta and they play Georgia
and
or whoever.
They weren't in it last year.
They weren't in it last year.
Oh, was it last year there wasn't any? Wow.
No.
It just seems strange. That's right. Because it was strange not having them in it.
Right, yeah. Yep. But like I say, keep an eye on the Crimson Train, though. It's moving. They're getting better.
It's picking up steam.
It is. So just keep an eye on it. You don't really want them on your schedule.
No.
They can be problematic. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Is nobody want to talk about that?
It's on an island just off the coast.
Is this
of
like
Maryland.
that Pig Island out in the Bahamas?
Or what about Goat Island? Bubba knows about Goat Island.
Monkey Island in Nicaragua.
Well, you know what? I don't get behind them and pet them. With my Speedo on,
especially wearing the old hammock.
I've seen them butt a little kid or something, knock him over sometimes.
But guys, I'm not walking around in one of those anywhere. Certainly not around wild horses.
Well, I'm gonna say that if somebody had to get kicked in that scenario, I'm glad it was him.
He should have been kicked for wearing it.
Yeah.
Look at Powell coming by in the straw hat or the Gilligan hat.
Wham! Oh my gosh, y'all!
You know, everybody's saying I'm about tired of seeing this guy walk around the Speedo.
Hey Speedo people! Hey Speedo people! Come on now, enough! Come on, that's enough.
Yeah.
If you're not a professional or Olympic diver, or swimmer, you can't walk around without it. Right. I mean, because there's no function for it now.
Look, there's so much beach attire you can wear. You don't have to wear.
Because if you're swimming and diving, they say, well, something to do about the aerodynamics. Or the water and all this. There's no reason for this guy on the beach around wild horses to be wearing that.
No, Rick.
Now, Greg, do you believe the story of how the horses got there?
What DeSoto leave them or something?
Yeah, they claim a shipwreck 300 years ago.
No,
300 years ago.
That's possible.
Them horses would be long dead. It's a joke.
No, I got you.
We got it, Greg.
It's just kind of like
I want to see Speedy go, yeah.
It's like I felt earlier with Dan Moultrie. When Dan Moultrie was trying to take a phrase or a word, and I was like, "Dan, you're on the wire, and the wind's blowing.
Yeah, I think
the wind is blowing.
Let's get rid of the
I think we committed a major viilation this morning.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So anyway, there's an island there. However, they got there, and they claim it was a shipwreck.
You talking about Horse Island?
And these horses,
they swam to it.
These wild horses have been on this beach and on this island.
Same ones,
and tourists go there and lay out on the beach with horses walking around. I tell you what, you don't do is attempt to walk up with a Speedo on and pet one.
Yeah, I don't know if they're anti-Speedo or they would kick anybody.
All right, we also have
that was a vicious hit.
It was.
I mean, right.
And I mean to have such a good video of it.
Oh,
we could have illustrated that. You know.
Well, speaking of hits,
oh my gosh,
this one here, I think was late was late last week, and it kind of went viral on social media this past weekend. But apparently, it was some rodeo or something going on, and everybody is leaning over the rail teasing a bull.
Oh, buddy!
And I guess one of the guys he was leaning over.
This is disturbing.
Waist deep. I mean, he's leaning way over.
I'm
okay.
sure.
And that bull jumps up and knocks him out. I mean,
what kind of idiot?
I love it. Somebody taunting and gets hit.
They taunt a bull. Look right there. And
look at me.
And hey!
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my gosh.
That's much worse than I thought.
He must be dead.
If that was your buddy.
I mean, that looks like he could be dead.
Oh,
my
God.
The sheer force.
Let me see here.
Don't you know his friends?
Okay, look at y'all. I think he
might
watch the bull's right horn. Right there.
Possible.
Oh my
That's
goodness.
much worse than I thought.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know if that guy.
Oh gosh.
Good night.
He's running with the
What
bulls.
an idiot.
Where is this at, Speedy?
It doesn't say.
How about that
here.
bull said, okay.
Piedmont.
Yeah, the cattle round, Piedmont.
Look, he's trying to get back, and he can't get back in time.
Man, I'm gonna see it full speed again.
Picture that being Speedy.
Y'all,
and all of us being
there's a side of me. Anybody that gets out there and messes with a bull, it's hard for me to have a lot of compassion for them. The running.
Goodness, guys.
Now,
flat back.
now, if you, Rick, let's just say you're at a supermarket and you're in the frozen food section, and a bull comes through and tramples you. I feel bad for the person.
Yeah.
But
I was just here trying to get produce.
The bull was mean there.
But a guy who goes after the
That
bull
is a
and
direct
taunts the bull
headbutt.
and then gets butted in the face.
Oh. You know, all you got to say is, well, you know, he did ask for it.
All right, here's the question, Speed. I can't believe you're not already there. If one of these two things has to happen to you, is it the bull or the horse?
Oh, I'm going the bull because I don't think the horn got him.
That's a tough call.
I don't
but
know,
you may not have
Greg.
a
I
head
think he
left
might
the way
have.
he butted him.
Yeah, but
Look,
did you see
Greg,
where that horse
I think the right horn.
Have I
got
got to
the
be
guy
wearing
in the
that?
throat.
I got to be wearing that.
You have the protection that man has is the same you have.
All right, there it is. I'm going horse.
No, I don't think the horn got him.
I do, Greg. I do.
Y'all, but that had to break
Oh
his
yeah,
head.
that horn got him.
That had to break
That
his
horn
head.
didn't get him. Look, you can see the horns. Look, it's bad. Just the force because he rammed up against that other wall. His head probably hit that wall behind him.
Yeah, but you see blood right there on the horn.
No, there's no blood on the horn.
Rick, it's like the. Rick, it looks like the Bull's doing an eye opener. You remember tackling drills?
He is.
Those tackling drills.
That's a good linebacker right there. That's back when football was violent.
Got great position.
All right. I don't think he gets stabbed by it because you can see the horn when he goes backwards. 35 minutes past the hour. It's a rarity. It is a rarity, but it's happening. Normally, on the live flow of the show, we hardly ever take phone calls this early in the live show, but today we will. The real Greg Burgess is on the phones. Because I talk to people all the time, Bubba, I'm sure you do too, say, look, my commute is short. I only catch maybe one segment of the show live.
And that's a shame.
Yeah, and they said if I hit it wrong, I only get about 5 minutes because the other 5 minutes was commercials. But anyway, you can join us now. We do have lines available. The real Greg Burgess there. You want to hit some of these early topics we just talked about or bring up what you want to talk about. 866 We Be Big. Greg's standing and ready to go. He'll get you ready. SimplySafeBubba.com. Now more than ever. I don't know if you saw that, Bubba, but somebody sent us some videos of some of these so-called teenage trick-or-treaters last night getting on people's porches and stealing all kinds of stuff. And, but they're able to catch it because they've got a Simply Safe system. And right now, if something is going on at your property, whether that be your home or your business, or maybe you're fortunate enough to have another property somewhere, they can actually interact with the intruders in real time and deter them from continuing the damage or stealing. And then, of course, they can get emergency help there quicker. And right now, we're going to get you up to 50% off a brand new security system that was named Best Home Security of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. SimplySafeBubba.com. Comprehensive protection, advanced sensors to detect these break-ins, fires, floods, and more. Powered by what I just mentioned, the 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. The new 24/7 Live Guard protection and the Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera. It is the latest innovation in security. So get yours now and add that fast protection plan. You're going to want that and get a special 50% off any security system. That's simplysafebubba.com or go to rickandbubba.com. You'll find it there under our sponsors button. To the phones we go. Let's go to Jesse in Alabama. Jesse, go right ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Y'all played the Dabo Swinney clip yesterday.
Yeah.
If I want to hear y'all's best Dabo Swinney impression, if somebody wants to call in and say, I don't know how you guys have been on the air for 30 years, all this nonsense y'all do, yada, 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 stuff like that. Give me the I no.
When we first started this show, I mean, this station, they hadn't been number one in 35 years. All right. And when they brought us in here, the advertising dollars were nothing. All right. And then after we started working here, I mean, you know, they wrote up almost $100,000 of business the first day they put us on there. All right. And, you know, and it's, hey, things aren't good right now. All right. I mean, hey, we're getting old. We're getting sleepy. All right. But think you got to look at the whole body of work we've done. All right. I mean, and I understand we could do better. Are we having a good show right now? Not really. All right. I got it. But we're going to correct it. And so I'm all right. And when's the last time you did a show, Travis? When's the last time you did a show, huh? All right. You probably weren't even born when this show went on there. All right. Something like that.
Yeah, I have nothing to add to that.
We continue. John out of Birmingham, Alabama, 104.7 WZZK. John, go ahead.
Morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Rick, on the baseball thing, man, stay in your lane, bro. Look, you're a football guy, and I understand it. I love football, okay? I played it, you played it, my boys played it, but I also love baseball. And your dad was a football coach. My dad coached me in baseball. Some of the greatest memories of my life were on a baseball diamond. And I'll go so far as to say, if there's a sport that's playing out a season, it's football. We got our kids in full gear in August and September, which are some of the hottest days of the summer.
I agree with you on that.
Football ought to start camp. Football ought to start camp October 1, play till February 28th, start games November 1 and play till February 28th and be done. So if there's anybody playing out a season, I think it's football. But anyway, love you guys. I just think I love baseball, and you wouldn't take advice on football from the soccer people. And Rick, you're a football guy. You're not a baseball guy. You tolerate it, but you don't love it. We love it.
How about this? My dad actually coached baseball when he was at Banks High School. So in your face on that. And baseball is actually my second favorite sport.
This is Dabo Swinney call all over again, isn't it?
All right, John. But John, you don't think that baseball should be playing their World Series in November, do you?
No, but I think the way it is the way it's all been for 100+ years, and I think that's perfectly fine.
All right, maybe I'm wrong. I thought the World Series used to end sooner than November. Am I wrong about that?
No, they expanded the schedule to 162 games, like in the 30s or something. Been a long time ago.
How about we compromise?
I would back it up so that it has to be done in mid-October.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we compromise? Start football October the 1st, and we'll end baseball September 30th.
Yeah, now I would take that.
Let's compromise and go there.
I would take that deal right now. John, are you good for that one? We end.
I'm good for that. I'm down.
Yeah, I am too. I think that would be the best of both worlds. Love you too, John. Thanks, buddy. I think that'd be the best of both worlds.
I'm a mediator.
I don't want to see baseball when it's really cold, and I don't really like football when it's extremely hot.
I don't either. Now, I agree with John 100% the football starts too early. No doubt. You're right. You're 100% right on that.
Well, the calendar's off. Yeah. We know that, right?
Well, being a baseball guy, having kids play it, we start too early on the high school and college level. I'm colder in baseball season than I am. If your team on a high school level or a college level doesn't make playoffs, and so you're done at the end of November, you're really never cold. But you start baseball February 1st or 2nd, you are freezing.
I know. I don't know. That makes no sense
the month of February into March,
you're
out there in upper 20s, lower 30s, about to die, and trying to swing a bat and stand there.
When I think it all got off, Rick, is when we started school mid-August. I think that's what messed everything up.
I think you're right.
Messed our tax base up at our vacation spot.
I would start baseball.
If I was dictator of the world, one, we'd quit changing the clock. That'd be step one.
Amen.
School would not begin before Labor Day. I might push it back a week.
Amen.
And then we can adjust the major sports schedules around that.
I would not start baseball until late March. Late, okay? I want to get into April, but I'm trying to be reasonable. Start it late March, and then over at September, okay? And then I believe, in high school and college, you'd be over in the summer, okay, or whenever that. And then I would not start football till September, maybe mid-September. And then I would end Major League Baseball at the end of September.
Yeah, I wouldn't have a problem with that. And basketball, we got to tuck it in there, too, on some ends.
Yeah, basketball, it can stay where it's at. Cause,
you want March Madness to finish up, but the pros play on, man. They're in the middle of the summer.
No, I probably wouldn't start basketball till after Christmas. I'm serious.
Okay, I'm just
I'm being completely serious.
I know you are.
Well, I would start it maybe in November to have some tournaments around Thanksgiving and all that.
A lot started. I know some colleges started last night.
Yeah. I would be open to starting it in December if y'all want to.
The Gamecocks play today. Both men and women, free admission. Go to the Pete. 11:30, the women tip off. 6 o'clock, the men.
Dylan.
Go Gamecocks.
Alabama. Go ahead, Dylan. Stay cocky.
Hey, y'all was talking about secondhand embarrassment yesterday on somebody singing the national anthem. I was wondering if y'all had heard Fergie sing it. I think it was the NBA All-Star Game or the NBA Finals, probably.
Oh yeah,
we showed that yesterday.
Oh yeah, we didn't show that yesterday. We played. We actually talked about that and played it when it happened. It was Flavor Flav that we played on Monday, and ooh.
Yeah, I think Adler showed a clip. We may not have put the audio up of Fergie.
He did. Yeah, we did.
Let me tell you something. Do you remember that one?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, and we're getting emails. Everybody's on us that we didn't warn them about Beth Mowens last night. No, last night.
Oh, I didn't know
college
that.
football.
Well, I didn't know that.
Well, it wasn't her. It was Courtney Lyle.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Okay, so y'all
Okay.
back off of us a little bit. Everybody's like, hey, man, you didn't warn us on Beth. What's up? Y'all got to step it up, and it wasn't Beth.
It wasn't Beth. Okay. Mike in Tennessee. Mike, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I sent you an email, Rick, about the New Jerusalem.
Uh-huh.
I've been doing kind of a deep dive on studying what this place is actually going to be like.
Uh-huh.
And I'm like, if somebody told me today that I could move to a place like that for free and live in this place, I mean, I would jump on that so fast. But the problem I think that we have with our human nature, with cultural Christianity especially, is people just don't really believe it.
No, and we're going to kind of talk about that today. You know, it's one of those things, belief and a saving faith, we talk about that a lot. It's not just, we always say people live out what they really believe. And, Peter talks about this, and we'll talk about this today because you're going to hear John say, all right, after you have seen this revelation, because we're getting to the end of it, how should you be living your life if you really believe this, to your point, Mike? And we'll unpack that today because it is strange, and I know it's because we're battling that finite mind and that flesh, and we're not glorified yet. Hopefully you're justified and you're being sanctified, and then when you're glorified, you'll have a whole new perspective. But I do think there's a certain perspective that is always going to be limited on this side because of our fallen flesh and our finite mind, But I understand what you're saying, and I know I was this way. There's a lot of people, and Rick Burgess for too long, what I was claiming to believe couldn't have been true because if it was, I wouldn't have been living the way I was living. Because I sure didn't live like it was the greatest, most important thing at the center of my life, and man, this is it. The most important things flow out of our life by how we actually live. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
His old face is red from embarrassment.
Greg, what, you're not going to be embarrassed about being kicked by a horse?
Yeah. I'm embarrassed wearing them.
So I'm that old, look just like that guy?
That guy, it had to crush his skull. It had
Is
to.
my tan a little better than his? The first
I may
guy?
go horse
too on this.
I mean, it helps some.
Greg, what if I said you had a tan and you looked somewhat ridiculous in it?
I just can't take a kick
I'm
hoof.
I'm just talking about being kicked by a horse in that area with that little
I'm
protection.
going with the bull. I'm sorry.
Has he been drinking?
The bull?
Greg. No. You're sober as a nun.
I bet that 3 has.
Hey, sober as a nun.
That changes everything.
It does. That's why I asked.
How about you're sober in both scenarios? Which one
I'm
happens?
going with the bull.
I think I'm going with the bull too.
No,
I'm still horse. I think
that guy. He may be He may not can make a sentence now.
That's a funny. Well, I'm gonna tell you what. If I was the guy at the beach, I couldn't make a sentence either.
Yeah, I was going to say, you act like that guy can talk. You know what's funny? Old pal. Yeah. You know about digging your shorts out of your
my goodness.
Scared me to death.
Maybe he'll get out of that outfit.
Yeah, riding them.
Oh my goodness!
All right, we didn't get to the creepy picture of the whales.
Well, who wants that?
Yeah. Look. And then there they are posing for the picture. Look.
Oh, I know.
Hey, I'm sharp.
Now look at this guy getting out of there.
Somebody help me!
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I do want to update you. All right, so now Costa Rica is having problems.
Not Dominican Republic, where we have been having the problems.
Costa Rica now says they have issues, but I wonder if all this may be coming from the same place that some of this is going on.
Well, at least we've got a lead on it, Rick. They said that they've issued a national alert about tainted alcohol after 19 people were confirmed to have died over the past few weeks from methanol poisoning. The government says several alcohol brands have been tainted with methanol, a poisonous alcohol found in solvents and antifreeze.
So they're zeroing in, but now this is Costa Rica, and then, of course, some of the Dominican people have died from minibar alcohol. Mm-hmm. So you wonder if that's not related. The soft drink person, it just happened lately. You wonder if that may not be.
Are we talking about one thing with all of this, or could it be multiple? Now, they're not saying that these brands were poisoned, per se. That is a possibility. They're saying there also could be a defect in the manufacturing process that is allowing this to happen.
Which we spoke about this a little bit in the kickoff hour about how they normally throw the first
run out
yeah,
because it contains a lot of the methanol.
Oh, really?
And so they said that it could be that there's a malfunction in the design, or it could be that they're trying to save money and using that when
they're buying cheap stuff that people are not as, I guess, on top of it.
Well, they, and I don't know their process on this. If all of them do their own, or they have a common component they're getting from somebody, they need to sound like they're working on it though.
And it could be just somebody trying to use these labels and selling in some black market deal.
You don't know.
Possibly.
At a cut rate price.
Yeah.
Also, this weird picture, and speaking out of Iceland, of these whales that have just, and Bubba, you're right. I guess they're trying to figure out what caused them to want to beach themselves. But usually when whales get in trouble, they start headed to the beach to go and die. And, that happens. But for this many to wash up at one time, look at all these whales. Look at this picture.
It says pilot whales. That's what they are, pilot whales. And they say they go in big groups like this anyway. Mm-hmm. So that's why you're seeing this number. But they said dehydration, which I don't get that.
No, they say they're members of the dolphin family.
Yeah.
They can grow up to 20 foot long.
Can live to be 45 years old.
No, not these.
Oh. Yeah.
So, what?
There may be a couple out there.
Maybe they are. Maybe they're 20 years old.
Yeah. Maybe it's a running pack.
Maybe
of
at
old
45 they run them from the beach.
That photo is real eerie though.
It is.
You don't imagine the stench.
Yeah.
When you
how much to walk through
all
that?
the birds too.
Oh,
you got to put your hand on them.
Well,
you got to touch every
You
one.
can't
of them.
get to this area with a vehicle, and so they're having to do it with copters.
Yeah. Tough. I mean, but now then you think about it, though, if I'm a person who eats dead whales, big day for me.
I don't know if these would
Rick, where's your mind today?
I'm talking about. We are working our way through another Rick and Bubba show. We thank you for being with us today. So I do want to make the point, and I know John was making sure that he let me know that I need to stay out of my lane, that he was the baseball expert and I needed to stand down. But we didn't start playing the World Series in November until 2001. I was going to say, but the break caught me. Didn't we call Reggie Jackson Mr. October?
We did.
Have we ever had anybody called Mr. November?
Now we might now.
Yeah, this kid from the Rangers may.
Yeah, but so John, we were not playing in the 1930s into November in the playoffs in the World Series. The games may have been added, but
And they were,
but the season has been extended, and we started that after 9/11 because of the break I guess we had to take, and then we just kept on doing it. I guess.
Yeah. 9/11 is what to your point. And then we started adding a round of playoffs.
Yeah,
so
so-
it kind of extended the playoffs.
Ruined it.
So, John, I hate to say it, I may have known something you didn't know about baseball. But anyway, but no, I'm kidding around. But I knew that didn't feel right. All right, so some things I was, y'all know that I've already had to, go through an uncomfortable moment when we were making fun of the carpet here at the building.
Oh, yeah.
And someone asked me what I thought about it, and I did a few draft jokes only to realize he's the one who picked it out. So even though there's nothing negative about giraffes, but have y'all noticed the new swanky art?
Yeah, I like it.
Have you
And
seen
the benches.
that?
There's some benches out there.
Turning it up around here.
Take another look at it.
No, I did. When you first said that, it didn't sound like you said benches, and I thought to myself, "Well, my goodness." But no.
Where's that one group?
Yeah, well, but so have you seen? I was
No, I haven't.
yesterday. They were hanging the art, and I was like, I was admiring it.
Y'all like that?
And I
did.
well,
I
Look
like
like
it.
monkeys took a handful of paint and threw it at a canvas.
thank you, Greg. Good. Hey, how are you today? Good to see you, buddy.
And I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm gonna have to look again. I think it's crooked.
It is.
The one by
It
the
is
bathroom
crooked.
is.
There's
but the other
more
one isn't.
there's more than one because I made the joke yesterday.
We had a gang after putting it up. Somebody surely God had a level.
Yeah, well, no.
Greg, why don't you eat your wrap? It's sitting there staring at you.
Let me
just
let me
saying.
tell you exactly
Goodbye.
how it went to your point. So I now and really, Speedy, you'll appreciate this because you probably think I don't have this in me, but I do.
Oh, let's
You
see.
know,
You gotta get a
I know
level
Bubba said that I can look at a baby penguin in a blender. Was that it?
Yeah, I think so.
Or something like that, and
Not shed a tear.
And not shed a tear. I do have a soft side, and you know that.
okay.
So I felt kind of bad that I was a little rough on the carpet to the guy who picked it out, and so this time
should have been rough.
I really pulled a Speedy. I pulled a Speedy.
Oh, did you overdo it?
I went too far the other way about how much I thought the pictures looked good. Because
What'd you do?
It was the same guy. I said, "Man, those look good." And so I said, "Y'all need my wife to come in here to be sure y'all hang these straight because she is a stickler for that." And he produced the leveler and says, "We have a leveler,
Okay, well maybe I just looked at maybe it's the optical.
Somebody,
level, whatever it's
Level.
called."
Yeah.
somebody might have
Leveler.
bumped into it.
Again,
Got
it may be an
Crooked.
optical illusion. A lot of times
Yeah.
it is.
No, it's not.
So that's not fair for me to say.
Yeah, I said
But it did look a little.
He
crooked.
said,
you
"We're
said you noticed it.
He
too.
said we're using a level and we have it and we're doing the bubble thing and all that." And I said, I said, well, I promise.
I'm just kidding.
I said, I promise you, if my wife walked into this building, she would correct these.
Oh, yeah.
They're not straight. She has an incredible knack for that. I remember one time she had a. Was it? I guess it would be plumbers and installed toilets. The whole toilet with somebody else do it, and then the
No,
plumber come make
does it all.
But anyway, and they put replaced a toilet that had gone bad, and got to where the seat wouldn't work or whatever. And they put it in there, and she said, "That's not in there right. That's not straight." And he just was like. And like your wife, I said, I'm telling you, if she says something's not straight, I'd take a look at it. And of course, he goes over and goes, "Well, she was right."
She's like that lady on that commercial. That's not going to fit.
Right?
Y'all seen that?
She's not going to
Yes.
fit person. But you haven't seen the new art?
No, I haven't.
Have you been to the bathroom or not?
Not today.
Oh well, look at you
hey,
holding
you
out.
got a new game waiting on you.
Oh
out
yeah,
there.
hey,
And if you
turning it up in this place,
and if you decide to go up to the second floor, you're gonna have one right there looking at you on the first after
Really?
the first flight of steps. One right outside the bathroom, one in the lobby.
So it's not a picture of anything.
It's
No,
not.
it's abstract.
guys, we don't have to dog
abstract.
everything.
Guys,
okay.
We have a building that
Good
is
gosh.
upgrading everything,
Everything.
and all we're doing is dogging
Not
what
me.
we're doing.
Yeah.
Not me.
I haven't dogged any of it.
Not me.
Guys, I can't. Make
I like
my-
the
I
giraffe
can't make myself
carpet.
like the carpet.
Greg has. I haven't. Bubba hasn't even seen it.
Yeah.
And I actually said, as I said yesterday, I actually think it looks nice.
It does.
I mean, I'm not like tore up over it.
Right.
Well, you sound like
You
it.
like that?
I
What
would
is
also
that?
I would also like to put forward for us to consider. I think flip flops had cowboy boots on yesterday.
Oh,
They knew it was getting cold.
Really?
You know, we were wondering if he was going to switch shoes.
So
you
does
sure?
That's
Now,
a weird
It
picture.
could have been that he was dressed as something for Halloween.
right.
Could have been
Cowboy.
that. But I in his slot at his time
Or
there were
cowgirl.
cowboy boots.
Could have been a cowgirl.
So does the art look like something Hunter Biden painted?
Yes,
Ah, well,
it does.
There you go.
Yeah,
I'm just asking
it's
the
the
question.
artsy
I like
stuff.
it.
It's the stuff you see in most big corporate buildings.
Raise your hand if you'd put it in your home. I mean, I still like it. I'm just wondering.
I like
what
nice
y'all...
pictures of trees. And
Yeah, understood. Adler, did you see them?
are some of the colorful
I haven't
personalities
noticed- I
that
haven't
work
noticed
at
them.
this building.
Have you been to the restroom this morning?
I have. Not this morning. No,
Okay,
not
well,
this
then you
morning.
would.
Yeah, because they were in the process of putting the.
Did you hear me?
What'd you say?
I said it'd be nice to have pictures of the colorful personalities that work in this building.
Wouldn't that be it? What if all of a sudden? What if
That's what you saw when you walked in the lobby?
What if coming up the steps there was flip flops?
I'm kind of a throwback when it comes to art. I like the
here
bull and the
we go. Make it
matador
shoulders
and the
back.
dogs playing poker.
Any black velvet print.
What if that was in the lobby?
Maybe a John Wayne.
What if they just took and got a picture of y'all pointing up and it said "Sweet 200" and it's just y'all pointing
Now
up?
would be helpful.
Yeah.
that would be because
Had to have to him again the other day.
Sweet 200 needs a little more sign.
Had somebody
She
knock on our
asked me, and I
studio
said, "Let me-
door.
before you even say it. You looking for Sweet 200? She goes, actually,
Is that
I
what
am.
she was wanting yesterday?
Yeah, somebody knocked on our golden ticket door looking for Sweet 200.
Oh, they were way off.
now that's the biggest miss we've had so far.
They were way off. You can't get there from here.
They might as well have been at Edgar's.
But the but yeah, Sweet 200. That I mean, every single person, you did the right thing, and I do that too. I don't even wait for the question.
You looking for Sweet
If
200?
I see them, I say, "You looking for Sweet 200?" And they'll say yes, and I'll say, "Well, it's first of all, this is the first floor, so it's probably not here."
Right.
but,
Look up.
Yeah, either
new
those steps.
thing.
By the way, I'm still surprised since it's only one flight of steps. How many people pick the elevator?
A lot.
Now, those steps
Yeah.
are steep.
They are, and some of the people.
I'll elevator.
I run up them.
I watched you go up that the other day. I saw you. Go
I
up the
use it
steps.
as a work, and I run when I go.
Oh
I,
yeah,
I found myself wanting to help you a little bit.
Yeah.
That,
Yeah, me too.
That knee didn't look good.
No,
Mhm.
it doesn't.
How much longer you think on that one?
I don't know.
Mhm.
I don't know.
Right.
I thought it was weird that they put this picture up in the upstairs lobby.
yeah.
Yeah, that is a weird one, isn't it?
I've noticed something about Greg changing the subject. When he has breakfast sitting there and he can't eat it, he stares at it like a dog.
Does he look down?
Yeah, he looks at it.
make
and
sure
he,
it's still
and
there.
Rick, he keeps looking at it and he looks
You
up.
know,
And he
somehow put something in it.
But I will say, if you look at the colors of this abstract art, which I like, it does feel the colors and the way the carpet looks. And we talked about it does feel like that there is a little bit of an African theme.
It looked like
It almost feels like I'm
stucco.
going through the Serengeti.
Okay.
You know, which I'm not saying that's a bad thing.
No,
I've been
no.
to Africa; it's quite beautiful. But it's it
You
is.
got that out of that picture?
Well, you got the giraffe prints on the ground, and you got these colors on the walls. It feels, if I turned the corner and there was a big picture of a lion, it wouldn't surprise me. And I would kind of dig it, I think.
See, they don't contact y'all when we do this.
Yeah.
They contact me.
I
If
was
they
out there
hate
helping
people's
them.
opinions, then that's just on them.
I like the art. I've already said that. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, Blaze Media is declaring independence from the big tech ahead of the 2024 election. It's one of those things, you hear us talk about it on the show. Once something hits a point where you go, okay, we can keep banging our head against the wall and we keep talking about how the big tech people, they use their algorithms to kind of make our content hard to get, or we can just finally say, not going to play this game anymore. And blazemedia.com isn't going to play the game anymore. They are going to free themselves from being at the mercy of the big tech companies. So now they've gone to subscription for these news articles and commentary that you may have come to know and love. So it'll be the end of the pop-up ads and the end of all that. And for a few dollars a month, you can access all the great journalism. Boy, that's something that we don't have anymore.
I'm missing it.
I'm telling you. At least there's journalism back. Here's how you do it. You just go to subscribe.blazemedia.com. Now, if you're already a subscriber to Blaze Media, then you get this anyway. But if you were just trying to use the website and the news source, blazemedia.com, no more pop-up ads, no more dealing with the advertisers, dealing with the big tech companies. You just pay a subscription price monthly, and you have access to all of it. And now more than ever, you need real journalism. You need the information to get ready for this all-important coming up 2024 election. You get more tools than ever before now. And so go to subscribe.blazemedia.com. Subscribe.blazemedia.com. this
Oh,
to
the
survive.
animals. Yeah.
Oh, the animals.
And people,
yeah.
some
The
people.
buzzards are going to just have a field.
I was starting to say
yeah.
the birds are going to
Talking
be
about the circle of
unbelievable.
life.
Are we like upset about the scavengers? For the scavengers, like, hey, this is awesome.
The buffet.
It's all relative how you look at it. To a
You think they
scavenger,
send signals
to a
out where to
scavenger, you
come?
know what they sent out? Buffets in, buffets up.
If you can
We're
fly,
not going to have to look for food for a
Look,
while.
Speedy.
if you can
ain't gonna
fly,
be-
get
hey,
here.
Hey, Landon, you got to follow me. You ain't gonna believe. Yeah.
Squirrels everywhere.
Yeah. So also now on a bad note, now we got the Cape Cod shark.
Boy, did you see that picture? That video?
The great white shark that everybody has been concerned about. They believe that they see a great white breaching the water in Cape Cod. A stunned family is on a fishing boat.
No, watch this video, and we'll have a link to it on the website. They're fishing, and I mean it's just kids. They're reeling in a fish just like you would, and at the last minute, look at that giant shark come up and get it.
It's almost like that bull.
I mean, it looks like something out of a Jaws movie.
Oh man! Ooh, did you see those guys getting back?
I was trying to pause it and see if it was.
Yeah, so
I
they
couldn't tell because you can't see it. Oh, there it is.
That's a baby.
Yeah, it doesn't look that big. It's a
not
great
that
white
big.
though.
It's not that big, but it's a great white. And
There's another view of it somewhere you can see the mouth of it coming up. It's pretty big.
And we were discussing too on this on a much sadder note than this, even though that was scary. And we're wondering what's happened with people not knowing how to be appropriate anymore. You know, we talked about
that's long been going. Rick.
Not being able to call themselves. We've got a memorial service that's trying to go on from a person who was killed by a shark, and somebody floats fake bloody legs into the
They've had 3 different.
Greg, where were you this past weekend?
They said a couple of them look real.
Yes.
I mean, they really took some time.
So where was this happening at?
This is also in Cape Cod. They were doing a memorial for someone who had been killed by a shark, and then all of a sudden,
my goodness,
lifelike fake legs were popping up at the memorial for this person who was killed by the shark, and they were bloody
that's
and fake.
much.
Why are the memorials going on?
That's a little much.
Who in the world?
That's a little much.
What kind of person?
sad.
This is worse than the woman lifting her shirt up during the memorial.
I know.
I mean,
I think it
this
might
is
be.
because at least she didn't know what was going on.
Yeah, she's trying to be sharp.
Yeah, but so
Wow.
yeah, and then Greg said there was a mishap.
Rick, look at the picture.
Look at the legs, Bubba. They showed the fake legs. Oh, but look, and then Greg tells me that we've got someone up there talking about a double homicide
in Canada.
Oh yeah.
and somebody takes
It's the police spokesman. You know how
the
they
police spokesperson's talking about a double murder, and all of a sudden on the screen, the woman who's talking about this serious thing, her face turns into one of those cartoon cats, like you do on Instagram.
The ears and the whiskers. And all.
How did they have that effect in the switcher? I mean, you would see
They
somebody
claimed it
doing
was
it
a
with a phone.
malfunction, but
But how do you even get that on there?
I'm with
I mean,
you there.
I mean, we're here today and all of a sudden her face started turning.
She's got
in.
ears and big,
Guys,
big whiskers.
Guys, what's wrong with people? Fake legs and cat facing. What are we doing? I mean, these are not even things that are difficult socially to figure out on what's right and what's wrong.
Yeah,
that's not even
they're
hard.
acting like it was a
Hey, you think I
malfunction,
should make the spokesperson about a double murder her face a cat? No, I don't think you should do that.
Probably not.
Hey, where are you on folding some fake bloody legs out there while the memorial's going on for the shark victim?
While
I
their-
think no. Let's
while
not
their
do
families
that.
over crying.
Let's don't do that. Let's not do that. What do you think about me lifting my shirt during a photo op here at the memorial? No. Well, have we lost our? I mean, did we not? I understand these gray areas. These aren't difficult decisions, are they?
No.
But now it's just like, whatever. But do you see the legs? They looked kind of real.
They did.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody really put a lot of effort into it.
I bet that feels good too. If you're sitting there and that's your loved one.
Who did that?
Why? I don't understand. I mean, people have just lost their complete ability to just be appropriate.
Yeah, like of the states, what's the capital? America? Yeah.
Let's go, everybody. Let's go. From the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world, it is the Rick and Bubba Show, featuring Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler. And join me in welcoming back for a brand new hour, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba
experience. So first of all, Speedy, because I know the audience that the behind the scenes stuff is always intriguing. We try to give you some of that. If you're a tuber, you see some of that. If you follow us on social media, you see some of that. But you went to look at the art.
I did.
And you have determined that one of the pictures is crooked.
It does look crooked, but I wanted the audience to see the art. This is the one
Bubba,
closest to the elevator.
See, don't you love that?
That's nice. Now Greg thinks it's ugly.
You love that?
Yeah, that's good.
And then you see, this is what you see in a lot of corporate buildings.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm gonna start doing that.
And the one that I wasn't sure about, but in this picture might not show it because I needed to show the carpet too, But this other one is not. I didn't go upstairs. This is by the downstairs bathroom, and this is the one that's in question. But y'all can see.
Ooh.
Again,
I like the painting.
Again, this here doesn't show if it's crooked or not because you can't really tell. I don't know if it's the shadow from the lights that's throwing us off or what.
That's James Spann's art.
It is. Bubba, I'm telling you, and
this place is turning it up around here.
Yeah,
I like it.
It's no Daniel Moore.
I've said this before. How do you like it, Bubba? Because I know you like pictures of things.
Yeah,
do you like those colors?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
that's fine.
I keep forgetting.
Let's say
that
I like the color. I mean, paintings like
Would
that.
you like to
I
point
really
out
don't.
a color? I can tell you what it is.
That one's not a good one.
No, I
got it.
Greg,
The first one.
Did y'all just hear what Greg
What did
said?
you say it again?
Even if I like that kind of weird stuff, I don't like that one.
What about the other one?
If I like the weird stuff, I would like.
You would like that. I like the yellow one. That I did those colors.
If I
were
like
just kind of
that.
pleasing to me. Bubba, I'm going to say this.
You got me. That looks like somebody messed up and spilled something down here, and it looks like a hurricane.
Yeah. Speedy, you okay?
That's a cat.
No,
floor.
I'm not.
Okay, all right.
Again,
it looks like a white horse falling off a hill.
I've
Greg,
given
I don't
them
think
Greg's,
it's called weird. I think it's called abstract.
Yeah, and I've given them Greg's cell phone as a contact.
Right.
They still
Y'all gotta
contact
admit.
me. I don't know why.
Y'all got to admit, whoever first came up and just throwed a bunch of crap at a canvas and went, "What is that?" Well, that's abstract. Like, ooh,
That was
abstract.
smart.
That was
really
good.
was.
Because anybody could do that.
And it does give
Anybody.
it gives people like me that can't draw anything a little hope.
Y'all make fun of the dogs in poker, but that's some good drawing.
Thank you, Greg.
That is true, Greg.
It is, Greg. Well said.
This looks like Wilson from Castaway to me. I see Wilson.
No, that's good.
Is that what you say?
Wilson.
Okay.
No, that is true.
Don't you think in some of these corporate buildings, though, they go, okay, what could we put up that just doesn't offend someone? Well, let's just put an abstract painting up.
Yeah,
because
that's
it's
really
it's
what
really
it is.
nothing.
Yeah,
Who
put
could
a
complain
picture of
about
some
that?
trees.
Yeah, well.
Oh, then we're mad at trees.
Yeah, Greg. Then somehow we're abusing the world. You try to put a cowboy up. Good luck with that.
Is that the Gulf of Mexico on the bottom of that one?
Yeah, it looks
does look
like
like
a
it.
little bit like Texas
Yeah,
and
I
the
do.
Gulf of
Yeah,
Mexico.
Yeah, look at the pink. It's the southern border. People walking through.
That's
Can you
pleasing.
see it?
Okay,
That's pleasing to me.
It's pleasing to the eye.
It's pleasing to
That's
the eye.
pleasing to the eye.
I'm missing it.
I see a lagoon.
Bubba, I'm going to go on record. I don't know how many times this is now. I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it again. And the Hunter Biden thing has all but confirmed that this is correct. You are missing the boat not having Bill Bubba Bussy art.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
You really are.
You are missing. I mean,
Well, I could paint that.
I know, but I mean, you come out there with some of your birds.
like to see it.
You throw some of your birds
It
and
was
that
a long
horse
time
out
ago.
there.
I probably can't draw anymore.
But Bubba, I'm telling you, the artist side of you, we have not brought to the forefront like we should.
Well, I saw
You
how
ought to
much,
be able to click on our website and go through your art.
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
going to get my
there's not a
grandkids
lot of
together,
it.
and they'll do that.
Yeah.
That looks like something they do.
Thank
Greg,
you, Greg.
Greg, we've got
And
you.
they're little.
Greg,
Hey,
you're
buddy.
fine.
We
We
got your
got
stance
you.
on
We
it.
got it.
Good night.
Good
You've gone from
gracious.
just being
Small.
funny to now
Right.
you're just being offensive.
Yeah.
to the
But I like how
Cold,
y'all try to act like y'all
harsh,
like it.
mean.
I said pleasing to the eye.
Yeah.
I didn't say I was buying it.
It's comforting, isn't
If
it?
somebody gave me that painting, I'd put it up in my home.
I couldn't walk in and look at it every day.
Let me tell you that. I'll tell you.
And there are some of the color ones that I could, but those something about those.
If you want to see the kind of art I like, just come to Camp House.
Yeah.
That deer that follows you all around the room. I mean, that ain't even
It
gonna
goes
bother
good.
me.
like-
it
I
goes
like
good with that
pictures
big
of
mouth
nature.
bass that sings.
You know, I like pictures of nature or high-tech stuff.
I do. I like the nature stuff. I really do.
What do
Yeah,
you
I
mean by
mean,
high tech stuff?
Like rockets and stuff.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. all right.
You know, or cool
yeah.
shots from the moon. and
Okay.
things
that
like
kind of stuff. Okay.
Deep space.
Last night,
I like
know.
that when that farmer and his wife stand there with a pitchfork.
That's you, Greg. That's you.
Did you hear Greg a minute ago saying he still likes the Velvet Matador?
Yeah.
Oh, I love that one. You
yeah.
can buy it at a gas station.
All right, so
So last night, I know a lot of the little kids.
Now that's art.
That's art.
Hey.
Greg, I love what Greg said. Look, all kidding aside, it's a pretty good drawing.
Well, it is. I mean, that looks like a bulldog.
It is, Greg. And now I know what I'm getting you for your birthday.
I love the card in the bulldog's paw.
So trick or treating last night.
There's bluffing.
Greg, your grandkids.
Yep.
They went out trick or treating, and I'm gonna tell you what. Some of these outfits very funny.
I did. We didn't get to see Ellis and Marion because they live an hour and a half away.
I saw the pictures of them, so that was funny. All right, now this is what's hilarious. So
I love this.
So this is Marion Greg, one of Greg's granddaughters.
Marion's 2 years old.
Now tell them what she's dressed as.
She's dressed as a millennium mom.
Okay, so
she has her cell phone to her ear. She has her coffee travel mug, and then she's dressed, in your typical. I got to have a sweatshirt with some funny little phrase on it.
Right.
And then she has her baby in the buggy. She was a millennial mom.
That is hilarious. That is hilarious. She's got her cell phone up there talking.
And
and
they
got
had
her
one
coffee.
picture of her. She was staring at her phone, just like
and you have and they have to have a sweatshirt with some sort of saying
something
on
cute.
it. Yeah. Okay. All right. So then the next we have this is Ellis.
Any of these costumes where you have fake legs and it looks like you're riding something.
Oh, yeah.
I love that. He's all about Mario.
Yeah, Mario. Greg.
He gets mad. He gets mad
It's
when
not
I say Mario.
Well, we all get mad when you say Mario. That's not it. Mario.
Mario's riding a dinosaur, I guess.
Yeah, whatever.
That's Yoshi, Greg.
Is that
Everybody
Yoshi?
knows
Come on,
that.
Greg.
Which is also a part
Everybody
of
knows that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mario.
That's part of the game.
Step it up, Greg.
Learn
think
about
he
your
did-
grandkids.
Do you?
You think he didn't think that was sharp?
Yeah. Do you love fake legs like you're sitting on top of something?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
You act like you're getting away like, whoa.
And then we have which one's next? Is this Big Bad Wolf or is this?
I think maybe
is this,
a combo.
Or just
Big
Mary
Bad-
Hollis?
Oh, my goodness. Look at this little kid.
Okay, that's Little Red Riding Hood, and that was at trunk or treat, and her face she was a little hot.
It was still a little hot. The cold front ain't got her yet.
Trunk or treat, so she was Red Riding Hood, and her brother was the Big Bad Wolf.
Oh yeah.
Oh, no, Greg, I didn't get the wolf picture.
It's a video.
It's actually a video him coming in trick or treating too, which is hilarious.
That boy Greg's way to get it to him.
Greg's other grandson, Pistol Pace Jones, he loves to do an impression of the Big Bad Wolf, and if you can just get him to get started on it, he huffs and puffs and blows down houses all the time. and I mean, it's one of those things, like if things aren't going well, like he's not really warming up to you, if you'll go there, it warms him up quick.
It bridges the gap.
Well, I told him if when he knocked on the door, if they wasn't open, to blow it down.
Yeah.
Greg, you sent me the Little Red Riding Hood video only, from what I can see. But
I think it's okay. I just sent the other one, but it may not.
Yeah, we'll see if it comes.
I love him.
I thought I sent it.
Yeah,
Saying trick or treat.
Well, Greg, you know what?
It's okay.
You got 3 out of 4 of your grandkids' pictures to add. That really wasn't bad.
Yeah, 75%.
I mean, for you right now, that may be a record.
while I'm waiting for that to come in, here's my family. If you guys want it.
I saw Ezra yesterday.
Yeah, I saw Ez.
We were all baked goods, and Ezra was the Pillsbury Doughboy.
Everybody's a baked good.
Please look on Adler's head.
I'm a pie. I'm pumpkin pie.
You're
pumpkin pie.
Yeah. We had a cupcake down here. Aaron was a frosted animal cracker or what, cookie something, and then we got
Look at Pillsbury Doughboy.
ready to get it done.
That is hilarious.
Yeah.
So I appreciate y'all letting me run off to that parade yesterday.
Sure.
And Ezra did not have as much fun as everybody else did, as you could see.
Greg,
he was,
he was struggling. The parade's dragging a little bit for Ez.
He's got that hat on, wise man.
Yes.
Yeah, cricket.
It was great.
Wow, he was done.
Yeah, he'd had enough of that, hadn't he? But he likes parades about as much as I do. It's like.
Yeah.
All right, we'll be back. 866 We Be Big is the number. We'll see if we can find the Big Bad Wolf.
That's good.
I don't know.
All right, so.
It's coming through, Greg.
Okay.
I got it now. Now that the segment's over, I've got
Do
it.
you want me to stop?
Good move on
Go
my
ahead.
part.
I can stop right now.
I got it. He sent it to my phone, so now I got to send it to my
Greg, just
computer.
email it to him.
Greg, why not?
Come on, take a step
out. I tried that and it wouldn't do it.
All right, we'll come
Are
back.
you chewing a straw?
We'll see the Big Bad Wolf, and we'll get in some other things too, and get some of your phone calls for the hours up to 866 We Be Big. Wednesday Bible study back today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, live on the YouTube channel, and then archived soon after. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is normal for when he goes on vacation. It is.
No,
If
no,
you'll
no.
think
Bubba
back-
Bear didn't get him. He sent out drone pictures of his honeymoon.
Well,
from
from
Hawaii.
You got to understand though, he can't just fly a drone in some of the places. He told us that.
No, what I was saying is maybe he is unable to do it because there's
doesn't have enough cell service to uplink video or something.
I think that's part of it. Yeah.
But and I go,
But I thought he
you're
would
afraid to
have
consider it.
I thought he would have planned around that.
I know you're afraid to consider it, or he's been eaten by a bear.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness!
And here's the thing,
And that's my concern, or he could be maimed laying in the woods right
I
now.
hadn't even gone there.
Well, here's the thing, because here's the other thing I want y'all to know. You would say, well, some of the other party would have somehow contacted somebody eventually. But see, if a bear eats Adler, he's not full. I mean, that's an appetizer. That's like an hors d'oeuvre. And so, I mean,
And I don't know if that RV
got 'em all.
has
So
been-
anyway, they get them all.
that was a pretty sharp RV he had, but I don't know if it was a show enough good one.
Greg?
Oh, I don't know. I have to look closer.
What was it? Yeah, was it able to resist a bear?
That bear may slap the door off that one.
I know, but he's out in the middle of nowhere.
Well, I just thought we might see, a picture of trees and go, beautiful Yellowstone.
Yeah.
I go, okay, well, he's still
Ooh, look at the guys.
Well,
Right.
I really do believe, all bear humor aside, I just think he's in a place where he cannot do it.
Yeah.
Bubba said he's sitting on a ticking time bomb.
It's a super volcano waiting to go off, and everybody knows it.
Everybody knows that.
Everybody knows that.
Could be the end of the modern world as we know it.
I need to get some clarification for that because that's my new summer home, Montana.
Well, I'd stay upwind to Yellowstone. I say that.
Okay, well, that's it.
So the poisonous gases won't get you from the volcano.
Let me tell you what, though. I've looked at their winters. You got to get out there you got to get out of there.
Well,
you can't stay there for that.
Have you seen? I mean, there's several specials how it is sitting on it's a
Here
super
goes.
volcano.
Here we go.
Would you rather be on the time?
No, I'd like to go explore it. I think it would be cool to check it out, but I'd want to be able to get out of there quickly if I had to.
On Bubba's concern meter, which one concerns you more, the ticking time bomb there or Savannah, Georgia?
Which actually is a bomb.
Well, that's a toss-up.
If you have to live next door
Yep.
to one of them for 5 years, which one you going?
Just based on the threat factor there, not I might like one area.
No,
better
it has
than
nothing to
the
do with it. Just threat only.
Oh boy, that's a toss-up there, Rick. I don't know. I might take the nuke, the lost nuke in Savannah. Because it might give us 5 more years before it rusts through.
Let's say the lost nuke, still the same scenario, but Paula Dean's restaurant isn't there.
Well, I don't know. We may swing back the other way.
So I just hope the little fella's having a good time.
Oh yeah.
I just like to hear from him. I mean, maybe a nice ranger would call us and say, "Hey, I saw your buddy."
Yeah, I do look forward to seeing some because Yellowstone is phenomenal.
Yeah, he should bring back some pretty cool footage.
Right, if the Bears didn't get him. Yeah. 15 minutes past, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Bubba just told me in the break that now I know that there was a documentary which I did watch for a while, and it was the documentary about the life of the man that we knew as Mr. Rogers, and I can't think of his name, but it was kind of
he's always Mr. Rogers to us.
It was kind of this is the history of it. This is how it started. This is the man that he is, and it was a very interesting documentary, and I watched it.
Now, he was not a Marine who killed people in Vietnam.
No,
that was a rumor.
That did not happen. And so then you just kind of casually, as I'm coming over the bed music from Need to Breathe here coming out, and you were just kind of like, about the time I was about to pop my mic up, did you know that Tom Hanks is playing Mr. Rogers? And I was like, no, Bubba, I didn't know anything about that.
You've got to see some of the pictures of him made up as Mr. Rogers. I mean, they are dead on.
I think the trailer's out.
Well, yeah, we need to find that then.
So now they're going to do a movie?
I guess so.
With Tom Hanks as Mr. Rogers?
I didn't know the story was that captivating, that we needed a full-length motion picture.
Yeah, I mean,
Top Gun 2, Mr. Rogers, I don't know.
Well, I mean, I guess I can see because his point of view was that the way Rick and Bubba's show. Thanks for being with us. All right, so as we make our way back, we will update you on a couple of things going on. Would you like to go see Rock the South in 2024? We gave you that lineup early in the program. Eric Church, Hardy, Jelly Roll, to name a few. Oliver Anthony, a chance for you to see him live as opposed to just on YouTube. And just a great lineup. Find the lineup at rockthesouth.com. You can win a 6-pack of 3-day VIP passes to Rock the South 2024 from the Rick and Bubba Show by just going to the contest button there and entering your name, and you could win that. Now, we have found the video, right, Big Bad Wolf? So, Greg, here is your fourth, not in chronological order, one of the four.
And this is the only trick-or-treater we had.
All right, so this is Pistol Pace Jones trick-or-treating at your house. Look at it. Please look at the Big Bad Wolf.
You. Look at you.
That's so cute.
Yeah, man.
Right, that's the Big Bad Wolf.
Greg, that's a good selection in there.
Full size.
Buddy had to get in on
Oh, is that Buddy hollering?
Yeah, he saw the Big Bad Wolf.
Oh, so he likes that. Okay, good. There you go. Did he ever huff and puff, Greg?
There you go. I got him do it later.
Oh, later. Okay, there you go.
I told him huff and puff.
He
Gets hung up here. Yeah, he gets hung up here.
There you go.
He gets hung up.
he gets.
It's just all so big to him right now. Look at him.
So he's, you know, he's all fired up. Greg, you and Lisa, y'all listened. Y'all have that bucket has some good stuff in it.
Oh yeah.
So anyway,
Andy Spinozzi, be proud of that bucket.
Yeah. Plus, you know, you live so far off the road. That was the only trick or treater you were going to get.
Right.
That was it.
So
we did not get any more.
And Bubba, I know that you usually have a big shindig. Did you go to a gathering?
No, we just went to some friends for dinner last night.
Okay.
Very low key.
No, very low key.
But good visit. Enjoyed it. Good friends. Good time.
Can I ask you what's going to happen? Because I know you when you were going to dress as someone who was a hunter, someone going out to hunt, you've got that stuff. That's not a costume. What happened to the deer costume?
I don't know.
Was it borrowed? Was it going to be borrowed, or was it?
I think it was borrowed, but I think we still have it. I'm not sure.
Right, but it's not. But it would simply just be given back. So there's no.
We're not going to have that around the house. No.
Deer season is here.
I know.
Sure.
I know.
There you go.
It really is.
I was really wanting a picture of her dressed as a deer and you as a hunter.
Yeah.
I was really pulling.
Really needed
me
that.
too.
Yeah, I bet you were looking forward to that.
We might get that for it's over.
Speaking of hunting, I'm thinking, and I know that we've entered into November today. If you're listening to the live show, and which I can't believe.
I know.
But anyway, and I've never fully understood no shave November.
Yeah.
I remember I was very confused about that. Is that what like October is to breast cancer? Is that for prostate cancer? Is that for what is it for?
No, I think that's just when husbands didn't want to shave because it was getting cold and hunting season.
I thought it was.
Yeah, I don't think it has a tie.
Did Rick throw it to prostate?
No.
You got a snow shave November for prostate cancer?
No, I literally thought it was about something like that, and I could be completely wrong.
I think it was just husbands not wanting to shave when it got cold, and they were wanting to hunt.
No Shave November is a campaign to grow awareness by letting your hair grow for 30 days. It supports prostate cancer, men's health issues, including a number of diseases and illnesses.
Most people
never heard that.
That's
time I've ever
See,
heard
I thought that's what it was in the beginning. I was confused by it because I thought it was what you were talking about, and everybody started talking about it. I thought it was like, let's all not shave, and then I found out, no, do you realize this is a campaign? And I'm like, no, I did not know that.
I didn't know that.
It also has gone into supporting people with multiple cancer issues that are going through chemo and losing hair. It embraces growing
So
hair.
we grow hair for those who are losing hair? It seems like we should all shave our heads.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm glad we're not doing that.
Are we doing
I'm
close?
I'm not doing it.
We've done this before.
I haven't shaved, but it was just because
y'all know I have a red beard. Y'all know that.
What about Movember? We all do
beard.
mustaches. Movember.
Say that again.
Movember. We do mustaches.
Yeah. Well,
Greg's got an idea for a month.
What?
I hate to hear what December is.
Right. Well, see, because No Shave November, I mean, to a degree, Adler, you and I could do it, but we don't. But here's what I was thinking, though, because I like doing this time of year, and I didn't realize it, and I know it owned you, Greg, because you would bring it up. I've looked back over pictures. I didn't realize how long I let my beard get at times.
Get out of hand.
And so I was thinking I kind of want to go back to that for hunting season.
Yeah.
And but I think I'll meet some resistance.
I'm thinking about just letting it go.
I don't have a good beard at all. I've tried every year. I get fired up and go, I'm gonna grow a beard hunting season. It's just not good. I don't have a good one.
Funny. My beard falls at a weird place. It is not a great beard by any stretch, but it's enough, but barely. You know what I mean? It just hangs in there.
You don't have that. You don't have that GI Joe with a kung fu grip look.
No.
You know, like some of them do.
I don't have the
it
whiskers that are
good.
right next to each other all over the place.
That's me.
It's like I have. It's almost like the patches of my beard are close enough that they overlap to make somewhat of a beard. But no, there's some even worse than that. I was looking at pictures.
Oh, Rick, I remember one point you had it. You were.
But pay attention and you look back at the picture. Go, my goodness.
He was beginning to look like Andrew Luck.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, but for hunting season, don't y'all think? Like, and I got to watching. I went to see the movie The Blind finally, and I found myself going. I think I want to let my beard roll. I think I'd like to get just through the winter.
Phil's all about a good beard.
Right. And
what did he say? Only women and children shouldn't have them.
Right. So now,
it does help.
That's
Rick.
That's pretty tight.
Like the guy that sang "Working All Day."
Rick, there was a time where you were borderline Duck Dynasty.
I know, and I'm trying to
I mean,
find those pictures because I found some of. I saw some the other day, and it was like, yeah.
Whenever I see the long beard, I'm like, man, I wish I could get to that point. But it always gets in that uncomfortable stage.
I'm gonna be honest, and I've had friends that got. I'm talking about headed towards ZZ Top.
Yeah,
that's gotta be cumbersome.
That's a lot to keep up with.
Sleep.
Yeah.
What about when you try to sleep? It wraps around your head.
It traps food too.
Working all day.
Trap food in a second.
Yeah, well,
Whole time.
I see you're trying to pull it off, Greg. I know you've been bothered by the fact you can't grow one.
No, I just hadn't shaved.
Right.
I shave like once a week.
Let it go, bud.
But it's not good at all.
Yeah, Greg,
have you got to leave your neck beard too?
No. Nobody wants.
Rick, there's old baby face.
Good gracious, look at that. It does help in the cold weather. Sitting in the hardwoods on a windy day during the hunting season.
Mine's not thick enough to help.
Yeah. The
you
one
could grow a good one.
Yeah, you could, Speedy. I mean, you would have a Greg.
I've tried that before.
Getting closer.
I'm looking so
with that
hard.
one was getting closer.
I'm about to find one because I think I've come up on some really old ones, and there's some. This one right here is pretty close, but I can find one that's completely out of hand. Yeah. And
mine would be so gray I'd probably look 90.
No, but see, I've got enough. This is the first time if I could grow it long for this November thing.
Yeah.
This I could grow like it has a lot more gray in it now, so it might be like a different look.
Okay.
And so I because I've got probably 60% gray now in my beard.
If it wasn't for that CPAP, I'd like to see Bubba Bussett bring one.
Oh, I would. I bet he
Come on,
Bubba. I want that bad.
I know.
Yeah.
He had that stash for years.
Can't get the airlock going.
You gonna bring that stash back? Oh, you can bring it back.
You know how the NFL wore pink, for October? Will the WNBA grow beards for November?
They did say it wasn't just for men.
Some of them could.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The way that can we throw a little dirt down hole? The way the so
there comes brother.
One of my favorite sayings, by the way, that goes on around here.
Yeah, throw a little dirt down hole. Hey, look right here.
I know. Isn't that amazing?
That is something. So now Tom, is this anytime there's somebody beloved, Tom Hanks gets to play him? Is that how it is? I'm Sully.
I mean, this must be.
Hey, who we gonna get to play Sully? That's got to be Tom Hanks.
It's got to be.
But I mean, it's so he is. He did have in the documentary. He talked about that he seemed to understand that what children were going through, and during the time. Times, whatever you expose children to, it's extremely important. And he wanted to try to say, well, we need to have programming that, children are, the way you approach them needs to be, it was, whatever. I can't remember all the way he did it.
I mean, it's no Mr. Robinson's Neighborhood, I'll tell you that.
No, it wasn't. Yeah, it was not at all.
So that was one of my favorite things Eddie Murphy did.
Yeah, it's a real movie. They did a documentary about him.
Yeah, I knew that.
I watched that, but now I guess we'll do a movie. I mean, it'll be a full-blown movie.
I just didn't know there was that much behind the scenes about Mr. Rogers we needed to know about.
It's an interesting story. The documentary was very interesting.
Bubba's trying to make him a Special Forces.
No, I've already addressed that before you got in here.
Yeah, we were talking
was not a Marine sniper.
You remember when they tried to throw that rumor, and then they threw it on Captain Kangaroo?
Yeah. Well, and Mr. Green Jeans.
We're looking for
We
the
are
trailer.
trying to give the world positive ways of dealing with their feelings. Like what?
There are many things you can do.
Sorry.
Between that and Top Gun 2,
Yeah.
Rick, it's going to be a tough one.
Look,
But I think I may go with Tom Cruise.
He was a kind man, and that's good. But I'd forgotten about one storyline in there. I know why they're doing the movie now. I'd forgot about that.
That's coming, what, November?
Huh?
Was it in the documentary?
Yeah, it was. It was.
I think that's what it said on the end of it, coming in November.
Oh no, it's I'm just going to say the basis, like you're talking, what you're talking.
Oh no, I know now. I'd forgotten about that part of the documentary, and it's certainly we do need to be kind, and we need to be, but there's a kindness, and he's helping somebody who's struggling with who they are and their sexuality and all that. That's who that other guy is.
Oh, okay.
I'd forgotten about that. That probably was the, hey, we got this in this weekend, and that'll become the main part of the movie, probably.
Sure it will. Sure.
So anyway, but that's
Won't you be my neighbor?
But back to Tom Hanks playing Mr. Rogers. Oh, that he had a little bit of Forrest Gump in his voice when he was trying to be Mr. Rogers.
He did.
I mean, it's almost like he said, "If I do the Forrest Gump voice, do you think anybody will notice?" I mean, it sounds a lot like it. So, and then the other thing you were telling me about.
Well, we've got a new Prime Minister of the UK. His name is Boris Johnson. He will replace Theresa May as the UK Prime Minister and also head of the Tory Party.
Mm-hmm.
And Rick, I can't help but notice, if you've seen pictures of Boris Johnson, and I hate to bring this up, it's not my nature, but
right.
Are we seeing an alarming trend of world leaders with bad haircuts?
I got to go back to this again. If I'm going to be a world leader, one of the things that I easily have access to is a fantastic haircut.
If you can look at 20 pictures of Boris Johnson, he has different hair in every single picture.
Yes.
And I hate to say this, did this start here in America with Trump?
I saw there was an actor.
Qualified.
There was an actor playing him in the movie about the guy who started the Brexit thing, and it had the guy playing him, the politician, in it, and the guy nailed the look. And I remember thinking to myself, does that guy really have his hair like that? And now we know, yeah, Rick, he sure does.
And he'll give you different looks. He has the crazy windblown look. He has what I call the long shag.
Yeah.
And he will give you Dutch boy bangs every now and then, too. So you have to watch that.
In that movie, they kind of presented that he was a little bit of a rounder. And, his whole role is.
That's why his hair looks like
that. I'm not the typical politician. I'm a little bit, I'm a little bit of a cut up, and I'm wearing my hair wild. I'm unique. I think he embraces all that. But it is. You're right. It is a haircut that is gone bad in many.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
Here we go, 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. MyPillow.com/Bubba. It's always fun to watch, a company like MyPillow and Mike Lindell and the gang, how, all the cancel culture tries to wipe them out. But, one thing that always rises to the top, high quality, good prices. We'll talk about that here in a minute. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Right now, you can get, boom, you can go right now and get the new My Towels 6-piece set in all types and colors, 50% off. Okay, 50% off right now. All new My Pillow bed sheets as low as $24.98. King and Queen My Pillow 2.0s, 50% off. Kitchen towels, 25% off. My sandals, $19.50. If you're looking for something for the pooch, dog beds and pet blankets, $19.99. And then men's and women's sleepwear, getting a little chilly around. We're rolling into winter now, 80% off. All this available at MyPillow.com/Bubba.
mypillow.com/Bubba, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, sometimes things just are what they are. with all the emotion in the world, you can't just keep truth from taking place. America doesn't seem to know that. To California we go, where we are always told if the country could just be more like California.
Oh, Rick.
Oh,
in my nightmares.
Yes.
Rick, McDonald's and Chipotle
Hey, now.
have decided that they're going to have to raise prices because of the good governor there. He has now made the minimum wage $20 an hour.
Now, wait a minute, Bubba. Why are the prices going up? And it's a McDonald's and what?
Chipotle. How do you say it? How do you say that?
Chipotle.
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 That's way closer than what you were saying.
Yeah.
I'll go with
Y'all
you.
know.
You said chimichanga in the break.
Yeah.
I've never eaten there, and their commercials really make me want to.
Oh, I eat there all the time. It's a fantastic. I love that place.
Rick, really?
Thumbs down.
Oh, whatever.
Wow.
It's awesome.
I can't find anything there I like.
But I need a commercial when they're cooking that chicken.
No, I'll tell you what happened, and it's not their fault. It's not their fault. You know, I got the first variant of COVID. So it's the only one I've ever had that I know of.
From Chipotle?
No. Listen, hear me out. Back in December of 2020.
Yeah.
Okay. And so when I was trying to get my taste buds back, because my kids they think Chipotle is the greatest place ever invented on the planet.
It's pretty good.
And they brought me a bowl of something from Chipotle, and I tried to eat it, and it tastes like I was eating a bowl of salt.
Well, that's
not their fault.
Greg, did I just say it's not their fault?
Well, you
I
came
just
out
said
of the
that.
gate immediately saying, thumbs down.
So I can't find anything that I really like. I can't eat there.
I would like to go with you one day, Rick. We need to go catch up anyway. We hadn't done that in a while.
Okay, all right.
And I'll order for you.
Okay.
And I think you'll like it.
You got to admit the commercials make you want to eat it. When it shows them cooking that chicken, or when they cut that beef up,
Absolutely.
put a little lime on it.
Of course, if I'm eating it in California right now, I'm gonna pay how much?
Yeah, I'm
a whole lot more.
Right, double.
According to earning calls on Monday, they're saying that the wage impact will be significant on the California franchisees. They're saying that menu prices will follow as they have to hike them up in the Golden State.
Bubba, will you please explain to the bleeding hearts in America who think that entry-level jobs should be paid at the same wage of a full-time job, and we should take the hourly wage and we should just continue to raise it? Can you explain to them why that will always lead to higher prices for people, including people you claim to love who don't have a lot of money?
Well, I will say this, probably the people who were working there that will go and get other fast food, they're probably going to have less buying power now than they had before they got the raise.
That's a great
because
point.
it all goes, it's like a dog chasing its tail. You never catch up. And if it does work, we could use this theory. If $20 an hour is good, why not $200? Why not make it $200?
I knew he was going to say that. See how he gets angry when he says that?
He does.
Well, I mean, let's just, facts are
back.
facts. And math is math.
Right.
And this continuing, all we're doing is just stealing out of every one of you that are listening. Your paycheck is worth less today than it was yesterday.
So,
and your savings account, your 401k, whatever you have, the $20 you have in your wallet just went down to $19.20. I mean, everything it just amplifies on out, and it's crazy.
So as predicted, now the opening line, McDonald's Big Macs and Chipotle's burritos are now going to get more expensive.
Yep. Bottom line.
And everything on the menu will. You know why? Because now their overhead just went up. And then they do the same thing when you want our government to punish companies. We can't make some of y'all understand the company is not going to pay that cost. It will be passed along to you and me and everybody.
Yeah, just like we had, they settled the strike with the auto workers, and the auto workers wanted more money, and everybody does. That's good. But they've agreed to like a 25% price hike. Well, guess what? What do you think is going to happen to the vehicle the next time you go to buy one? It's going to be extremely a lot more. And Rick, there's different stories out there, different predictions. They're saying even if you remove the current Democratic administration from the White House
right now today,
and you have somebody else that comes back in and they straighten out the economy, okay, and it will take a long period of time. You can mess it up quick. It takes a long time to get it back on track. That most of us in our lifetime will forever pay at least 10% more than what we should have been paying for everything. So you've basically been robbed of 10%. And we've got this in the clips today. You're going to hear Biden talk about how he's wanting to make the economy work for everybody. Price cuts are down, or actual take-home pay about 3.2% across the board, and prices have risen 17.7%. So, in round figures, that's a 20% difference.
Yeah,
that we've lost since Joe Biden went into office.
And here he is trying to convince us that this isn't happening. All right, so here he is.
I ran for president to make sure the economy works for everyone, at least gives everyone an equal shot.
But what you've done, you've created an economy where everything costs more. So, yeah, everybody's been impacted by the economy. It's actually working against everybody, not for everybody.
And see, one, should the government even be setting a minimum wage is one argument. But the other is there's entry-level jobs that should have lower wages, and you work your way up to the better paying. When you artificially go in and set this extremely high level, it has just a terrible effect on the rest of the economy. We've seen that over and over. You remember when they went to $10, $15 an hour, the number of shops and stores that shut down in Seattle because they couldn't, the consumers couldn't pay it. So we're already squeezed to death, and it's just getting worse.
But don't we know that?
No, there's some people. I was having this discussion last night. I just don't see how some people with their position on issues in this country, especially economics, okay? We can take a lot of the other issues out. I just don't understand how they don't get it. I mean, we have track record, we have history to look at, and they still just keep the same old mentality of trying to beat up the rich and pander to the poor, and they get reelected and things just get worse. They get worse, okay? Can you point to one big urban city in this country that is run by Democrats that have got better over the last 50 years? Give them 50 years. No.
Oh, boy.
I'd like to see the example.
Can you see him last night holding court at the dinner?
I can. I wish he was dressed like a hunter when he was saying it.
Yeah.
I do.
Well, I mean, is it?
Do you think I can?
Wait. Let's listen for the examples.
Right. Well, the podcast we did, 2 podcasts ago,
Still waiting.
Was about this very topic, and then we did another one, a podcast before that. We had a couple of guests that were all pointing to what Bubba's talking about, going, we can give you the history, we can give you the results, and is it uninformed, or is it I just continue to vote with my emotions, not with my mind?
I think there's a deliberate attempt by people who want to stay in power to keep a large portion of our society from achieving because they need them. They can always tell them, without us, you couldn't make it. Well, guess what? You can't make it because they're fixing the game, so you can't make it.
Did you include that last night?
No, I'm adding it to the repertoire.
Yeah.
And I mean, it is. Right. It's just crazy. Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah. We'll come back. Phone calls are next.
It's a great point, so.
We have. This was the land of opportunity. Mm-hmm. And we are doing all we can to rob that from as many people as we can keep enslaved at a lower income level, so they can never accomplish anything and think for themselves. I mean, it's crazy.
All 10 lines.
It's evil, really.
All 10 lines are available. We'll chat with you right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
In many of his presentations.
I think you'll see that the more you see him, you're going to notice his hair. Now, when him and Trump gets together,
oh my gosh, it will be like Clash of the Titans.
Everybody will be just staring at their
hair. So anyway,
I mean, is this a trend?
Right.
We need to keep an eye out for new world leaders and watch their hairstyle.
I'm with you. So Tom Hanks is going to play Mr. Rogers, and the new Prime Minister of Great Britain is another world leader with bad hair.
Interesting hair choice.
Yeah, well, just like Trump. I mean, like you say, when he and Trump get together, there it is. There's the meeting of the hair.
Wow. Cosmetologists everywhere cringing.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But this deal with this Georgia, what is she, Georgia?
Erica Thomas.
Yeah, she's some sort of, is she a rep or so? What is she?
State representative.
State representative.
yeah.
So this thing we have now, guys, I don't know what's going on. I truly don't. I know that dishonesty and exaggeration has been around for a long time, but it seems now where it's almost preferred. It's like people want to exaggerate. They don't want to tell that they and I don't know when did it ever become vogue to be a victim?
I know.
Yeah, it's like somebody says,
"Welcome to America,
hey man,
2019."
Hey buddy, did you have a good week? Not really. Why? I just never really was a victim of anything.
Yeah.
I never. No one ever mistreated me to the point I go out and say I have been mistreated, and so what happens is there's such a desire for this that we'll just make things up.
Yeah.
And in this particular situation, of course, after the Trump send them home thing, now everybody wants to somehow say they've been told to go back somewhere or something like that.
Right.
And so we have a rep that claimed that she was in a store, and it's a grocery store, and had an encounter with someone who made her so upset she's crying because he told her to go back. Which I don't know, where's she going back to?
Well, and then she's kind of backtrack on that. She basically, he was at the 10 items or last line. She had more than 10 items, and it made him mad.
Mm-hmm. And he said,
now he did say he called her a lazy.
I know that's the other part of the story that
he admitted
that's hilarious. Is that the guy says he's a Democrat? He'll always vote Democrat.
He said nothing to do with politics.
He said all this had to do with is she was trying to bring too many items to the line I was operating. Now I did call her a lazy.
Yeah.
You know, a dog, a name for a female dog. Now I did call her that. So he did clarify what he did call her.
Can confirm that.
Could that not be enough? I mean, is she saying you can't really call a press conference over that though?
Well, let me ask you this:
it's not illegal to be a jerk.
Like we talked about that yesterday. Even if he said go back where you came from, being a jerk's not against the law, and to me, it shouldn't be front page news either. I mean, that's just some people are jerks.
Well, remember, it's front page. It's front page.
It is when you're looking for a certain story. You have a.
Well, that's my point, though. It shouldn't be.
No, it shouldn't be. But what I'm saying is, if I go out and say that I had too many items in the line, and the guy running the line, probably was a hero for those of us that hate people.
No, he was in line too.
Oh, he was in line.
Yeah, he just
he was in another line, and
but he said, but what I'm saying, it's not a front page story, Greg. To your point, if somebody was just a jerk to you in the store, but if you're African American, and because of the thing going on with Trump and the send them back and all this, if you can play that narrative, then you do get to be a story.
Yeah,
you see,
especially if you're. I'm just saying,
she's really upset because the guy called her a lazy whatever, and she realizes I wish I could make a bigger deal out of this than I'm allowed to make. So I'm gonna put another element in there that, Greg, I hate to tell you, it's victim Munchausen.
Yeah.
Just like yesterday, we discovered a new thing.
Yeah,
that we never heard of in our lives.
Right.
But Munchausen is
it's everywhere.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
But what's got me, and I couldn't turn away from it, is you've got this guy. And he's kind of talking to the media, basically saying, hey, here's my side of the story. And while he's doing that, Representative Erica Thomas confronts him and walks into and then they start arguing in front of the cameras.
I love it.
And it's just, I couldn't turn away from it. It made me uncomfortable, but I also wanted to kind of like lean in a little bit, which I felt like y'all.
Is that growth?
No,
it was kind of weird.
Now, make note, she admits she had more items than she should, but she says, I'm 9 months pregnant. And I can't stand up very long, so she said she had 15, which means she had 20. Because we all do that. I'm gonna cut the number back from what it really is when I'm telling.
Can I tell you
story.
that? Can I tell you? No doubt about that. But let me tell you, it's a gray area. What if I have is the case of bottled water one item?
I know. I'm not gonna lie.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
100%. Is the 6-pack of a soft drink
one item?
Yeah, because it's
absolutely
they're together.
What if I have individual bottles of the same thing?
Then that's individual.
How many times do they scan?
That's individual.
Yeah, if it's a one scan, it's one.
Absolutely.
If it's 6 scans,
I got
it's
you.
6.
866 We Be Big's our number. Thank you for being with us. Rolling in now, we got phone calls, and we would love to hear from you. And if you move right now, Calvin Speedy Wilburn's got the phones, and we do have some lines available. Let's start with Chris out of Gadsden, Z93. Chris, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey.
Hey, I was just calling. Y'all were talking about if anybody was called Mr. November, and I remember they called Derek Jeter Mr. November one time.
Yeah, I think they did that because October was already taken.
I think it was after midnight, and he hit the game-winning hit or something like that, and they called him Mr. November or something like that.
Okay.
You're right. You're right.
All right,
He
well,
has
yeah.
references that.
Yeah. So, but that didn't start till after 2001. So, true. All right. Well, 866 We Be Big is our number. Let's go to Kelly out of Moundville. Kelly, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, it's Bluffsville, but that's fine. Talking about economics a while ago, every student from the 10th or maybe earlier through high school, they don't even teach economics anymore in high schools. They should have a fake business set up for half a class of students be the business and the other half be consumers. And let these younger generations see, hey, well, your business lost money. We're not going there. And let these people see the actual cost of running a fake business before they get into the real world.
Yeah, that would make too much sense. That would never work. We're going
to study gender identity.
Yeah, Bubba has talked about this many times. I don't know why we do not educate young people on basic things like you just said, a balancing sheet, how money coming in and costs going out, overhead, taxes. So they can have some idea what the reality of life really is when it comes to your economics.
Yeah, you have some costs you can't do anything about, and you got to overcome them. But classification point A before you move forward.
Shane in Birmingham. Shane, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Thanks for listening to ZZK. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I just wanted to say, you know how you guys say that couples that pray together stay together? I'm hopeful that me and my fiance, Shelly, today's her birthday, and I hope that you guys are right about that, man. We've been looking forward to this for a long time. We're going to get married in the next year coming up, and we're just all excited about it, man.
Well, congratulations, and I would add to that, prayer obviously the most important. Second, as we've said many times, the couples that listen to this show together always stay together.
Right.
Yeah.
Second, but still important.
Second, but important.
Yeah.
Let's go to Clint in Tuscaloosa. Clint, go ahead.
Hey, roll tide, gentlemen.
Hey, roll tide.
Talking about the economic stuff, the problem I believe is in that, high school genre, teachers are pushing kids to go to college and then they get this bachelor's degree and then they get out of college and take these entry-level positions that don't pay hardly much of anything. And so then they feel obligated to go get another, either another degree, additional degree, or a higher degree, like a master's type degree. Then they're overqualified. They get that position and they get their degree, their master's in 2 years. They don't have any work experience and they're overqualified for the mid-level position, the mid-level manager positions, and now they can't even get a entry-level position because they're overqualified and underqualified for the mid-manager position.
It is. I think that's another thing that we don't teach young people to think through. All right, you're going to college for what reason? What is there? Is it a game plan? If you're wanting to get into a field that requires a degree, that will help you on your income, and obviously you got to have your expertise, and then maybe even a master's or the next step would also be beneficial. So you're working those things in order to achieve that end goal, that I'm in the field I'm going into, I'm trained for that field, and also have the degrees that would earn me the best living in that field. And then if someone sits down, you go, you know what, I'm not even sure you throwing all the money at this is going to serve you the best. You sound like you've got an entrepreneurial spirit. You sound like you have a gift set. Really, this route, this way to educate yourself might be a better route. We don't seem to, it's almost like, I'm out of high school, going to college, here I go. And then, like you say, you come out kind of disillusioned about, well, wait a minute, the job I'm in right now, I could have got if I'd never even gone to college.
Well, that's what they're told. And the real shortage of trades. Yeah. I mean, that we've heard that, but I mean, it really is. And, dealing with home building right now, I'm seeing a lot of that. It's and man, some of these guys, they make unbelievable money in this, and they're very skilled at what they do, but there's just not a lot out there. I mean, I think we need more. Obviously.
Absolutely.
to JJ in Birmingham. JJ, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, gentlemen, roll tide.
Roll tide.
Just touching on this morning, we talked about minimum wage and all the reckless protests that we have and this generation and everything. And what we don't focus on is that minimum wage is the minimum amount a company can pay you. They can pay you more than that. They just elect not to. So does the government need to come in over the top and enforce this? Absolutely not. I don't believe. Thanks for your time, gentlemen.
Yeah, no, if the government forces the wage and not the business owner, the way wages go up is when the business owner says, I'm doing so well, and I've got some people working for me that are doing a great job, and they have helped me to do well, so I can increase them because I can see what my bottom line is.
Or they're too valuable. You don't want to lose them to
Right.
somebody else.
Yeah.
See, the marketplace takes care of that in its own way.
But to your original point, though, the numbers still have to work.
Yeah.
I may go to my boss and say, I think I should be paid this, and he goes, but the money doesn't work. I love you, I like you, but this is where I'm at. I can't.
I still have to have a hamburger I can sell for $3 or whatever,
Leeds, Alabama, Davis, listening to us on ZZK. Davis, go ahead.
Hey, tell Speedy it's David, not Davis.
Okay, David.
hey,
Bip.
Hey, Rick.
Yes.
Rick.
Yes.
I want to get a Dickie Admire prediction of the LSU Alabama game coming up Saturday. I'm going to be there freezing, but I want to see what his prediction is.
Is he drinking?
Well, let me tell you one thing. Wherever you're tailgating, David Davis, I'm going to join you because you sound like you're too damn drunk. You're about 6 in. If you're an LSU fan, it'd be the smell of a corn dog. Roll Tide. Well, Dickie Nadmeyer predicting a huge victory this weekend for the Crimson Tide. We are finding our place. We are settling in. Saban, who is coaching magnificently, except for the first half of the last game, when I was ready to fire him like the rest of the fans. I quickly adjusted, and I believe we will beat LSU by 41 points.
Going away.
Going away. Not even close. Roll Tide. And I'll see you in the parking lot. We
you,
continue. Let's go to Brian and Coleman. Brian, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Long time caller, first time.
Thank you.
Long time listener.
It's not
first-time
important.
caller.
It's not important.
Hey,
Yeah, I got you.
we appreciate
A simple monkey grass would have done it. Go ahead.
Monkey grass and green acres. How about that?
There you go.
Hey, we're talking about this economic subject about teaching our children these things. Somebody needs to teach our leaders of Washington, D.C. the same balance sheets.
Well, there's no doubt.
into that.
Yeah, there's no doubt. But I they got another deal though. They know they can. They're playing with house money. They're going to be all right. The ruling class, they're going to find a way around it. You don't worry about that.
Yeah, that'll be good.
Either, as we've said, either they're really, really stupid or they're diabolical and maniacal and conniving.
Yeah, and I'm afraid of the answer.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Good. That helps.
Yeah.
All right.
And I think if you got 13, 14, go through it.
But what I'm saying is, did we really believe if she had said to the people in line, "Hey, I've got more than 10 items, but I'm about to,"
I don't think he cared.
Really, even if she said, "I'm about to have a baby, can I get in this line too?"
Yeah, he was another customer, and for some reason it made him mad.
Right.
So he's a
this
jerk,
is-
but the good news, he's still voting Democrat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
According now, this is a couple of days old. He shows up at her press conference, and they turn to him, and he's almost got his own. And
Oh,
she's
I
like,
like
"What? Wait a minute! You don't get to do this."
On soapbox room. Violate
and so
soapbox
we don't
room.
have to listen to the whole thing, but it's just made me
Are
uncomfortable.
we going to hear his clarification on what he
Yes,
called
we
her?
are, and then you're going to
Is
hear
it-
her
is it
come in.
beeped?
I think he spells it out. Is what he does.
Okay.
Yeah.
Start with your name and last name and spelling, please.
Eric Sparks, S-P-A-R-K.
Please look at him.
Okay. And tell me what happened on Friday in Publix.
This woman
Rick, go
was
to
in
one
the
channel.
express lane that says 10 items or less. 2 other lanes completely free open. I go pay for my 3 items in one of the other lanes. It frustrated me to see her there with that many items in her. She had about 20 items, so that frustrated me. So I went to the 2 of the cash or customer associates of Publix and talked to them by the front door. And I asked them, is there anything that could be done, so on and so on. She goes, well, it's not Publix policy. We're not allowed to confront any customers about the express lane. She goes, well, a customer can. So I thought about it for a second, almost walked out, walked back in, went up to the lady, which I did not know her name, did not know her stature as a state legislature.
Get ready.
And asked her.
You don't get a spotlight. You don't get anything at all because you degraded me and you berated me, and everybody needs to see your face on camera.
Right?
Yes, I know it's on camera. Everybody needs to know
that
what you did to me, and what you did to me as a woman that is 9 months pregnant, and you think you're going to get away with this? No, you're not. You are going to jail.
You're
and
showing
this speaks
yourself.
Jail? Oh no, I'm showing myself. This speaks for every black, brown, and any woman that's out there that's 9 months pregnant, and a white man comes up to you and calls you a son of I don't care what you are. Yes, you are. If anybody comes up to you and calls you a son of it, I am facing the man that degraded me and berated me, and I'm not crying. No, I'm not. I'm standing right in front of you. And if you know how you made me feel yesterday, if you know how you made my daughter feel.
Back off before I call the police.
Call the police right now because they are looking for you.
I already talked to them.
It's okay. I am so happy that you're here. And I'm happy that everybody needs to see this man that did this to me. And he thinks that he gets a 5 minutes of fame. You think that you're going to come up when you see police, when you see SB 46, you think you're going to come up here and get a spotlight? No, you're not. The only spot that you're going to get is everybody needs to see the man that did this to a woman that's 9 months pregnant.
Are you a state legislator?
Thank you. Nobody is here for you.
Are you a state legislator?
Thank you. We can continue my interview.
Would you like me to finish?
No, this is
how do you guys want to handle it?
We want to hear from both.
Yeah, we want to hear both sides.
Please.
I cannot believe that you would do this. And do you not feel bad? Do you feel bad
You
at all?
understand you're a liar?
Do you lie about what?
Everything that happened.
Do you feel bad?
Me telling you to go back where you came from?
Do you feel bad about yesterday?
Did I say that?
Yes, are you serious? So you didn't say
Did I say
What did you say to me then?
Is it on video?
What did you say to me?
I called you a lazy bitch.
Okay, that's all you
the worst
did.
thing I said.
That's all you said to me.
Pretty bad.
Yes.
That is bad.
That makes you look better because everybody's after you now. So that makes you look better to say that.
I know what I said.
It's okay. It's all right.
The video
though.
knows what I said.
Okay, yeah, they all see it. They all see that you left out of the grocery store, came back.
I didn't leave. I took one step out.
At the end of the day,
no
you know
one
what?
kicked me out.
I'll let you have your 5 minutes.
Am I
of fame.
banned from Publix?
I'll let you have your 5 minutes of fame.
You got
have your
yours?
5 minutes of fame.
You got
There
yours.
you are. You know what? Thank you. Congratulations. What's your name?
Eric Sparks.
I'd like to shake your hand.
No,
Eric
you're
Sparks.
not.
I'd like to shake your hand.
No
I thought
way.
so. Go ahead, Eric Sparks. I want him to get his 5 minutes of fame. Go ahead, get your 5
And it
minutes
just
of
goes
fame.
on and on. You
Okay,
come
this
out
is
of it
hilarious.
whenever you want. But
First
you
of all,
telling me you weren't leaning in
Rick,
on that?
First of all, I'm no expert, but he is white.
What you say? He's not white.
Yeah.
He's
Now,
whiter than
he
all.
starts talking and explaining more. And,
Look,
and
but
white has nothing to do with any of that.
But
No,
but she tried to make it because
Exactly.
you could tell she even didn't know which way to go.
Yeah.
She first of all says, "I'm standing here for every black, brown." Then she goes, "Any woman who's not." And she's trying to say there was a racial element to it that he says wasn't there. If you want to say I'm a mean guy who tells people in the line with too many items that they're lazy, something you shouldn't call any woman, then I'm guilty of that. But I never said send you back. I never had a racial element to it. Really, what he's saying is I get angry about people doing this, and if you want to get mad at me about that, that's legit. But
and he's obviously an idiot. I mean, who takes time to care?
Nobody's doing a parade for him.
No.
But the thing that the representative needs to be clear about, didn't she make this a national story?
Yeah. I think she was the first one that went
Right.
on.
She went on there crying on social media.
Right. So
yeah, talking about it.
She went out there. She went out there to the world.
Yeah.
And told everybody what happened. Right.
Yes, absolutely.
You're right. She kept trying to find a racial.
That's why he showed
You
up.
could tell she didn't know what her narrative needed to be once she had to
She's
back.
throwing a lot of pitches there.
And look, he's a rude
white,
guy.
She really wanted him to be a Trump guy.
Yeah.
That messed the whole thing up. He was a Democrat.
And he didn't say go on back. He didn't say that.
Exactly.
That made it sound better, but he never said that. Now, is he rude? Sure.
Yeah.
But that's about it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the world and all sorts of platforms. Live Options, America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, the YouTube channel, and our TuneIn app. All those are live options. Archive options, the YouTube channel. There's an archive every day. Our podcast channel. There's audio archives every day, and you can go grab archives on your own time as well. Plus, the TuneIn app has full shows archived for you, too, after the live show ends. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for sharing a few hours each and every day with us.
Also, make a note, we have an original podcast we do most every week called Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. It comes out over the weekend. This week, a reoccurring theme, installment number 3 of letters from the audience. Have you sent Speedy your email yet? Speedy@rickandbubba.com. I would like for Rick and Bubba to address this, answer this, or comment on this in the podcast coming up this weekend. Your letter may make the podcast. So send that to Speedy@rickandbubba.com. We'll record that tomorrow. So if you could get those to him today, he sure would appreciate it. Bubba. Now, apparently, our Vice President, Kamala Harris, is worried that AI may be racist.
Rick, she is worried that AI will not be shared equitably.
There's that word.
And warns against algorithmic discrimination.
Wow. He's not, Bubba's not making that up.
I know.
Are you sure about that?
You know, now we have computers being discriminatory. I just don't think we're ever going to be able to defeat this. You know, it's it appears everything is going to be discriminatory in some form or fashion.
Here is the Vice President of the United States of America.
All to help make sure that the benefits of AI are shared equitably and to address predictable threats, such as algorithmic discrimination,
oh my goodness,
data privacy violations, and deepfakes. We named it the Blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights.
I'm watching the president. He's standing there. He has no idea what he's talking about.
No. He doesn't know where he's at.
He's
hungry.
He is so hungry.
Who am I? He's thinking, I got a VIC-20.
How about this? I think he would kill somebody for an ice cream cone.
Oh, I tear it up.
Split steak and put a little A1 on it.
Algorithmic discrimination, Bubba.
Oh, so I mean,
see that right?
You know, discrimination will never die because there's some people not going to let it die. That's for sure.
So AI has the ability to discriminate. Again, and why would it discriminate against you? For what reason? Now, I noticed you didn't.
Rick, it even goes against the whole concept of what they've told us AI is, that it learns on its own, and it looks at facts, and it molds itself. For it to be discriminatory, it would have to be programmed by somebody and told to be that way, and that defeats the whole part of AI because it's supposed to be smart. It's supposed to learn its own way.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't. It's just.
I wonder if she puts under discrimination about that you also can have algorithms that discriminate against you based on your political views.
What about that?
All right, Joe Rogan, his podcast and his mighty. By the way, did y'all see the article?
He got Elon again, Speedy.
Yeah, but did you? Did you see the article? And it was a guy in my Sunday school class, and he put. He sent it to me, and in the text he said, Rick and Bubba have been doing this for 30 years. They were trying to make Joe Rogan out as being some hero, like he's introduced to the world long-form talk radio that goes on for hours.
What?
Yeah, Joe Rogan, he set standards with the four hours of a podcast. And of course, the friend of mine said, y'all been doing that for 30 years. We've been a podcast before it was ever called a podcast. But anyway, so do you want to skip the cyber truck thing and get to the interview?
Let's see that.
Okay,
the truck is so cool.
All right, here's Joe Rogan shooting an arrow at a Tesla cyber truck. All right, here we go.
He's drawn back. I think it's like an 80-pound draw, pretty heavy arrow. Boom! And just a tiny little dent in it because they're bulletproof. Boom!
But that's not a gun.
No, Elon did the gun. He did a drive-by and was trying to shoot it, and it was just
They're just
he's pretty
dinging
close.
off of it.
He's pretty close for that arrow.
Worried me.
I would be,
Watch the ricochet, yeah.
So now what do you do with a Cybertruck with a dent in it?
Hey, now it's like, hey, this is the one that Rogan shot with an arrow.
It's called character.
Yeah.
Little character.
I can't call that a truck.
You should have seen the one with the bullet dents all in it.
So next,
you remember when he threw the brick through the window and it busted?
Yeah. That was
Greg has turned into the guy. First of all, listen.
You're
the guy that stood out in the yard and said the little lights are not twinkling.
Yeah.
You just did it.
You know who he is? The guy I went back on the plane with. I told that story.
Yes.
It's on the Best of CD this year. Of course.
Yeah.
Got a dent in it now.
So y'all think that looks like a truck?
No, two things.
Bed.
Hey, not a bullet. That's what he said the first time. And then, hey, not a truck.
Well, somebody said about drive-bys, and I'm thinking I ain't seen a lot of drive-bys with bows.
I mean, there was a time when trucks, you remember when trucks were kind of cool and they looked like trucks? Of course, that's over.
That's over.
All right, here we go.
That's over.
A year after Elon Musk bought Twitter, he finally explains why to Joe Rogan. Here we go.
And Rogan's in a wig because it's the Halloween episode.
Okay.
Ric Flair.
All right, here we go.
What has it been like? You've owned X for a year now.
Joe, hello, talk.
Oh, yeah. Ask Winter.
Do you ever wake up in the middle of the night and have a dream that you didn't do it? And your life is infinitely easier?
Well, it's certainly a recipe for trouble, I suppose, or contention.
Tough interview.
What was it ultimately that led you to make the decision to do it?
And he'll pause.
He will.
He will think.
Awkward.
He's a thinker.
I mean, this is going to sound somewhat melodramatic, but I was worried about that it was having a corrosive effect on civilization. That it was just having a bad impact. And I think part of it is that it's where it was located, which is downtown San Francisco. And while I think San Francisco is a beautiful city, and we should really fight hard to kind of right the ship of San Francisco, if you've walked around downtown San Francisco, right near the FK Twitter headquarters, it's a zombie apocalypse. I mean, it's rough. Have you been in that area?
Not lately. No.
Yeah.
I've heard.
It's crazy.
I've heard it's crazy. I've heard you really can't believe it until you actually go there.
You can't believe it until you go there. So now you have to say, well, what philosophy led to that outcome? And that philosophy was being piped to Earth. So, a philosophy that would be ordinarily quite niche and geographically constrained, so that the fallout area would be limited, was effectively given an information weapon, information technology weapon to propagate what is essentially a mind virus to the rest of Earth. And the outcome of that mind virus is very clear if you walk around the streets of downtown San Francisco. It is the end of civilization.
And it's not just propagating the mind virus, but suppressing any opposing viewpoints.
Yes. Well, in order for the virus to propagate, it must suppress opposing viewpoints. So,
because it doesn't stand up to scrutiny.
Correct.
Is he drinking scotch?
I think so.
Yeah. I think they're drinking scotch. Apparently, Rogan is smoking something.
Yeah, he does.
Cigars.
Is it cigars or is it a vape?
Well, no,
I think it was a cigar.
I think it's a cigar.
I will say this. I know we have another clip. I cannot listen to it.
Okay. Yeah.
That's as monotone and two low talkers talking to each other, and I believe everything that Elon is saying.
You need to hear what he says in this one.
Yeah, so we'll come back. There's no way I can.
It was tough.
I'm going to have to go get a shot of coffee or something.
Well, I tell you, Rick,
I mean,
Rick, I tell you need to listen to it, Rick.
But what he's saying, I completely understand and agree with. But it was.
I could speed it up like we do with RFK. You know how
That's it.
Jakey Boys guy will speed
Well,
it up.
this other one's only a minute 31 too, so that's a minute shorter. So that'll help. We'll come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, I know we're all excited about Top Gun 2. And
it's gonna be a while before it comes out. But.
Yeah, but we've been excited about it for a while.
I have. They've been talking about this for 5 years. At least.
And we talked about whatever happened to Val Kilmer, and of course we know the throat cancer incident. For a while I didn't realize they were denying this was going on. People see pictures of him and all that. So he finally, said, yes, this is going on. But now we got the trailer is out, and then all of a sudden Val Kilmer has now delivered a speech at the United Nations headquarters in New York City this past weekend, and they're saying this is kind of him returning to the spotlight in preparation for this movie and because of his battle with throat cancer. He's 59 now, and he spoke at the Novus Summit. SDG.
Yeah, I'm out of the loop on that.
You got any idea what that is?
No, I'm out of the loop.
Yeah, I thought you were going to be my guy. But anyway, he was honored by whatever this organization is for his work with the Mark Twain Legacy, Twain Mania Foundation that educates children and helps with children's education. And undoubtedly, he's done a lot of work with them, and he was honored for that. And they said that the speech, was just a few days after the trailer was finally available for Top Gun Maverick. And so he is going to be in the film, but they say because of the battle with the throat cancer, his voice has been compromised. And it's
he's had a tough time with it. Rick. You can tell. I mean, he's had a rough go of it.
So will they just write this into?
I wonder.
Hey, Rick, there's more important things in Val Kilmer's life than how they're going to make this work for Top Gun Maverick. But I am wondering that.
Yeah, I mean, you got to admit. From the original crew with Tom Cruise, Kelly McGillis, and Val Kilmer, that Tom Cruise has fared much better than they have for their looks. So I mean, they could play it up where he's been shot down by a drone or something. I mean, and he survived. I mean, that's possible. That's one of the scenarios, Rick, we talked about earlier. That's not a secret.
Has anybody been to see ICE yet? He got shot down by a drone.
Mm-hmm.
And we walk in there,
and then Tom Cruise has to go get the drone.
Mm-hmm. And he'll, Maverick, you got to get back in the plane.
Yeah, something like that.
I'll take you as my wingman. Is that where we're headed with this? I mean, I'm just trying to say what you could do with it.
You just say, I'll take you as my wingman.
They'll do something like that. You remember because he wasn't engaged and ICE was against him, and then he engaged and helped ICE?
Maybe he's where he's at.
You can be my wingman anytime?
That's right.
I can't fly. Go get him.
Drake.
Well,
but it was really Iceman not getting out of the way that caused Maverick to wreck.
Right.
Where's Slider? He got caught in his backwash.
He did. He told him to get out of the way, take the shot, or get out of there.
Let me tell you something. I love how Bubba was stepped in to defend Maverick. I'm talking about immediately.
Where's Merlin? Anybody seen Merlin?
Okay.
Cougar hung up his wings.
I think that's Batman, Helmsy.
No,
he played him.
No, his voice.
Hey, I got it. By the way.
Stay with me, Cougar.
Maverick, I could go. I'd go with him. Take Goose's boy.
Yeah, because Goose's boy's grown in this one.
He's ready.
It's that guy that's in every movie.
And then he'll doubt that he's ready. You know what I mean? He'll think he's not ready.
Too green.
He's too green.
Dead. I think Viper's dead.
Yeah.
I'll be with you in the cockpit. Just listen for my voice. I'm with you.
Let me remind everybody, Val Kilmer has throat cancer.
Right. No, that's serious.
I thought that's why we were talking like
we
this.
are. I just had to remind myself.
But I wonder what his
because for a moment I was just doing a voice and I realized.
Yeah. Oh, he'd be laughing. He'd be cutting up.
Would he?
He would.
Yeah, he'd be.
Can I tell you one of the things I like about being the kind of people we are? We always assume that nobody be bothered by what we're doing.
Right.
We don't mean it to be mean.
But Rick, that's the only way we can do what we do.
Oh no, they'd love
it.
This.
It takes a bit of brainwashing to start with.
No. Guys been through throat cancer. Loves for you to make fun of the way he has to talk now. Everybody loves that.
Who don't like that?
Well, in my mind.
But look, what other?
I think Ham's just choked on a TheraBreath lozenge.
But Rick, look, it's fair for us to try to figure out or play. The fortune-telling game on how Val Kilmer's going to play in the movie.
No, you're right. Now we're just turning in to see how many people can do a voice like that. Though.
Right.
But and we assumed that it wouldn't be any big deal.
Yeah, I'm reading an article here. Can
I tell you? I think we're close. I bet you we're not far off of his place in the script. Mm-hmm. I bet we're not far off.
No, we just improving and we're just acting it out.
Because if he has this,
but Charlie's not going to be in this one, right?
No,
on Charlie.
Have you seen her lately?
I think she actually is. They say she wears a flannel shirt the whole movie.
Oh boy,
she's lost that love and feeling.
Okay,
Helmsy.
Thank you. Guys,
clearly it's Adler at rickandbubba.com.
Right. He wants to take all the bad emails while he's in Montana because he's. 20 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Pop. A couple of things going on this week, and we're kind of sprinkling them as the show goes. Look for the real Greg Burgess this Friday, 11 to 1 local time in the land of 104.7 WZZK, Birmingham, Alabama. Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall. Go by and see Greg this Friday. Saturday, UAB football has the world's favorite hype man, Calvin Speedy Wilburn, in Protective Stadium this Saturday as they host Florida Atlantic. And then on Sunday, I'll be in Birmingham, Alabama, too, at Valleydale Church, my home church. I have the honor of preaching both services Sunday morning if you want to join us. So all that can be found at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events, except for Greg's appearances because he doesn't tell Helmsy about them. All right, so as we come back, we'll finish with Elon Musk and his interview with Joe Rogan. This one, he's talked about, that Twitter was being used in a negative way, creating a mind virus that it was giving to the world. And then secondly, he is going to tell Joe Rogan, and then we have a written story. He gives an example of a person he thinks is one of the biggest offenders. But he's going to tell Joe Rogan here that we need to understand, and we probably didn't, the degree in which Twitter was simply an arm of the government. So here we go.
What was that like? Because that, to me, that was the most bizarre, was the Twitter files. When you let Schellenberger and Matt Taibbi and all those guys get in the Twitter, and the response where Matt Taibbi gets audited. I mean, which is just wild. I mean, it's just so blatant and so in your face.
Yeah, it's weird. No, I mean, the degree to which, and by the way, Jack didn't really know this, but the degree to which Twitter was simply an arm of the government was not well understood by the public, and it was whatever the official government. I mean, it was like Pravda, basically. A state publication is the way to think of old Twitter. It was a state publication.
And was the justification from their perspective that they are progressive liberals, they have the right intentions, it's important that they stay in power, the progressive liberals stay in government and power because this is their...
There was basically oppression of any views that would even, I would say, be considered middle of the road. But certainly anything on the right. I'm not talking about like far right. I'm just talking mildly right. The people like Republicans were suppressed at 10 times the rate of Democrats. Yeah. Now that's because old Twitter was fundamentally controlled by the far left. It was like completely controlled by the far left.
So that's the point, and be sure you heard that that Republicans were suppressed 10 to 1 to Democrats.
Right. It was just an arm of the government, and I remember how that felt for us during the pandemic. I remember how eerie and creepy it felt when they just began to silence any point of view that did not get in line with almost what I would not even think is an exaggeration, the state's approved message.
Yeah, yeah. If you didn't match exactly what Fauci was saying, they just take you off.
Right.
Just silence you.
And think about the summer riots of 2020 and all the left-leaning social media posts that were out about, suppression and George Floyd and all that whole approach on social media was left.
Yeah, and I would say it wasn't just Twitter, and I would say it's still not just Twitter. It's all of the big tech social media companies. It's pretty much every mainstream media company out there as well. The government is controlling it and telling them what to say.
Yeah, well, you saw our friends at Blaze Media. Yeah, this is exactly what Glenn Beck was talking about. He's like, we're trying to do journalism on the Blaze Media website and trying to support that through advertising. And basically, the big tech companies are squashing that business plan, so we can't do it.
Yep.
So they went to subscription. So one of the biggest offenders, according to Elon Musk, and we have always kind of, this guy is problematic, is George Soros, because he has the money, to buy whatever he needs to buy. And Elon goes as far as to say he thinks that George Soros is one of the worst offenders about all this and hates humanity and wants to erode the fabric of civilization.
Yeah, says he backs politics or policies that erode the fabric of civilization. And I agree. I've always thought that about him.
So, but it goes back to that question we've asked over and over again, but to what gain?
Yeah, I don't really
So
follow
I
it
erode
either.
the fabric of civilization and I become, important in a world that is that looks like San Francisco right now?
Yeah, I don't know. He's he pushes these far left agendas. He pushes the open border. he pushes these woke DAs to get them in that won't prosecute anybody and just let crime run crazy. I don't, he made a lot of his money by, manipulating the British financial system. And I just don't get it. It's like he's mad or something. I don't know. I don't see the end game here for him or anybody else, really.
Well, you're going to have to do things. I mean, I think one of the most interesting things out of this conversation that I just listened to, and the one that we're reading about, is that Musk is not benefiting greatly financially from this, because they said he bought it for $44 billion.
Yeah, he's lost money,
and it's only valued at $19 billion now. And you heard him say in the interview, well, I did it because I thought it was corrosive. I mean, I thought this was so dangerous, even if I lost money in the deal, somebody had to take control of this, because it clearly was being used, to.
Well, they had a monopoly. Facebook
right.
and Instagram and everything else. So you had to have something that was counter to this.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he has done a pretty good job of that. Now the left has band together and got a lot of the advertisers, to boycott him and all that kind of stuff. But we've got to have a dissenting opinion and some things so we can at least hear both sides of the argument.
Yeah, and I didn't realize this. Did you know that Soros, who's 93 now, so that's good news, but he angered Musk in May by dumping his Tesla stock?
Oh, I'm sure he did.
So I didn't know that, but that's in here too. So they're definitely at a war. I mean, they got a war going on. They're at war, and so what he's saying is true, and what he did helps. But as Adler pointed out, so did Speedy and others, that there's still a lot out there. I mean, they're propagating the same stuff. I mean, It's still going. Now we've said Rush Limbaugh was the first one who came on the air pointing out. Now look, the mainstream media, they've been doing this for a really, really long time. That was one of the funniest lines I thought Limbaugh had, is when they begin to fall apart and want to bring the fairness doctrine back because they demanded equal time. And Limbaugh said, "What are you talking about? This is a conservative talk show. I am equal time." Right. Finally, there's another voice. What you're saying is you don't want to lose your monopoly, because I'm the equal time to what you guys have been doing. And of course, then he created a form of media that we should all be thankful for, because without conservative talk radio, there was no counter voice.
Well, Musk went on
media.
in that interview and talked about how Soros had been very wise in the way he used his money, and that is he invested in local races, not at the national level.
Correct.
He went and really helped push these DAs. Again, for the life of me, there's a lot of things I may not agree with somebody politically on the other side, and I can understand, well, we're just going to disagree, we look at it different. I don't see how anybody of any point on the spectrum thinks that having high crime is good. How is that? And that criminals on the street is good.
I guess anytime I can create fear, because what they do, they'll play crimes against you and you run to them, and then they'll play law enforcement against you, make you afraid of them, then you run to them. It's like they try to play both sides of the fence, all for one thing, them being in power and having you terrified that you have no hope without them. We'll be back. An interesting topic coming up next.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You can't access them. They'll be bogged down a little bit. He won't start returning them to over this coming weekend. But anyway, so but because if he has this as a byproduct of the battle,
well, it's like
for
our
his
grandfather
life.
had. Probably
Yeah.
voice boxes.
Our grandfather had the same
yeah.
thing. And so, but what I'm saying is this: you can't just act like that's not going on in the movie.
Yeah.
You can't. He has to. This has to be part of what's happened to the character Ice as well, Iceman or whatever it's called.
Well, he says that he is according to this article that's related to the one we're reading back in 2017. He said it's his Christian faith and of course science that help him beat cancer.
That's great. Does Tom Cruise know about that?
On the movie,
I know.
On the movie itself, Rick, they say that there's going to be some technology that we have not seen before in the movies. They're also shooting this movie, they think, for the first time ever, according to this interview, in 6K definition. Said it's so incredibly high def, the aerial footage is mind-blowing, and most all of the footage is real planes. There's
Good.
not a lot of CG done.
All right, Greg.
I'm in.
All right, Greg. There you go.
That
I
sounds
like
awesome.
that.
Not a lot of CG.
You know me, too much CG.
No, Greg. No, we do know. That's why we're saying, Greg. Getting that good
Thumbs
news.
down to suit too much CG.
I know, Greg. You've made that extremely
Every
clear.
movie The Rock's in.
Greg.
Helms, if you could quote Val Kilmer's line in the movie where he's getting on Maverick saying, "You're dangerous up there." You remember in the locker room where he's saying, "You're dangerous."
Yeah.
That's your problem.
I know.
Kazansky, or whatever his name was.
Kaczynski.
Whatever.
Kaczynski.
Whatever it was. That's right. I'm quoting a movie from 1980.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Well,
Yeah,
you jumped up there and
I can't believe they're just now doing this sequel.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
Well, Mission Impossible was all in the way of a lot of
that's
it.
true.
Yeah, it was.
But I think they've kind of, said, well, maybe we need to take a break on that.
Yeah. Will the movie be good or will it be corny?
It'll be corny, but
I think it'll be
I'm
good.
But it'll
watching
look fantastic.
It will.
I think it'll be good. And then they'll do Top Gun 3.
They'll do ridiculous, stupid things with the plane and stuff.
What about Men at Work too? We're still waiting on it.
Why have they not made that one, Rick? That one, that's one of the great mysteries of our time.
How about a reboot of Where Eagles Dare?
Your phone calls are next at 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Don't tamper with the memories on that.
All 10 lines are available, and we'll chat with you next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Tom Brady is having a little backlash. You know, the world of social media, when we decide to take what normally would have been things that were just between us, our family, and our other family members, you might send them well, you wouldn't send it. You'd try to print out a photo or two, and if you saw them at some time, you go, hey, here's the picture of me, my daughter, and me jumping off a cliff. But now, when I jump off a cliff with my daughter, I can put it out there on my page, and everybody can see it all over the world. And then I get taken to the courtroom of parenting, and then the world gets to tell me whether I'm a good parent or not.
Right.
But there's two sides of this. I think it's, there's definitely always overreactions. But when we decide to put everything we do out for everyone to see, then you are out there where all kinds of bizarre people are there.
She did bust it.
She did bust it. So this is a video that Tom Brady put out. They're calling it cliff diving. I'm
It's
like,
not cliff diving.
I don't know how high that is. I mean, it's pretty high.
20 feet.
Are they on a cliff?
But when you
They're
film,
just jumping off.
Oh,
a rock.
are
they diving?
Come on.
but when
No,
you
they're
film
not
with a
diving, they're
phone,
jumping.
it looks further than it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, but bottom line is he is jumping off some sort of cliff rock.
That's that
area.
rock in Leesburg.
Yeah, and they're
Jim
calling it a cliff jump.
They are.
Which it is. It is.
Yeah, but you think cliff jumping, you're picturing them guys that do
Right.
cliff diving competition.
Yeah.
To me, this looks like every lake, even though this is not a lake, but every lake has some rock you can go and jump off of. As a matter of fact,
falls.
As a matter of fact, we took Frenchie to one down there. Hey, we took him over Lake Mitchell, and he looked at it and he took a pass on it. Now he did the tubing and he did the rope
So
swing.
Gary tried to get him to jump off.
Of course, and then he did the rope swing and all that, and that was a little more, I think, treacherous than he expected it to be. Climbing up there, trying to pull the rope up with you and all that,
Oh, yeah.
and then swinging out. So these things are pretty common, and people are saying that the critical people are saying he put his daughter in unnecessary danger. But again, you're not really there and doesn't know how many times they may have done this in the past or what it's about.
Didn't he get in trouble for jumping off rocks one time before? Wasn't there a
you
big-
brought that up. I don't
wasn't there a big
recall that,
controversy
but that doesn't
about,
mean it didn't
you know,
happen.
they didn't want him doing that because he was going to hurt his arm or something.
Something. You're usually right about those kind of things. I don't remember it, but that doesn't mean anything. There's very few things I'm supposed to remember. I mean, there's a lot of things I'm supposed to remember that I don't. So anyway, so you have every time you do this, especially if you're a celebrity, you're now going. 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Thank you for being with us as we roll through another edition of the show. Yes, sir. All the things I've done. As we come back, are you having a little trouble out there, maybe sleeping, and you're thinking about all the stuff, and you got to be careful with some of it. It can be very addictive. Something, that may be natural that could help. Well, I'll tell you this. If you go to cbdistillery.com, 81% of CBD users say it has really helped them with stress and anxiety, and 90% of them say it has helped them sleep better. So if you'd like to find out more about it, just go to cbdistillery.com, and you can find all of these all natural products that are available there, and using 100% clean ingredients, no artificial colors, flavors, or preservatives. Recommended by Dr. Kevin Frey, a leading Mayo Clinic trained internist and preventative health specialist. So if you want to find out more and see the products available, go to cbdistillery.com. That's cbdistillery.com. Use the code Bubba, and you can find out how that will benefit you as well. And they have oils and topicals and capsules and powders, all kinds of products there. So check that at rickandbubba.com under the sponsor as well. All right, so as we come back, this is funny. We've talked a lot about the whole how bizarre it is to not understand that men and women are equal in value, but they are beautifully and distinctly different. And one of the main areas where men and women are different is, size, muscle mass, strength, for obvious reasons. And people are just acting like that's not true. Well, Clay Travis has gotten so upset about it that he is now willing to give $1 million if he is wrong. And I'll just let you hear it from him, saying that he thinks there's such disparity between a female athlete and a male athlete that he believes that the WNBA champion could be defeated. And listen to who he thinks who could defeat them.
Earlier this week, a clip of me from back in February started to go viral. Somebody, give him credit, runs a basketball site, found me saying what is indisputably true, in my always humble opinion. A good boys high school state champion team would smoke, in my opinion, the WNBA champion. At this time, I didn't even know who the WNBA champion was. I probably wouldn't have known who the WNBA champion was anyway. But it was in February, and I was talking about how ESPN is doing everything they can to make it seem like people care about the WNBA, when the reality is, after 25 years, nobody cares about the WNBA. And I said, look, one of the reasons is because the women would get smoked by a good high school boys team. So that gets clipped, starts to go viral, and evidently one of the Las Vegas Aces, I don't know who she is, I don't know what her background is, but her name is Chelsea Gray. She shared this clip from the Hoop Herald, and she called me a dumb.
Nah, yeah. Good catch, buddy.
And so I didn't even know that this had happened until I saw it on a Google News alert, because I can't keep up with everything everybody says on a day-to-day basis. But Chelsea Gray called me a dumb. She's on the Las Vegas Aces, which is the WNBA champion. So I responded, and to my knowledge, Chelsea Gray has not responded, nor has the WNBA, nor has the Las Vegas Aces. But my challenge is clear. We're going to clip this, and we will put it out there. Here's what I tweeted. I'll put $1 million on the line. Your WNBA champion team, that's the Las Vegas Aces, against a 2024 high school boys state champion team of my choice. You guys win. You get $1 million of my money. That is $1 million that I will put out there. I will give it directly to all the members of the Las Vegas Aces. You potentially would make more money from this one game against the boys' high school team than you do for virtually the entire season playing in the WNBA. You claim that you're wildly underpaid. $1 million on the table of my money. But if you lose, you give me $1 million. I then will not keep that money because I'm fortunate to have $100 million already. Instead, I will give that money to the high school boys team that beat you, that I believe would beat you, as incentive to the boys team to go out and play. So all of those high school boys state champions would get, nearly $100K each.
Do you think that he's right?
Now, I tune into that game.
Yeah, I would too.
Yes, he's right.
Yeah,
by the way.
I think he's right too.
Yeah.
I think there's that much disparity.
Yeah, there is.
And there's some pretty, really, really good high school male basketball
Well, a lot of them are
teams
going
out
to,
there.
walk right into D1 programs,
Right,
so
yeah,
they're going to be pretty good.
Yeah.
But you would think that, even when you go to male professional sports, I don't think that any of us would think that even a college male team could beat a NFL team.
Yeah.
And but he's saying a high school boys team would beat the highest level of women's basketball team, who won the whole thing, who won the championship.
Yeah, we're not talking about the team that couldn't get out of the cellar. We're talking about the champion.
Right. And so he's got $1 million that he says that he will put on the line. Now, we all know that, unfortunately, there's no way that the WNBA champion is going to take him up on this.
No.
I think they will avoid this like the plague.
They'll just sit around
and should because
they'll just sit around and say how terrible he is and dumb he is and all that, but and then never have to prove it.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. But
you're all over that.
Right. But boy, I would love to see it.
I know this sounds crazy, but I would pay for that.
You would not pay. You're going to get
that.
somebody, you're going to say, hi, I'm in the media, so I get free tickets.
Yeah.
You're going to have a parking pass.
No, I'm talking about,
I'll be the stadium guy.
No, I'm talking about pay-per-view.
I'll announce it.
You'll have them paying you before it's over with.
I'm talking about pay-per-view. I would pay to watch.
How much?
$30, 25.
Would you invite a lot of people over to help you cover the cost?
$5 a piece to get
and a
in.
bag of chips.
No. That would be good TV right there.
Do we have anybody that thinks the champion WNBA would beat a state champion male team? No. Yeah. Anybody? I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
Like he said of my choice, which means he's going to go.
He's going to go
high
get a
classification, whatever state, a team that's
Probably
really
got-
good.
Yeah, Probably got two
you're
NBA
still,
guys.
You're
Yeah.
still, well, that's what he
AAU
said,
guys.
though. It's
Yeah.
still a high school.
It's still, well,
it still is.
Do we think there's a high school state championship team that can beat an NBA male team?
No.
Not even the last
See,
one.
Not
He's
even close.
saying a professional
Can't stay
against
on the
high
court with
school.
him.
He's not even saying professional against college.
Oh, no.
Professional against high school.
Yep.
And so
I don't know. I'm a big Aces fan, so I think they do. pretty
Yeah,
good.
you're being kind of prejudiced.
all right, is there anybody in this room? I might even ask the entire audience. Is there anybody in this room that has ever watched a WNBA basketball game?
I'm going to go this far. I've never watched like just a shot. Like they go down the court and they took a shot.
Well, you see it at the highlights sometimes when you're
No,
watching
well,
something else.
but I'm
They'll
talking
show
about
a
sit down
play.
on the game and stuff.
Yeah.
On a highlight.
What
day.
network carries it? ESPN. He said that.
ESPN carries
I haven't seen
Anybody ever watched one?
I actually watched the layup competition that they had. It was good.
For the All-Star
That's
week.
funny.
That's fun.
That's a funny line.
Slam layup contest.
One-armed layup.
Right.
Whoa.
Yeah. I have been scanning the channels, and all of a sudden I would look, on my TV, and it would say WNBA, and I would see it for a brief second.
Yeah.
As I rolled on, but I've never stopped and said, I might watch a quarter of this. Anybody?
This looks like it's
I might have seen two dribbles flying by like you, maybe.
Right.
And that was Team USA. Because you know how he is about that.
Well, the reason why he's saying this, and there are, I think, from what I've gathered, there are some female basketball players that have a really good shot and handle the ball pretty well. But what he's saying is, and we never think about this, but wait until there's males on defense.
Yeah.
Right.
Try to shoot over that. Try to keep them from stealing it from you. I mean, it's a whole different game now.
Now listen,
You're not just sitting there in a shooting contest.
I want to preface this by saying today that I will support the Lady Gamecocks playing basketball today. Okay, I won't say that.
Okay.
But the first time I ever heard the paint dry comment, I'd rather see paint dry, it was in comparison to women's basketball.
And there it is.
That's serious business. That is the first time I ever, as a kid,
I
that's
didn't even
the
go
first
into
time I ever heard that saying, I would rather watch paint dry was about women's basketball.
I think that's tied to soccer.
Oh, no, wow. I just thought of a dilemma.
And saying
What's
that,
worse?
just know that I will be supporting a basketball team here in 3 hours. I'll be sitting there watching the Gamecocks and cheering for them.
Would we watch the WNBA over soccer?
I would. I would, yeah.
Yeah, I would.
I wouldn't.
I would.
I'd watch soccer.
I would rather not watch either. But if you said you got to watch one, I think I'll watch the WNBA.
I think I would too, because I've tried to watch soccer. I've never tried the WNBA.
Guys.
Well, that's a tough game to watch. I'm sorry. At least in the basketball thing, I got some people shooting and scoring.
Yeah, I mean, find something entertaining.
They're running up down the court.
Right, yeah.
Something.
Phone calls are next. You can tell us whether you ever watched the WNBA, but you can also talk about anything that you want to when we come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG. More Rick and Bubba with your phone calls right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
to the court of public opinion on everything that you do.
Now they're calling it dad shaming. Is that the term now?
What? Well, it's one of these things.
Dad shaming.
Remember, when you're dealing with this kind of world, that you can never make anybody happy. If Tom Brady neglected his children, he would be dogged for having nothing to do with his children. If he let his children sit around and play video games, he'd be dogged for that.
Oh, yeah.
So now you take your daughter and say, I'm going to spend time with her daddy, and we're going to go outside and exercise and actually play, and now you're getting criticized for that. Well, it's too dangerous.
Yeah, if you just read the headlines, Tom Brady slammed for jumping off cliff. Tom Brady in trouble. Tom Brady in hot water. Tom Brady criticized. I mean, it's just a whole list of stuff. It's pretty funny.
Remember,
and everybody they're referring to is just some regular person that sent something on Twitter, like it's an expert or something.
Can I give us a heads up out there? I don't know some of you, every day you get up, that alarm clock goes off, and you cannot wait to sit there and get all your chat rooms up and all your like and comments ready to go. And you now have been given through modern technology the ability to comment on everybody's life. Now, to be sure we're fair, they've given you a look into their life. They want you to see it. So there's two sides of that. But I think, most of this is just people trying to say, I know there's some of it that's narcissistic and there's some of it that's got some kind of weird jolly in it. But most of the time it's just like this is our way to show the other people we're close to what we're doing. And in some ways,
document
without having, everybody can see pictures that we're doing and catching up. And then there's also, in our line of work where you're trying to interact with people who make this happen, who enjoy this kind of thing and promote things. And we're going to be here and we're here and here's what's happening and documentation. It's all out there. But I think we probably need to save the barbecuing of people for things that are just really, really heinous. And the bottom line is, you weren't there. You don't know what kind of setup they had. And I don't think you can pass judgment on anybody on a 12-second video. Yeah. You're probably going to need more information than that. and look, I'm no Tom Brady defender. I'm just saying I would say that about anybody in this situation. I'm not a huge fan of him as a person, but I do think this is a little over the top.
Here it is. There's one story that says Tom Brady went cliff jumping before. This is from.
Did he get dad shamed then?
It says this isn't the first time Tom Brady jumped off a dangerous cliff.
Dangerous cliff.
It happened the first time, but this is the first time with a young child. In 2015, he had an Instagram video. Brady recorded himself jumping off an even more dangerous cliff.
Yeah,
I can't find the footage.
Yeah, I told you I thought
the story,
that was pretty. I don't know why you would remember that if it wasn't true. Because
it even looked like that same video, best I remember.
Well, you're saying he just needs to stop jumping off stuff. I mean, people
quit filming it.
Yeah, here's an idea.
Really, just go do it.
If I could give Tom Brady some advice right now, and I'm sure he's waiting on that, because he's just really struggling on trying to put his life together. But I would just say, when you have the kind of celebrity that you have, or really I would say this to anyone, okay, anyone, when it gets down to things that are going to put you into the jury of, 2J996, some kind of
Hip Earl 62.
Not the real Kenny Rogers. You know what I mean?
He's funny, by the way.
He is very funny. Yeah. It may be some things, if you want to, like in this case, take your phone, take the video, and send it to your family.
There he is.
Hey.
That's it. Right?
Now that is a cliff.
Now that's a lot.
That's a show enough cliff.
Yeah. Okay, now if he'd have took his daughter off that, we may have.
And by the way, I don't think Tom Brady gives a rip what anybody thinks about it either way.
No. I hope not.
All this criticism today, I don't think he could not care less about it.
If he did care, then he shouldn't vote.
He wouldn't have done it the second time.
Yeah. See, that's a cliff.
That is a cliff.
His daughter.
That's a cliff.
He
right
and his
there.
daughter are jumping off a rock.
Yeah.
And it's a rock pretty high.
Yeah.
But not like y'all said, boys. You think 20 feet?
If that.
Maybe.
If that.
Mm-hmm. But
you get going pretty fast on 20 feet.
But guys,
you remember the high dive?
And I hate to be this. I know now we've turned into the grumpy old men. I got it. But you go back. What would these people think if things that our dads took us on could have been documented?
Oh my goodness!
Y'all would have screamed that our dads were the most. I mean. You remember the things that we went through just fishing with Dad?
Yeah. What about when the baseball team's in the back of a pickup on I-20?
Yeah.
Riding to Six Flags.
Hey, let's bring this real home real quick, okay? What if Tom Brady was driving his daughter around, excuse me, like Gary was driving Frenchie around in the boat the other day.
Right.
It would be an outcry over it.
Yeah, I mean, you're throwing her all around.
I
back
can't
there,
believe you're throwing
trying
her
to
around
knock
like
her
that.
off. Yeah.
Phone troll. It's time. We got a few lines available. Most are full. We're ready to go on the phone troll. 30 seconds a pop. Helmsy's got the phones right now. Yeah, here we go. Comments, questions, bringing information to the table. I want to remind you, coming up December 1st from New York City, Promise Keepers, a Daring Faith conference. I'm honored to be there and be part of what they're going to be doing at that event in New York City. If you can get there, sure, find the link at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events for December 1st. But if you would like a live stream to your church to watch it, you can actually contact Promise Keepers, and they'll help you with that. Just check that link that I just gave you. All right, to the phones we go. Let's start with Matt in Dothan. News Talk 1039. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling. Matt, go ahead. 30 seconds. How about you?
Hey, good morning, guys. Just wanted to call and get an update on Frenchie. I've been watching the archives, see how he's doing.
You know, we kept in touch pretty good with Frenchie. There was even a thought we might try to see him when Sherry and I were in France back over the summer. That did not work out. But, you know, we keep up with him. He's doing well. He's getting his education and seems to be, moving right into the I forget what he's going to be doing, but he's doing well. Sherry keeps in touch with his mom pretty regularly, so they're doing great, and all is well with Frenchie. And some of you had asked me, where has he evolved any, spiritually, and unfortunately that's a no. But we continue to pray and hope that he'll decide one day that the things he heard and has an encounter with God, it may change his point of view. But as far as how he's doing as a person, he's doing just fine. To Jimmy in Tennessee. Jimmy, it's funny, I got an email about that yesterday. It must have been the archives. Everybody's seen that now. Jimmy, go ahead, 30 seconds. How are you?
Good morning. Doing good. Just wanted to say the first time I ever heard the phrase, I'd rather watch the grass grow than watch girls basketball. That got me pretty good there. And anyway, also was
I love you, Jimmy, and I love your beautiful state of Tennessee, but I hope if I'm in cardiac arrest, you're not the one calling 911. What's going on there, Jimmy?
Got a guy here.
We continue.
And
Paul in Prattville, I-92 WLWI. Paul, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Hey guys, it's hard to talk on the radio. Jimmy is having a hard time. It is hard to talk on the radio. Anyway, good morning. I would pay good money to see the NBA, WNBA. I can't even say WNBA because I've never seen it. I would definitely pay to see them play a high school team, and they would make a killing off of that, whether it be ticket sales.
I agree. Bubba and I both got an email that Pat Summitt, she would make the female team at Tennessee play the male team. Now, the male team would drill them. It wouldn't be close. But she said it made the girls better because they were facing that kind of tough competition. Right. Yep. But they never beat them. I do think this would be a great moneymaker if they were to do this. I mean, Speedy's even willing to.
Well, somebody's going to get $1 million.
Yeah.
I mean, because he's going to give $1 million either way.
Yeah. Addie.
Well, no, he wanted the others. They don't have it to give, probably.
No, you're right. Addie in Tuscaloosa, go ahead.
Hey, y'all. Good morning.
Good. Hey. How are you doing?
I have another hypothetical for y'all. Okay. Would you rather watch one WNBA game per week or have Beth Mowins call every game for your team for an entire season?
Goodness,
what for just one season?
That's pretty good.
For one season, of course, I would take Beth.
What was the NBA?
Yeah,
one game a week. Addie, did you say we have to watch one game a week?
Right. Yeah, one game a week, or have Beth Mowins call every game for your team for an entire season.
Oh wow!
Why do all these scenarios have to be like this?
Oh,
I mean, there's got to be a way
Well, they got to
out.
be hard. So, what would you do?
You guys, what I'm about to say next, I can't even believe I'm saying. But I think that I enjoy college football so much more than I do really basketball, period.
but women's basketball even less. I may take the Beth Mowens.
Okay.
Can I?
Yeah.
I meant to ask Addy if I was allowed to turn the volume down.
I'm probably leaning that way.
I have to listen.
No, you have to.
No.
What would you do, Bubsy?
I'm probably leaning that way too.
No, I'm all in on Beth. I think she does a great job.
Do you realize how long those WNBA games are?
Yeah, we know, buddy. We know you're all in.
Yeah, easy. You're very clear on that. Let's go to Evan in Trustful.
Evan.
104.7 WZZK. Evan, go ahead.
Good morning, fellas. How y'all doing?
Good.
We're good.
So what does Beth Mowens not do? So on Friday, she had an NBA game. Then Saturday, she did college. And then Sunday, she did NFL. Next, she's going to be doing golf and hockey. What do y'all think about that?
All right,
Beth's got a busy calendar.
Speedy
she had college off
said
Saturday.
Speedy said that that was not Beth Mowens doing the college game. Was it last night?
Last night. No, it wasn't last night. And she didn't do college this past weekend. When she does NFL, she's off on
But
college.
she does do
So
college.
y'all talk
She
about
does
that.
do
And
college.
she does do NBA.
And I've got
and she
her.
does do NFL. He's saying she
and
does
softball.
Softball.
I'm telling you, she's in high demand.
She is. And I've got her.
people like to hear me call things. I mean, softball, basketball, football, I do it all.
I've got her game for this weekend already.
Where am I going to be this weekend, Calvin?
I'm not going to tell you.
I love that shiny head. More of that.
We continue. Let's go to Mike in Monroeville. Mike, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, I was now that it's hunting season. Y'all know y'all hadn't talked about it in a while, but if you shoot a Bigfoot, are you in trouble, or are you a hero for proving that there's one? And if you shoot him and there's a person in there, do they write that off as a hunting act?
I can understand.
Here's what I think he said. I think he said, if you take down Bigfoot,
Is it legal?
Is it legal? Are you in trouble?
Yeah.
Are you a hero? And if someone tries to dupe you and put on a Bigfoot suit and you shoot and kill them, is it murder or did they bring it on
them?
Yeah.
That's a good question.
I think if you put a Bigfoot suit on and you're out in the woods, you're asking for trouble.
Yeah, that's not very smart.
Well, Greg has been outspoken. He would let Bigfoot pass. And that bothers you, Rick? Because I know you would bag.
To each his own is what I say.
Yeah, I have to let him pass.
How would you do it, Greg?
Greg, why? What if he's dangerous?
Ricky survived this long. I got to let him pass.
No, not me. I'm gonna get. I'm tired of hearing about this.
Would you try to communicate
I'm gonna
with him?
get to the bottom. If somebody,
No,
if
I
watch,
want him to move on because I'd be scared.
If I see another Bigfoot special that never finds Bigfoot,
yeah,
I'm not doing it anymore. I'm done.
I'm done with all those shows.
I'm getting to the bottom of it.
Part of being a king.
Brandon in Ohio. Brandon, 30 seconds. Go ahead. Brandon, come back. I'm sorry.
WNBA or the Virgin River?
Oh, that's easy. That's easy. Virgin River. That's an easy one there. Yeah, there's no doubt about that.
Have a good one, guys.
Even though they're similar.
I think all of us lay awake at night. There's no hope it happening at my house, and I don't think any of the wives are even remotely a suspect. But can you imagine? What if all of a sudden your wife was into the WNBA and kept asking you to please come watch it with her?
Let me ask you this: when is their season? I don't remember what. Is it running currently?
I think it just finished.
I think they just finished.
Did it?
Yeah.
That's why Clay Travis has got $1 million out there.
Okay, makes sense.
No, we missed it. Darn it all!
I think Adler watches it.
Oh, he does.
I
Right?
don't watch it.
That and the Golden Bachelor, all he watches.
Okay, that I do watch. I do watch that. I'm ashamed though.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, like you said, Greg, what if Tom Brady got in a pickup truck with 3 on the column and went by and picked up the entire Little League team in the back of the truck, not one seatbelt anywhere to be found, and rolled to practice with some sitting on the side, and all they would say to be safe was, no, sit down in the truck.
Yeah. Put your bottom down in the bottom.
In the bottom. Get off the side, sit down in the truck. So when you're projected into oncoming traffic, it'll be more difficult.
Rick, and like Bubba said, we would go to like Six Flags or even a Braves game as a team in the back of a pickup on I-20.
Yeah.
And you hear just about it.
Oh, my favorite place to sit was the elbow rest up front.
Listen. I think I can make this statement. I believe that if our dads were Tom Brady with one of us, they would have been criticized. You gonna make him soft, Bill? Let him jump.
Yeah. Oh, right.
Let him jump.
Don't
And if he
hold his
won't
hand.
jump, hey, Bill, what you trying to turn him into?
Yeah.
You know it?
Rick, he'll swim.
Quit holding his hand, Bill. Good night.
He got to grow up. He's 7.
How's it going to become a man?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
He ain't in diapers anymore. I mean, he was a few months ago, but let him jump. Is that not right?
Oh, absolutely.
All right, 15 minutes past the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're all gripped in fear about Macy's. The brand is under fire for what critics are saying, Bubba. They're promoting fat shaming.
Rick,
fat shaming.
What is this new thing, shaming? We got fat shaming, dad shaming. I heard the Bachelorette use another term last night.
Yeah,
shaming.
Hey, I wish the Bachelorette would learn one. How about sin shaming? But anyway,
That's good.
How about I've had a lot of people. I've got about 4 emails about this today. I haven't been watching it. I don't know. I see the story y'all are laying out before me. They keep wanting us to comment on it, but I think I kind of understand what everybody's saying. But if y'all want to do an update on that before the hour's over, you can.
It is extremely complicated to explain if you have not seen it.
Yeah, I think I get the gist of the idea of what people are saying is going on, but we can get to that, or if y'all want to or not.
Mm-hmm.
But y'all have to inform me about it. I'll ask you if I have it right, and you can say yes or no. All right, so here we go. So these are plates. Macy's upsetting people with plates.
Rick.
Former plates.
Portion plate.
Portion plates.
This is very similar to your dog bowl
It's the
idea,
dog
Bubba.
bowl, yeah.
It really is.
So it's basically a plate
And
with
it's a
3
joke.
rings around it.
Correct.
One, the outside ring says Mama Jeans. So if you fill your plate up to that level, you're going to wear Mama Jeans.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have another circle, smaller, that says Favorite Jeans.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have a smaller circle on the inside of that says Skinny Jeans.
Right.
So I guess it's saying if you eat different amounts, that is going to correspond to the jeans you will wear if you eat that amount.
Yeah.
Correct. Tongue in cheek.
I think that's funny.
Yeah, it looks like a joke.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
But while promoting portion control.
Now I noticed that I noticed it only has a female option. Are all the plates just have mom jeans?
I guess they are.
Huh? No, there's no dad.
They were probably going to have a dad version, but they've nulled that.
Well, they said they were about to till they found out that Tom Brady was going to endorse it.
That's right.
But this plate made people mad to the point
way.
they raised Cain, and Macy's had to take them off the shelf.
Well, no, they didn't have to. They
but they
did, which
did.
was ridiculous. You're right,
guys.
Well, there's a giant stack somewhere in the warehouse of plates and Betsy Ross shoes. Is that
right.
Yeah, pretty much.
Exact same thing.
Guys,
There's a few people offended. Well, how about this? Those people don't need to buy them then.
Yeah.
Leave them for everybody else who wants to buy
Y'all,
them.
nobody. To me, I see that. I think it's kind of funny.
Well, yeah, it's funny.
It's a joke.
Here's how it's supposed to work.
It may not be a bad idea. I don't know.
Here's how it's supposed to work. Oh, look at those! Look at those plates. That's kind of. Hey, I want some of those. Look at those plates. I wouldn't buy those for the last. Okay, that's it. The people who are bothered by it don't buy them, and then the people who think it's funny or think it'd be a funny thing to have at the house, they buy them.
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't seem overly complicated to me. Ban them.
Well,
Ban them.
But it's Macy's fault for caving.
Yeah.
This is so
Ban
odd.
them. Look at the things we won't ban.
But don't you?
We're gonna ban Macy's plates.
Yeah.
We got beep. It looks like people on both sides of this issue complaining.
I saw it.
Yeah, you had pros and cons.
It's on the face.
Yeah, guys, I don't even.
Promoting fat shaming and food guilt.
That's it.
Wait a minute.
Oh, no.
I did not know
Wait
that.
a minute. You mean to tell me if I don't like something, I could just not buy it?
It's been a while.
I know those eyes.
Well, with these plates, they gonna get me? What's hard? I mean, this is.
They act like if you walk in Macy's, these places are going to jump in your buggy,
Right.
and you've got to buy them.
Yeah.
Attack it.
Buy me.
What a concept.
Put food on me.
Wait a minute. I mean, what a concept.
Can you believe this? This one lady says,
How can that be-
How can I get these plates banned at Macy's in all 50 states?
Oh, yeah, she's the one with the podcast, the first one.
That's even worse.
Who listens to that?
Do you realize when we get to a
When you
band?
ban-
Band's
Hey,
big.
who is that, by the way?
Let like you're saying, let the consumer dictate what happens.
Yeah.
If nobody buys them, guess what Macy's will do?
Pull 'em.
They'll pull them off the shelf because it didn't work.
It's called the free market.
Yeah.
We did the circle plate. How'd that thing do?
We stuck with a lot of them in the warehouse. God, that was just a dumb idea. Let's not do anything like that again.
Really? Yeah.
Or you look up and go, that thing was a hit.
Right.
But, there actually was a diet that was put around.
Yeah, portion control.
Well,
6 minutes past. Bad turn to misery from Sweet Home Alabama to the world. On various platforms, live and archived. You can catch us live or on your own time. All those options available for you, and you can find them at rickandbubba.com. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, make up Team Rick and Bubba. I be Rick.
And I be Bubba.
There he is. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. All right, so we got a couple of video audio that we'll start this brand new hour with. Bubba will start with, I know, one of our favorites, Corey Bush. Part
of the squad.
This is that question that this show has asked for so long. Can't get a Democrat to answer it. All we hear is that the rich should be taxed more. Can you give us some more specifics on that? Of course, you never can quite get that number.
No,
but
you can't.
Here is Corey Bush getting schooled a little by citizen journalists wanting to ask how much the rich should be taxed. So here we go.
So you're saying that you're saying that they're paying their fair share is what you're saying?
No, I'm asking what percentage is a fair share?
Their fair share, the same, if a third of my money is going to taxes, then I think a third of their money should be going to taxes. It does. Well, it does.
I'm trying to understand because you realize the effective tax rate on the poor is less than it is on the rich, right?
Okay, so first of all, I'm not the poor. I'm very close to that line, but I'm not the poor.
Okay, so the effective tax rate on the middle class is less than it is on the rich, correct?
Hey, she was prepared. That's way to back your argument up.
This is somebody who sits in Congress, Rick, and makes our laws.
Oh, my goodness.
Let me tell you what. The rich would sign up for the 33% in a minute.
Oh.
A third.
Well, and you and I had our own example of that on our show a few years ago when we had a caller that was passing through, and we did this same thing. And if you want to have fun with it, just do it. Ask a leftist how much they think the rich should be taxed. And 9 out of 10 times, they'll give you a number that's lower than what the rich currently pay.
Yeah, what they're really paying now.
Right. Yeah. And on ours, it was like the woman said, I think they should pay 20%. I said, 20%?
Sold.
Yeah. Sold.
Got it.
Yeah, it's 30, what is it, 37% right now? Almost 40.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
by the time you add state in, it's
you can get
50%.
You can get close to 50. You start doing all that.
Yep.
Corey Bush, just her income just from the state directly is $174,000 a year.
She's close to poor.
She's close to the poor, is what she said there.
Right.
Also, she's notoriously anti-police, defunding the police. She got busted for paying her husband tens and tens of thousands of dollars to provide security for her.
Of course.
So,
yeah. But
she's real consistent.
Did you see all she knows how to do, coming from the indoctrination of the left? Just keep saying the rich should be taxed more and they should pay their fair share. They probably want to add to that class. If you ever get asked how much that is, y'all need to get a number together.
Yeah, have a number.
But she was shocked.
And you need to know what the current number is so you don't say a number lower than what we currently pay.
Right.
So,
but the media normally gives them a pass and they don't ask these questions.
Right.
They just let them say the statements. And so she wasn't prepared because it's never asked.
What was funny,
break it down for me.
She was proud of the fact she was not poor. But then she thought about what she was saying and said, but I'm close to them.
Yeah.
So I got to relate to them so they can put me back in office.
Well, Bubba, see that?
And you see her trying to do this dance down this line.
Yep.
Corey, are you poor? Are you middle class? Are you upper income? See, it's not a sin to be any of those.
No.
And to her, she had to manipulate her answer so she looked good, but she didn't want to say I'm poor because, look at me. But wait, I am poor because I need those votes. And it's just a joke.
you're also not more pure and wonderful to be any of those either.
No.
I
wish I was poor compared to what she's talking about.
Right. Yeah, well, I bet a lot of people take that poor.
You mean poor like her?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. But again, shouldn't they know the tax rate of the lower class, the middle class, and the upper class?
Rick, these
shouldn't
are
they
the
know it?
people who are running the country,
Shouldn't
and
they
she
know
has
it?
no clue.
Right.
She has no clue.
This guy
she
said
couldn't run a lemonade stand.
This guy saying you realize the wealthiest pay more percentage wise. They're on a higher percentage than the middle and the lower class. You know that, right? So what is the number? If you say they should pay their fair share, they pay more than the middle. They pay more than the lower class. So what more should they do? And they don't have an answer for that.
No. Well, she said that if they should be like her, if she has to pay a third, they do too. He goes, well, they do.
They do.
They pay more than
they
that.
do. They do pay more than the third.
Okay, we've solved your problem.
Right.
Man. Everything's good,
So,
right?
As a matter of fact, she probably pays more than a third too. She just doesn't realize it,
Right.
or she's been lying about it.
Yeah. Well, like I say, if one thing the Democrats are very good at, they'll make you rich because what you're making right now will be declared rich by them when they realize they need revenue.
Yep.
Now let's go. Let's have some fun, Bubba. One of our favorite topics: man-made climate change and oncoming climate apocalypse. Bubba, we are being told, and we've been told as long as this has started, the climate apocalypse is coming, and if we don't do all these things that are demanded by the far left in our society, the earth will be completely gone. It'll be an apocalypse, and we will all be blamed for it because we must save the planet no matter what. Graduated high school in 1983, 40 years ago.
Wow.
And so here's NBC in 1983. See if any of this sounds familiar. This is 1983, 40 years ago. So here we go.
The Reagan administration has proposed making airbags or automatic seatbelts mandatory for new cars. Critics urged immediate action. And finally, a federal report today predicted possible catastrophic warming of the earth by the 1990s with the strong climate change. I'm Jessica Savage in New York. More news later on this NBC station.
1983.
Well, Rick, in the 90s. Look out.
Watch
out.
By
90s.
when did she say 10 years?
She said in the 90s. So this is 83. She says they're
I'm Jessica Savage.
And, this is back when it was called a greenhouse. Remember when greenhouse was big? Yeah, so here we go. Listen to it again. She's going to say that, it's doom coming in the 90s. Doom. Do you remember the 90s? Yeah.
Urged immediate action. And finally, a federal report today predicted possible catastrophic warming of the earth by the 1990s with the strong climate change. I'm Jessica Savage.
So by the 1990s, a catastrophic climate change.
Catastrophic.
Everybody ever looked at the definition of the term catastrophic?
Yeah. Big.
It means, nothing. Did anybody get through the 90s without catastrophic climate change?
I'm going to say yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we blew right through there.
We are now 23, about to be 24 years, okay, into the next millennium. And we are way past the 90s, okay?
Way past the 90s.
And we're being told what? Hey, look, in 10 years.
Watch out. Well, they've got wiser now.
Yeah,
they won't give you a definite time because they see people going back and hanging these. But,
right.
It's coming.
Well,
Just trust us.
Like Greg said, the one they love to do now, they're learning, and like you're saying now, Bubba, give us a number that we'll all be dead in case you're not right this time.
Right. So far out.
Right.
In 100 years.
Right. And but what they're miscalculating, if the people don't care about the national debt on how that's going to impact the future people here, they're not going to care about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because let me tell you what we're all pretty good about. Oh, it's not going to affect me? Yeah, well.
I'm moving right along.
That's why Greg's not worried about lava.
Yeah.
I can outrun lava.
15 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number.
Do we have a competition on making the bed?
Yeah, I saw that yesterday.
Yeah.
Sure did. We'll talk about that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The
It was like you were talking about. What they found out is that people were moving into refurbished older houses, and their plates would not fit in the cabinets.
How about that? Yeah.
Because they said, wait, so the plates used to be smaller. Yeah. And they had to get their shelves redone.
We're the land of plates that expand.
That wouldn't stop
Giant
me.
plate.
I would go. I just eat 8 plates.
No, I go back to this again. Look, as a person who has struggled with my weight for the majority of my life and all of my adult life, and that is, look, let me tell you why I struggle with weight is when I eat too much. Okay, and when somebody asked me, said, "Hey, what did you do to lose some weight?" I said, "You know what I did? It was really out there." I said I actually started eating less and then and not eating as much food. And then I started exercising, about 3 days a week, and didn't lay around and eat.
You talking about eat to live versus live to eat?
Right. Yeah.
What if you'd have one of them plates?
Yeah, and so that usually. Now I know there's exceptions, and we talked about this even last. When we had a discussion about it, there are some people that are gluttonous who you never see it. So just looking at somebody, it doesn't mean that. I'm just telling you that's what my problem was.
Yeah.
My problem was tied to overeating, period, and eating things that were of not very little nutritional value and very, very high in calories.
Yeah.
And so I think, did we really think that? That the plates have any play in all that?
Did you say food shaming?
Yeah,
I'm back to that.
Fat shaming.
And food shaming.
Yeah.
Did you say food
guilt?
The word food shaming is
I think guilt was in there.
Let's see.
It was fat shaming and food guilt.
I knew food had something.
There's so many terms in all this.
So the lady act like these terms are just legit.
Yeah, fat shaming and food guilt.
Yeah.
Food guilt.
Food guilt.
So
God forbid that anybody be made to feel guilty about anything. God forbid. I mean, there was
food guilt.
Well, now you're making me feel bad about how much food.
How much I'm eating.
Okay.
So
how big my jeans are.
Hey, Chubbalicious, maybe somebody needs to make you feel better.
Yeah.
Look, if you want to, like I said, if you
Look
want to
out.
use that as a a motivator, a reminder, go, I'm just going to eat what's on this small plate and all that. But if you're a person who overeats, and I can fall in that category, you don't care how big the plate is.
No.
You'll just fill it up and just keep filling it up.
What I'm saying is
What's it
the
matter?
plate was intended to be humorous.
Exactly.
Yes.
And a reminder of
plate-
portion control.
Right. The plate was meant to be humorous. God forbid we have a humorous plate.
Mm-hmm. That, and if you want to get in those favorite jeans, you better not go outside this line.
Ban them!
I think they're funny.
Guys, when we scream ban them, it needs to be a big deal.
And you're right.
I
Yeah.
mean-
You made the point earlier. The things we're not offended by.
Yeah.
Oh,
They are
my
more
God.
major
Oh, the
than
things we
things
choose
are
to
offended
protest.
We've got what should be banned and what should not be banned completely reversed.
Yeah.
I mean, we have gone off
the protesters
We're
have
living in loony land.
have created a new version of them. Said, "Hey, we fixed them. This is what it should say. Still great. Still great. You are great."
Good night. Good gracious. America's bored. America's bored.
Yep.
We got
We
it
have
so
no problem.
We got it so good we're bored. So now I did not know this. Did y'all know there is a world naked bike ride?
No, Rick.
It's not naked. They got on something.
Well,
Is
it's
this
a
like
lot
the naked
like
cowboy?
it
They
is.
claim they're
Rick,
naked, but
it
they're not.
is.
Think
It
about a
is.
bicycle seat. You can't be naked.
Well, that's true.
Right.
That's a good point, Greg.
I mean, it's rough enough when you got shorts on.
Yeah. It truly is.
If you ain't prepared.
So they had to go and help because when the 12th annual World Naked Bike Ride, which really
12th annual.
which should have been the 12th annual World Somewhat Naked bike ride.
Well, they're
topless.
not, but they pretty much are.
Pretty much
There's
topless.
Not a lot there.
Topless bike ride.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
all right.
right. I have a piece on it here, Rick. It's from News 10.
Targeted event. More than 1,000 cyclists came out for the World Naked Bike Ride yesterday, but for the first time in years, they saw something they've never seen. Our Justina Cornell spoke to one of the organizers and has more on what happened.
Looks like they're just riding at the beach.
It's a very bizarre incident. Never happened before.
After spinning into its 12th year, the World Naked Bike Ride saw something it's never seen before.
Someone was shooting one of the riders with a paintball gun, and that the man appeared to be angry.
Andrea Hitzman is a volunteer on the planning committee. You can see in this video a man shooting at the cyclists as they make their way through Tower Grove Park.
Brian Kraser was in the park when he saw a bunch of naked riders go by. He whipped out his phone to record it, and that's when he saw a man shooting at them with a paintball gun.
I've never seen anyone actually being angry at a rider.
And while Kraser couldn't get on camera, he tells 5 on Your Side the shooter seemed angry that there were bare bikers as families were hanging out and kids running around.
There were lots of people having barbecues and parties. It seemed like it was one big party. So maybe he didn't like the nudity.
Even though this park has a sign that says a welcoming place for all, that didn't seem to be the case for a man who didn't want to see the nudity anymore.
It is 20 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. We thank you for being with us today. Yeah, people were sending us this video yesterday, and they were like, hey, have y'all ever thought about this? This is something y'all could do with the listening audience, but I don't know that we'd want to. But so it's this is apparently there's a competition that who can make up a bed the quickest and the most efficient. I mean, they're looking for quality though, not just can you throw a bunch of stuff on a bed, right? I mean, you gotta do it good. And
I'm not good at making beds.
Yeah. So here we go.
Oh, wow.
And this is a straight up competition.
Oh yeah.
We're watching these people and okay, so they don't have to put that thing.
It's not fitted. It looks like
not fitted. Okay,
it's like a hotel.
It's not fitted. Yeah. Okay. And
housekeeping.
Yeah, housekeeping would be excellent at this.
Okay, so
it looks like they're being timed as well. There's a number of different things.
Oh wow, he's really got that.
He is so good.
Gosh, he's done this before.
That tuck is fantastic.
I'd like to lay in that bed.
Yeah, let me tell you something.
What if one side's against the wall? You can't do that.
Let me tell you something. Yeah. When that bed looks like the ice cream and the fudge cake at Shoney's.
That's what it looks like.
That's what it looks like.
Watch it comes with a sheet.
What does he do? Oh, what's that move?
Matador.
What's that? They call that.
Come on, bull.
Okay, all right. So
Y'all realize people are watching.
That takes talent right there.
There's actual crowd watching people make up beds.
Rick, more than the WNBA.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
Did we watch this over the NBA? Oh no, it's got one of those comfort things,
duvet
or whatever it is. Oh, he's got to put the cushion inside there.
So talented.
Oh wow.
He did.
Good.
That's 400 level bed
Oh, did you see the
Wow.
Was impressive.
No shocker. Asians are good at this. They're good at everything.
Yes, they
Asians are good at everything.
They really are.
They're disciplined, y'all. We can't match it.
Attention to detail.
Oh,
They do not want to lose face, Rick.
They do not.
Wow,
Look
look
at
at
that.
that.
My goodness.
I'd really like for him to make
this
up.
is-
Wow.
Right.
That's
Wow.
strong.
So
That's strong.
But even as good as he is, you realize a hotel with hundreds of rooms, how long it takes to make
Oh yeah. but he's
Anybody
so
in
good.
here any good at making beds up? I mean, I'm
give it a good run.
I'm okay.
I'm good at getting in them.
I'm okay. I'm
Yeah, I climb
okay
on in there.
with doing it, but I can't do it to the level that my wife can. For some reason, I can never pull off the way she gets it
mine's
made up,
crooked
and I don't. I mean, I'm okay. I guess I can make up a bed about a 7.
You're okay,
6.5.
or the king is okay. Which one?
Well, the king is, I normally am. It's one of those many things the king has masterfully not done well enough, and so I can't really be getting in trouble for not doing it.
Well, when we leave, you can't make the bed up. Somebody's still in it.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
That's a good point.
All right,
That's
so
a good point.
let me ask you guys this question, okay? Because I prefer to sleep in a made-up bed. I don't like a messy bed.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
I'm with you on that.
Okay.
If you say right now, we're all
This is impressive. Right
we're all single guys, okay, and you're living at your house by yourself.
here. Okay.
I shouldn't have smiled that big.
Do you ever make your bed up? Do you ever make your bed up?
No.
I'm gonna say I pull my bed up to where it looks like it's made, but maybe not.
Here's the thing, though.
What
I'm not
time
a
of
messy.
day am I leaving?
Just say you have a normal life.
I'm not a messy sleeper.
I might do like Speedy. I might just pull it up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a messy sleeper, so I can enter and get out with much disruption of what was going on in the first place.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's just simple tuck, throw over, and I'm done because I don't move around a lot when I sleep.
Okay.
I
I've
don't
seen
kick
these-
a lot of covers, stuff
Interesting.
like that. Yeah.
Interesting.
The so-called experts about getting up and seizing the day, a lot of them say start off with making your bed up every day.
Yeah.
And you
Yeah.
have the right attitude and all that.
Absolutely. I've heard colonels mention that.
There's
What
one
the
guy.
military says.
There's one guy that
Bounce a quarter off of it.
There's one guy that wrote a book about that, and like when he comes to speak, that's his whole speech.
Yeah.
Jordan
We've actually
Peterson.
got an intro that we've used before.
Yeah,
I think there are probably some successful people who don't make their bed up. Though.
Probably
just
so.
saying.
Maybe.
I don't think everybody that doesn't fails.
The only reason he brought that up is because he could go negative on it.
Well, I'm just saying.
The second segment.
We have these people come speak,
the only
and
reason he brought it up.
say stuff like that, and you go, "Man, that's pretty cool." Then you go, well, "There's no way everybody that's successful makes their bed
This
up."
one, right?
That ain't right.
Well, but not everybody has that thought. The use of the world, that's all you can think about. But Bubba and I have also looked
So
at
I choose to overcome.
and maybe it's on us. Okay, and he and I kind of sharing this. There's also, I've gone sometimes to hear the so-called motivational speaker or watch the motivational speaker's message. And it doesn't seem to me that, see, the making of the bed, I go, okay, he says getting up making your bed will go a long way in the rest of your life. But there's a lot of them, they talk around things. And when they're done, I'm like, I don't know what my instruction was.
Well,
I mean,
let me tell you,
they motivated, and I liked hearing them. They're good speakers, but if they walked away and they said, "Burge, what's the application of that?" I'd be like, I really wasn't sure what the point was.
I'll tell you what it is: the little things. Do the little things well. That's what it is, Rick.
Right? Yeah. Okay. Bottom line.
Bottom line. That's it.
That's what they all say, isn't it?
Well, that's the point. That William McCraven, I think, is the guy that we had in there, and that's what he's talking about. And if you'll make your bed, that's a little thing. It leads to big things.
But I think sometimes
get you motivated.
Yeah, I think sometimes some of these so-called motivational speakers are, as some people are noticing now, mega church pastors, because sometimes I can't tell the difference in the two. But I will say this, that I think sometimes they may look down at the clock and they're out of time. Like they were trying to set up this point, the whole message, and they looked down. They said, "Oh my gosh, my time is up." And and when you're somewhere and you got 900 sessions or 6 services, I mean, you can't just go over or it's all going to run aground. So I think sometimes they wrap up, and I'm like, there was this thing that he said that he was going to give us, this one thing that would radically change our life. I think I missed it. Was it in there?
Do y'all think Elon Musk makes his bed up? Probably not.
I bet he does.
Have you seen the house he lives in? It's
about
as big as this desk.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's weird.
I prefer an unmade bed because then I can get right back in it.
No, I do not. When I'm climbing in the bed, I want it to be nice and cold and like it needs to be.
I hate a messy bed. I want all the layers of the cover to be where they're supposed to be. I do not like this. I can't even find the spread. Now here's the sheet, and the sheet's not even going down the bed right. It's kind of across the bed. The corners,
your feet stick out from under it.
I don't like any of that.
I don't know how my wife gets situated on her side. I counted 6 layers of sheets. Right. And she's dressed in a hoodie, sweatpants, and socks like she's going to the ballpark.
At least it's close to that, but not quite.
She's got a comforter, sheets, some throw. Then she's got a throw that she's got like wrapped all up underneath all that.
Get her one of them heavy blankets.
Good night. I'm like, honey, after 5 minutes, you good? Yeah. I'm ready now.
I'm under there.
I see your head sticking up.
I think when I'm at home by myself, I go what I now will call the Helmsy. Because there's not 2 people in the bed, one side of the bed stays completely made.
Yeah, for sure.
And so all I do is mess up that one little part I'm on, and I just kind of keep tucking it back every day.
Okay. Yeah. That's not bad.
Yeah, but when both of us in there, though, I don't know. There's a lot of moving
I think there's a
around
lot
going
of fighting for covers, too, that go on, and so everything's out of place.
What do y'all hate to do the most?
Sometimes the kings come into bed, and we're not going to sleep right now.
Okay, all right.
Make the bed, fold clothes, or wash dishes. Which one?
Fold clothes, I'll do that.
Can't stand.
Least favorite.
What were your 3 things?
Making the bed, folding clothes, or washing dishes.
Oh, no.
Our favorite out of that?
No, the least favorite.
Oh, least favorite?
Dishes.
Probably making the bed.
No, folding clothes.
Dishes is my least favorite. I can't stand dishes.
Now, when I say folding clothes, if it's towels, socks, and underwear, no problem.
Boy, you start getting into shirts. So
Boy,
does the king do that, Bubba?
The king has decided not to participate in that question.
Yeah, right. Yeah, there you go. We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Okay. What's eating Scott Gorosky? He does not believe Bill Gates makes his own bed.
No, absolutely not.
No, if I was Bill Gates, I wouldn't make my own bed.
He's got a little robot that does that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You're getting up for the day. Let me make your bed.
Ugly.
Oh, Microsoft Word just crashed.
Let me fluff your pillow.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But luckily, no one was seriously injured.
Everyone is safe.
Hitzman says this ride is supposed to promote visibility for cyclists.
It's also a lot about body positivity and
There we go again.
about treating others with
How you feel about plagues at Macy's?
Others with kindness and love and respect.
Even with this hiccup, they were still able to display their message and just ride on.
It didn't mar the events at all. Hopefully
Yeah, it
will
did.
never
If you got hit,
happen
it
again.
did.
For now, 5 on your side.
And I'm confused.
All right, let me ask you this. Why did he run out like that? Why didn't he just stay up in the grassy knoll and shoot?
Well, he wanted the family to see that he was on the case.
Well,
because
it still would have accomplished the same thing if they were getting popped down there.
It looked like some people were in bathing suits, and then some women were not wearing a top.
Were they not?
Yeah, there were some topless
There's
women.
a little everything.
They shouldn't be.
Yeah, right.
But Rick, this is
See old green shorts right there?
love and inclusion.
Yeah.
Right.
The guy go,
Oh man. Hey man.
Hey, that
So
things hurt.
what I'm wondering, what I'm wondering about
Especially
again,
on parts that don't get sunlight.
naked.
did you hear the woman try to explain what they were doing?
Oh,
It was
yeah.
just a bunch of rambling about freedom of biking and body positivity. Y'all just wanted to ride around, and half of you half naked. That's what you wanted to do. And some guy didn't want it messing up his barbecue, and he shot you with a paintball gun.
Oh, man.
Hey man. So anyway.
Oh, that hurt.
Ow, that hurts!
Rick, it looks like a lot of them might be naked and they've painted their body so you can't tell it as well.
Yeah,
there's some of that.
Naked and afraid.
And there's some of them that should not be naked.
Oh yeah, they haven't rode the bike much.
I would go this far. The majority of people who want to be publicly naked shouldn't be.
Oh,
Yeah.
Right.
It's very rarely somebody that's got the body to do it.
Yeah.
No.
It's very rare.
I know.
So now the other gruesome story today. Remains of supermarket employee who went missing 10 years ago
Oh, come on.
have been found in an 18-inch gap behind a freezer inside the store.
Now, Rick, there's some of this doesn't make sense. I don't see if a guy's missing, how did they not look behind the freezer?
Hey guys,
How did it not have an odor?
that's what I was fixing to say.
I mean,
there was
A lot of this
frozen.
doesn't make sense.
And was he killed and put back there?
That's why there's no odor. It was frozen. Yeah, I think, I think it was still
That
frozen.
makes sense.
I think wherever it was at was.
It says behind the freezer, not in it.
Well, you're right. If he's frozen,
I thought I read in the story
10
that
years. Been missing for 10 years.
because you'd smell it.
All right, the autopsy shows no signs of trauma, so meaning that they don't see anything that says foul play. They said they think he became trapped after somehow he fell 12 feet between the gap behind the freezer.
Okay.
Well, that's a whole different.
Well, see,
that's a
behind
long
the
way.
He said it was not uncommon for staff to climb on top of the freezers because the space was often used as storage. I mean, they're putting stuff up there.
He fell in there.
The sound of the freezer could have drowned out any cries for help.
Oh,
It's so loud, there's probably no way anyone could hear him.
Man.
that's
Greg, here it is.
Here it is.
Numerous former shoppers said they could always smell something terrible when they went inside that store.
Oh my goodness.
Well, why did no employee say, "Hey, something is
Guys,
really, hey, we either got a problem in the meat department, something's wrong."
Oh,
Does this say that the store was closed in 2016 and the remains were found in January?
I don't
In
know.
other words, it's
Well, that would explain
that
some
would
of it.
explain some of it.
Yeah.
So he's been gone for 10 years.
And now they found a skeleton. All you got now.
Golly.
yikes.
What about when you get trapped down there and you're like, he fell 12 feet, so I mean that could or couldn't
Wedged
injure
in
you.
there.
Could go either way on injury.
Yeah.
How
I
about
still
when
don't take away that smell, though.
How about when you're back there?
No, it also doesn't take away the fact that I'm back here and nobody can hear me.
I gotta.
That's horrible.
Y'all.
No, I'm just telling you that.
So
That's
many
what I mean.
questions.
I wouldn't stop yelling. I don't.
I think you could yell louder than the freezer problem.
I don't. I mean.
How do you know he didn't?
That's a horrible.
Oh, you're right.
It's a horrible.
Yeah.
story.
I'm sure he did.
We didn't think to look back there.
Somebody said, I tell you what, where we need to check.
There's something not right about that.
We'll be back. Final phone calls of the hour. Lines are available. We'll say hello to the golden ticket seats all next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you doing? Thank you for being with us today. All right, so we're back reminding you that coming up in 2024, not one but two Man Church conferences. themanchurch.com. We'll do two conferences next year after the success of this year's conference and how we enjoyed getting with churches from all over the country and talking about how the discipleship strategy is working for you. You get a weekend to hear multiple teachers that are part of Team Man Church and then a guest slot and great time of worship together. So this year we're already put on sale tickets for next year's two conferences, one in Birmingham, Alabama, February 16th and 17th. Robbie Gallaty will be in our guest slot, and then you'll hear from Team Man Church, from Rich Wingo. You'll hear from Andy Blanks. You'll hear from me, Chuck Hooten, doing worship, and we'll let you know about our new resources that are coming out in 2024. You can network with other churches that are doing the strategy all over the country. Then on March 8th and 9th, Speedy got us set up at Mississippi State University. Cowbells are welcome as long as they're used wisely. And we'll be on the campus of Mississippi State University. We'll be there at the Bettersworth Theater. Our guest slot there will be James Spann, that you hear a lot on the Rick and Bubba Show. He's got a great testimony. Scott Dawson will join us, also Andy Blanks, and I'll be speaking as well. Chuck Hooten will be leading worship, and we'll introduce the 2024 resources, and you can network with the churches that are coming to that one. That's March 8th and 9th. Those tickets are on sale now at themanchurch.com. They are going quickly. They are reserved, so all your guys can sit together. If the online option doesn't let you buy as many tickets as you'd like for your group, you can call the box office and get as many as you want and put the guys together. But as they're both over half sold now, putting everybody together is going to get more and more difficult as we go forward. So go ahead and move and get those done. All right, so I want to ask y'all this, and I've been meaning to ask you this for days.
Come on.
So you know how we all interact and we go into our lives, when we finish here at the office. And one of the things, and we talk about it even with some of our sponsors, is this interaction between husband and wife on, like, here's what I'm thinking for us to eat dinner, and here's what I'm thinking about. We're going to be doing this today, and hey, can you go by and grab this? So my wife has brought this up, and I know the background on it now because I couldn't get past it. She said, "Oh, by the way, why don't you go by the butcher shop and get us a couple of fillets, okay, for tonight, and then go ahead for another dinner this week and get us some airline chicken." And I said, "What?"
Airline.
And she said, "Airline chicken. They'll know what you're talking about." And I said, "Airline chicken? What is airline chicken?" She goes, "You don't know what airline chicken is?"
No,
and I
don't
said,
either.
"Have you ever heard the term airline chicken?"
Never. Unless I was on an airline eating chicken.
Well, there you go. So what it was, do you remember back when flying was very prestigious? I mean, everybody dressed up. The service was incredible.
Yeah.
And so what it was, they served this cut of the chicken, which is a chicken breast with the chicken leg.
But I've never seen
And
it.
it's all one piece. And because that's what was served on the airlines for the meal, it actually got the name. If you ask for the airline cut of chicken, you get that.
Really?
It's called airline chicken.
I didn't know nothing about that.
Anybody
I've
ever
learned
heard
something.
that?
I've learned
Anybody
something
ever heard that?
Never heard it.
By the way, it's pretty good too. You got that leg and the breast working for you.
Nice.
Yeah, and so it just comes in that one piece.
Yep.
Very good.
Airline
If you're just
cut.
joining us, talking about chicken.
That's right. Understand.
Nobody in this room ever heard the term airline chicken?
Never had
I've had it, but never knew what it was called.
Adler, did you know it was called airline chicken?
Never heard it, but I actually went to that butcher shop yesterday as well, Rick.
Did you really?
I did.
I'm copying Rick.
Ooh, he's my daddy.
I
get my meat at the same place.
Me and my buddy headed to the New York butcher shop.
We're kind of the same.
Just a smaller version.
Let me tell you
Give
something.
me a sandwich.
Look, grocery store, sure, you do it when you can, okay? And you can go there and get stuff, and it's pretty doggone good. But if you go into a show enough butcher shop when you're wanting to have a steak or wanting to have meat, there is a difference. Yeah. I'm talking about a big difference, and really good.
I got their chili. was what I got.
Did
Was
you
it
really?
good? I bet it's good.
It was
Was
good.
it airline chili?
It was real good.
So you just bought a tub of chili?
I bought a tub of chili, and what I do is I also get like a pound of ground beef with it.
Add it.
And then I add it to the chili. So it makes a big batch, and then we got leftovers for lunch the next day and all that.
So you hit the one, you don't hit the one that's right here by the studio, do you?
No, I don't.
Well, it's right here. Why don't you get it on the way
Well,
home?
I got one right by my house, too.
But right there. I mean, it's right across the
It's
street.
close. It's close to proximity-wise. We're
Do you
talking-
think it's going to ruin by the time you get home on the 20-minute
Ricky's
drive?
got his
I
habit.
like
He
mine.
does it.
I
He
like
does it
mine
that
better than I
way.
like yours.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I
See,
like mine better than
I
yours.
love the idea of anything that I can grab on the way home.
Oh, yeah.
I just, I
Yeah.
don't like to land and have to go back out.
When you stand in our parking lot and can see it, that's where you need to go.
Yeah,
pretty
Adler.
Hey, it's on my way home,
It's
too.
on his way home.
It's
guys.
on my way home,
I get
too.
what you're doing.
Yeah, really.
But it's right here, Adler.
You actually have to go out of your way here to get there.
Thank
Rick, I'm
you,
sorry.
thank
There's
you.
a red light that aids you, though. It's not a problem.
Right? Yeah.
Guys, let me go to where I want to go. I
sorry, if
regret
you're gonna be
telling
like
y'all
Rick.
about this. I regret telling y'all about this.
If you'd have known about airline chicken,
ain't
you could have
me.
picked them up right on the way home. But
do they know who you are when you walk in?
No.
Oh, I'm like Norm at this one.
That's why he doesn't go. That's it.
I'm a nobody.
I'm Norm.
When I
I'm
have
a
my kids with
nobody.
me, I notice people treat me a lot better.
Oh, yeah.
When they look at me, they're like, "Hey, weirdo with the ponytail, get out of here." And then when I have kids, they're like, "Oh, what a father! He's trying. He's struggling, but he's trying."
Can I
His
tell you-
hair like a mother.
Can I
He's got
tell
a
you-
great
Sure.
man.
Can I tell you why that is? Can I tell you why that is? Because when they see that you have children, and I don't mean to be offensive here.
No, it's okay.
It instantly normalizes your look a little bit.
Yeah.
When you don't have them with you, they think you may ask them for change.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, and
Yeah.
Can you help out a brother?
Right.
Yeah,
You know,
You're
and-
just now trying not
Steal
to be
from
offensive.
Yeah,
Just
sure.
now?
just now.
Go through their medicine cabinet. Stuff.
Right. They
Yeah,
think
yeah.
you may be asking if they have meth.
So is this this Hawaiian shirt? This is a bad look then?
Yeah.
The one I'm wearing
Well,
right
when it's
now?
below freezing.
Yeah.
But don't you agree that when
Well,
they
that was
see somebody
pajamas.
like Adler with
Yeah.
children, they think to themselves, well, how bad off can he be?
Yeah.
He
It's-
seems to be somewhat caring for them.
Yeah.
Or do
yeah.
they think, are those his kids?
Well, that's true.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
they
Do
could
they?
that.
Do they?
they call
I tell you
them
what
all?
they do, and I hate to break this to you. And again, I'm not trying to be offensive, but when they look at your kids, they do try to make eye contact to see if they need help.
They're like, yes,
Yeah,
they're
like,
like,
did this
yeah,
guy
yeah.
See if their
grab
little
y'all?
hands are doing
Right.
it.
Also-
Did this man, do y'all want to be with this man?
Right.
You know what they're looking to say? Do they resemble? Can I see a favor?
Right.
Let me see.
Or he could be a male nanny. Yeah,
Right.
he's got that look.
Yeah, sure.
The male nanny look.
Either way,
But
it's
they look
fine.
at Adler's kids and they try to picture them with beards. Yeah. Okay, those are his.
Okay, that's legit. All right. Ruby puts me in a real bad spot because she's for some reason not wanting to hold hands in the parking lot these days. And
It's
so
like
I
she's
kind of
trying to
have to.
escape.
Yeah,
She looks
so
like
I'm
she's trying to
I
get away
promise,
from you.
I'm loading this kid up into a van. Yes. Yes, I am.
And she doesn't want to hold your hand.
So my screensaver on my phone is like, look, it's my family. I promise. Here's us at church. This is us.
You almost
And
have
it's
to
like
do
proof,
that.
right there.
You almost have to do that because they see you loading children into a sweet van.
Yes.
And she's going, no.
I don't want to hold your hand. In line, I'm not joking, in line at the grocery store, when she was like, just turned 2, she goes, "You're not my real daddy," and smiles at me. I'm like, kid, you can't say that.
Right. That's funny. But so like if they see
You're not my real
if they see Adler and they see his wife and she has the sweet van, they think to themselves, wow, that family has a sweet van.
Yeah.
When they see Adler putting the kids in the van, they're like, oh my gosh, should we call somebody?
They look.
What should we
Welfare
do?
check.
They look longer.
Yeah.
Just to be sure.
Yeah. I love that you've made your screensaver just so have it ready.
Yeah, they love me.
Sir,
I
would you mind
promise.
showing us whether these children belong to you?
Yeah.
They're my children. They're right here.
Yeah, you
Even though it's 51 degrees and I have a Hawaiian shirt on.
I figured it was my last chance today to
Yeah.
wear it.
Well, yesterday was actually it.
Yeah, you're probably right.
You missed it by a day.
Rick, take him to your
Well,
location next.
Yeah.
Please.
Introduce.
the
It's so much
same-
more convenient.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, but if they get to know who you are, then they won't look at you weird now.
I don't care.
I mean, you having to get off.
You need a personal butcher.
Do you live over there behind the other one?
I do. I live real close to the other one, and it's
Not
good.
this close.
Do you
Go right by it.
do you have to go off the main drag, get your stuff, come back on the main drag?
It is
Or
on
do you grab it
on
and
the
then go
way.
to your house?
It's my main drag to my house, right
Okay.
there.
Okay.
Goes right by it.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
And so it's convenient. All right. Let me live my life.
Can I tell you what's going to happen to you today? Because
I'm sorry,
I know
we're not
how
gonna
the
do
mind works, and I love playing this game. You'll look hard at that other location.
I'll double
today.
check.
Yeah, sure.
Just go quick run. Just
Give it another look. See.
I try to get my errands ran quick from here because I get sleepy on the way home, and if it's on the back end, I just won't stop.
I do the same.
I'll be like,
what about getting gas? If you don't get, if you wait there, it ain't gonna
Sometimes
get
I'd rather run out of gas and stop.
Yes.
Phone calls are next. 866 We Be Big. All lines available. We'll chat with you, America, when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So here we go to the phones at 866 We Be Big, wrapping up this hour. You can join us, the real Greg Burgess, back on the phones, and looks like we got about half the lines available. So you can roll at 866 We Be Big, and we'll try to get you in before the hour is over. We start with Tom out of Birmingham, listening on 104.7 WZZK. Tom, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go right ahead.
Hey, guys, thanks. And I almost wish y'all would do a segment on this once a week, but there are three things about this show that own me. One old, one new, and one that covers the whole gamut. But I grew up in Anniston, so Car Wash Joe absolutely owns me.
That's a good
Beth Moen owns me. And the spiritual theology side, as a way it's applied to our world now, is just so good, and it makes this show so unique. I wish I would do a segment once a week on what owns people. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Well, Tom, thanks for that feedback.
That's a good one.
Feedback really helps.
Yep.
It really, really helps. Because if not, we're just kind of guessing. I mean, you can go by, but the feedback really, really helps us. 866 We Be Big, and thank you for listening to the show. Tanner out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Hello, Tanner. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, man, I was just curious what y'all think about legalizing gambling in Alabama. They got the gambling machines at the gas stations that you see, but if they're going to legalize those, you think they just go ahead and put a casino around here. You know what I mean?
Well, I wouldn't be for that just personally, but again, I mean, that's up to the people of Alabama and those that they put in charge, because the problem you have to watch is, and it's rarely talked about, is if you go to any state where gambling is just allowed to do whatever they want, it's never, they'll try to get you to do a lottery, and they'll try to guilt you into saying, oh, it'll be good for the kids, and then before you know it, here comes the casino, and then here comes this. And the thing you have to watch out for is that your state then becomes a one-party state, and that is the gambling state. They have so much money, and they stroke these politicians, and before you know it, they're running the entire state from top to bottom. And there's been a lot of people who regretted going down that road, and it's just me personally. Also, it creates an environment that I find undesirable, and also it brings with it all kinds of other issues. And plus, anytime we're embracing something that's so readily and easily destroys people's lives, and we start trying to raise revenue for things like schools and things on the back of something as dangerous and as seedy as gambling, I think that's always a mistake.
Yeah, I really think there's two sides to this, sir. I think you have a moral issue, and Rick's covered that, and I agree. I think you have then the real numbers issue on the other side, and we've seen this with other states. It doesn't necessarily do what they say it's going to do. And what I mean by that, I know in Florida, for example, they were going to use the lottery to really pile on the education budget. Well, what happened is once that money started coming in, they started taking away the education budget that had been allotted to it already. And then the gambling money, especially on the lottery, went down because people wouldn't go buy tickets if it wasn't going to be $100 million. Yeah. They had a real drop-off. So I just think it's a poor way for adults to fund the government. It's I know there's a fun factor and, hey, a get-rich factor and all that, but I really don't think it works like it's sold that it works after it's been in, and that's the problem. You can't get rid of it.
Yeah, it takes over the whole state and the power that comes with it. But again, no doubt we are completely against raising revenue for the government on the backs of gambling. And then you get down to the other thing, which is really what we're talking about, is people who want to be able to gamble because they enjoy it, they want to do it, they'll take the risk, and they don't like having to leave their state to do it. That's really what this debate is about, is people who want to embrace gambling in their state and those who would rather not. All that other stuff everybody talks about is it's total hogwash. That's what it comes down to. 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Dale in Alabama. Dale, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. Love the show. Big ambassador to the show. My whole family knows it, that I love it. And so when you guys were talking about pharmacists the other day, my daughter started texting me and said, I don't think they understand how everything works. And the reason for the lunch breaks and closing the pharmacy is because legally they can't dispense drugs without a licensed pharmacist there. So if they went in shifts, then and there were some techs there and the pharmacist wasn't there and you went to pick up your drugs and they'd say, well, we can't give them to you. And it'd be, well, then why are you open? So that was part of I think, a misunderstanding a lot of people have, that's why they closed the pharmacy for a lunch break. My daughter worked in retail pharmacy for 10 years, and she worked at a place they didn't allow lunch breaks. So that was a tough road to hoe.
Can I ask you a question? So
sure.
There's just no budget to have two pharmacists, and one goes on lunch while the other one stays? That's just impossible to accomplish?
She said at larger pharmacies they might do that where they got enough traffic to justify it, but at most pharmacies they're like everybody else. They just want just enough people to get by to do what they got to do.
Okay. Is there a pharmacist shortage out there? I know we got a lot of.
I don't
people.
remember them closing pre-COVID.
I don't know. I don't know.
Did they close pre-COVID?
I think they've always closed for lunch.
Okay, well, the two questions there. The shortage of pharmacists, it vacillates. Sometimes there's an overage, and sometimes there are shortages, and it's just cyclic on that.
Okay.
The closing, and I think the Walgreens I go to, they close from 1 to 1:30. And I know it was mentioned people they want to drop off drugs, pick up drugs during their lunch break. And they do allow for that by closing from 1 to 1:30. So you have your 12 to 1 lunch hour to do that, and then they close for 30 minutes to take their lunch break. But like I said, the one that my daughter worked at, it didn't close. She would do 10, 12-hour shifts, and there's no break for lunch or anything because they can't even hand you prepackaged pharmaceuticals that are ready for you on your name if the pharmacist is not there.
Oh, I got that. That makes all the sense in the world. I just don't understand why we can't have more than one pharmacist. I mean, but you've answered that too, so I thank you for that. But thanks for the clarification. 866 We Be Big, Jerry in Alabama. Jerry, go ahead.
Hey guys, I love your show. Real good.
Thank you, Jerry.
Hey, I was just thinking about that airline chicken, and I said, man, that sounds groovy to me.
He said it sounds groovy to him.
Airline chicken. I couldn't understand what he said. It broke up at the wrong time.
Yeah.
Mississippi, Scott standing by. Scott, go ahead.
Meek. Hey, I was seeing something the other day that showed Opie and Andy. And Opie asked Andy, he said, Pa, he says, when is Jesus coming back? And Andy told him, he said, Opie, we're on the welcoming committee. We're not on the planning committee. Y'all have a good day.
Yeah, I heard, somebody told me that. That must have come out. I've heard that a couple of times. Let's go to Scott in Ohio. Scott, go ahead.
Hey guys, love the show.
Thank you.
Hey, I just want to let you know, listen to you in the morning on your live your live broadcast, and my wife and I watch you on YouTube in the evening.
Thank you.
I wanted to share one thing with you as it relates to as making the bed. My wife is one who always makes the bed, and I appreciate her for doing that. But when she goes away for the weekend, I don't want to have to make that bed. And she's got a bunch of pillows on the bed. It'll take me 20 minutes to get ready for bed just to get the pillows off the bed.
Absolutely.
So what I do is I just get a big blanket, put it on top of the bed, slip underneath that blanket every night, and all I got to do is make that, fold up that blanket, and I'm good to go. So it's something to think about.
Look, every man listening or watching totally gets that. Every woman's like, my goodness. So you go to that degree.
So are you sleeping on a pillow sham?
Yeah, it sounds like he's sleeping on the spread. But when Sherry's gone, once the pillows come off the bed, they never go back on till a few hours before she's coming back.
Yeah, because it takes you about an hour to get them all
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
I mean, half the bed. It goes half the bed with pillows. Thanks for being with us. And if you get one that's not in the right place and they don't work, we'll talk to you on the next Rick and Bubba show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.